detail that I was glad there was food in my belly to withstand the intensity of the questioning. Finally, he asked about my family. So I told him I was an orphan who currently lived with my aunt and that I had a brother in America. What do you like to do for fun? He asked as our plates were cleared away. I was having a difficult time at that point differentiating between what was supposed to be a job interview from what felt like a first date. But I told myself that it was all in my head. It was an unusual way to be interviewed. But he hadn't done or said anything inappropriate at that point. Reading. I read 30 novels in the past year alone. Fantastic, he said with flourish, like I had just revealed the secret to the universe. Let's have you start on Monday. How does that sound? I spluttered. Excuse me? Is that an issue? Do you have to give a termination notice? He looked at my CV again. Doesn't seem so to me. No, I am just shocked because I was late. And Miss Adekoya, there was no other candidate for the job at this stage. You scored the highest in all the other stages. This was a mere formality to see if we were a good fit or not. We stared at each other. I was looking to see if he was being facetious. He seemed to be waiting for me to say yes. Okay, yes, I accept the offer. I cringed at my eagerness, but he smiled broadly. Great. He looked at his watch again. It's late now, so I will instruct HR to prepare all relevant documentation for review and signing tomorrow. On Saturday, a small team from the logistics unit will come and get you from your current residence to your designated flat in Lekki Phase 1. As my EA, I need you to be at my beck and call. My work hours are unpredictable, and I won't abide excuses about traffic or the fear of driving at night. You do drive, don't you? He asked with a raised brow. I'm sorry, I don't. Not a problem. Logistics will also arrange an official car with a driver for you. I do not expect you to find the time to learn within 3 months. My head was spinning. How does one's fortune flip so quickly and completely? I almost pinched myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. But then TK's tone sobered slightly. Miss Adekoya, now that the pleasantries are done, I must warn you, I am probably the worst boss you will ever have. Your work hours will be long and grueling. You might not always get weekends and public holidays off. You have to accompany me to high-profile events and meetings, so I expect you to look your best at all times. I have high, non-negotiable standards. I do not tolerate sloppiness and laziness. As my EA, you are in charge of my personal and business calendar. And if I so much as forget to floss my teeth, it is your fault. The last girl that held this position did not take these warnings seriously. That's why you have her job now. And now my number 1 rule, keep my business to yourself. If I find out you leaked any information about me to anyone, even if it is as little as what I had for lunch, I will run you out of this town so fast Lagos will become a distant memory to you. I gulped. So much for dream job. I reviewed what I had just heard in my head. There was no indication that I was expected to do anything illegal or unethical, which was a hard line for me. The rest of it just sounded like he was exacting. Besides, I was not one to back away from a challenge. Understood, sir. Great. See you on Monday. I got up to leave, and he focused on the computer screen to his left. When I got to the door, he said, and one more thing. I froze. What more could he want? Daily urinalysis reports? an x-ray of my chest to see my sincerity, a blood oath. Yes, sir, I said cautiously as I turned around. You look much better in red. The wheels in my brain screeched to a halt in realization. The party, the red bodycon dress. He remembered me. The broad knowing smile on his face, even as he kept his gaze on the computer, confirmed it. I didn't know what to say, so I stuttered. I will make a note of that. Good. See you soon. I quickly realized that TK wasn't exaggerating about how hard he was to work for. In the first 3 months, I must have wanted to quit 100 times. He was temperamental and nothing short of a slave driver. The crush I had on him evaporated by day 3, when he made me rewrite a press statement 20 times. He had this red pen that was more like the crimson blood of all EA's past, which he would use to point out my errors. Sometimes he would leave a dozen angry-looking crimson question marks all over the pages without comment. How was I supposed to know what he didn't like, or what I had done wrong? Yet, no matter how tough he was, TK was an expert at not quite crossing the line into outright abuse. He never threw things, called me names, or yelled at me. Instead, he would say things like, "Do you mean to tell me that this is the best you can do? Am I supposed to take this seriously? Or my personal best? Please return with something worth my time." TK will call at all hours, such that I got used to having my phone with me at all times, night or day, including on the toilet seat or in the shower. He called me away from weddings, from dinner with friends, in the middle of church service. I turned off my cooker halfway through meals. I had been cooking more times than I could count, just to attend to him. After about 6 months, he and I achieved some sort of equilibrium. I learned to predict his needs and meet them before he even asked. And slowly, the flutters in my tummy returned. As we became more in sync as working partners, I couldn't help but feel something more, wanting more of him to myself. But I buried those feelings because TK had never shown any signs that he saw me as anything more than an assistant, albeit one that he liked above the others, who lasted only 4 months at least, at best. One Friday evening, TK was working late, so of course I had to work late too. At around 9 p.m., the phone rang. My office was located where the receptionist, who had been a temp, used to occupy, so I only did front-end work, like filing and answering phones. I not only did front-end work, like filing and answering phones, I had to do all my other project management tasks too. Every time TK needed me, I had to run across the room, up the short flight of stairs, toddle in my heels across the conference room, and then arrive at his desk. I answered as cheerily as I could, despite my fatigue. "Good evening, Octane Assets, CEO's office. This is Angela speaking. How may I be of assistance?" Put Adetokunbo on the phone right away. The caller's voice was so shrill that I had to pull the phone away from my ears for a second. I deduced that she must have been someone who usually had direct access to him, but TK was avoiding. I had had a few calls of that nature in my 6 months on the job, so I knew what to say. "My sincere apologies, ma'am, but Mr. Ayo Kessington is currently unavailable, and I would be happy to pass along any message you might have." My clipped, professional but impersonal tone might as well have been lighter fluid, because the caller exploded. "Is everything all right with you, my dear?" "Certainly, ma'am. Could you please relay your message so that I may pass it on?" The only sound on the other side of the line was the dialing tone. She had hung up. I shrugged and returned to the 60-page research paper that TK had tasked me with reading and summarizing with notes and annotations. Time flew by, and I was so preoccupied that I almost didn't hear the elevator before me ding as it opened. I looked up to see the most elegant and impeccably dressed elderly woman I'd ever met walk in. She needed no introduction. I immediately recognized her as Chief Mrs. Adenike Ayo Kensington, my boss's mother. I had heard of her, seen her picture on TK's office wall, but we have never met. I immediately sprung to my feet and greeted her with a courtesy. She was still striding with purpose towards me. "Are you Anjola?" "Yes, ma," I said, pleased that she might have heard good things about me from her son. When she came to stand in front of me, my vision suddenly went black, and I saw stars dancing before me. My left cheek stung as if 1,000 soldier ants were biting me at once. Did she just slap me? Why? I don't know who raised you, but I wish they had taught you to talk better to your elders. In your life, you must never speak that way to me again. She pushed past me and proceeded up the stairs to her son's office. Then it dawned on me, the woman on the phone. But what did I say that was wrong? Tears of humiliation and frustration sprang in my eyes. It was the second time that someone on TK's life had assaulted me. A few weeks into my role, his girlfriend, a popular socialite called Bumi Brown, had smacked me because she didn't believe me when I said I didn't know where he was. Actually, that time I had been a bit sassy when I told her that it was not my job to spy on my boss. Still, a slap was over the top. And worst of all, TK laughed it off, even though it was his fault. He had firmly asked me never to tell Bumi where he was, even under threat or coercion. I decided not to wait around to be slapped a third time. I packed up my desk and left the office. By that point, I had learned to drive, and as I made my way home, I composed my resignation letter in my head. When I got home, I sat in front of my laptop and began composing it. It didn't matter that I would have to move back in with Auntie Titi, or that I would be back to square one less than a year after I left unemployment behind for good. When I had written a satisfactory missive highlighting everything that TK had ever done to hurt me, I took off my clothes and crawled into bed, exhausted. A loud thudding at the door jolted me awake after what felt like moments later. I scrambled for my phone. It was 2 a.m. When the sound came again, I knew that I wasn't being robbed. There was only one person obnoxious enough to be banging at my door at that time. Since I had decided to quit, I had no more reason to care or tiptoe around him. I hopped off the bed and stalked to the door, flinging it open in a rage. The look on TK's face took me by surprise. There was a microsecond of anger that melted away to shock as he looked at me. I followed his gaze and looked down at myself. I was standing in the doorway in my underwear. I forgot that I never put my pajamas on. I shrieked and ran to my bedroom to fling some clothes on. The t-shirt I threw on had just settled around my body, stopping at my hip when TK walked in. "What do you think you are doing?" I could ask you the same thing. What has gotten into you? Why would you upset my mother of all people? Me? Upset her? Sir, she slapped me across the face. I was nothing but cautious to her on the phone. And when she came in, even still, how would you walk out of the office without notifying me first? Have you forgotten the terms of your contract? I was so shocked, I made a weird sound like a bark. Then I laughed. You know what? I quit. I have written my letter already. I'll email it to you. He stepped forward in a way that was both intimidating and incredibly sexy. Quit? You are not allowed to leave me. I get to fire you. He was within inches of me, and my heart was pounding. My knees were weak, and my mouth dry. Was this still a fight? What was going on here? I took a step back and drew a shaky breath. Listen, I don't know what you think of me, but I am no doormat. Your girlfriend and mother have both put their hands on me within 6 months of working with you. Is that part of the contract? Even if you think so little of me, should you not be the least bit apologetic? Yet you charge in here like a bull trying to take down the matador. I quit, Mr. Tokumbo Ayo Kensington. I quit. He placed an index finger on my lips so gently that it sent shivers through me. You are so silly. I broke up with Bumi after she did that. Don't you find it strange that you haven't seen her since then? I couldn't speak. He took his hands off my mouth and rubbed his forehead in consternation. She was getting on my nerves anyway. She has told her whole family that I was sleeping with you. My heart caught in my throat, and I felt myself blinking rapidly. He was staring at me, so I had to say something. Don't worry, I whispered. After I'm gone, you won't have to explain anything to anyone. He stepped forward again, his eyes darkening. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse and muted him, even as his lips said hurtful and critical things to me. I could feel the heat from his body, and his perfume suddenly suffused my senses. I couldn't bring myself to speak, so I nodded my head slowly and closed my eyes. I felt his arms wrap around my lower back and shoulders. He pressed against me and placed a gentle first kiss on my lips. He tasted like cognac and tobacco, but his lips were cushiony and soft. I parted my lips, and he pressed his mouth harder against me, his tongue seeking mine. The kiss couldn't have lasted more than a few minutes, but it felt like a lifetime. I felt his arms loosening as he stepped away. The kiss was over, and he turned away and left without a word. Chapter 5, Fortune Cookie Moment. The days after I ran into Emeka passed by in a blur. I felt lost and confused, even more than usual. TK was still being distant and polite. I felt like I was watching our marriage fall apart in slow motion, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. One morning, about a week after Emeka's email, I came across an old diary in my drawer as I cleaned up for the day. It had been years since I wrote a journal, a habit that I had religiously kept all through my teens until after the breakup with the man I had thought was my soulmate. I bought a new blank-lined notebook after I dropped off Duni in school the next day, and spent the morning writing about Emeka and TK, retracing the steps that brought me to where I am. By that point, I hadn't found the motivation to respond to the email he sent me. What was I supposed to say? The email itself was a slice of nostalgia, a name he used to call me years ago. It didn't require a response. Plus, I was married, and he was apparently engaged. The only thing that had happened since I read it was a string of feelings within me, a genie I could not place back into the bottle. But Emeka's email wasn't the main driver of my despair. I had finally gotten some confirmation of my worst fears when it came to TK. The night I got the email, I couldn't go back to sleep, so I decided to go downstairs to watch TV. I laid on the couch in the living room with my phone in my hand, contemplating whether to reply. I was already dozing off when I felt something vibrate underneath my leg. I sat up. My own phone was still in my hands. I rummaged around and found one of TK's phones stuck in the cushions. I turned it around. The phone was locked, but a message was visible in the strip because it had just come in. I am sorry I missed you tonight. Please call me when you get this. The sender's name was saved as B. TK never left any of his phones lying around. He must have fallen asleep earlier while he was watching the news and not realized that he had left it behind. I didn't know what to make of the message. In all our years together, I had tried very hard not to give in to the slightest urge to spy on him, even when he was behaving suspiciously. No matter how he behaved, I told myself to give him the benefit of the doubt. I looked at the message again. Could this really mean what I thought it did? The next morning, I stared at TK as he got ready for work. My mind was reeling. Was the sender of the message the reason he orchestrated the sex ban? How could he look so guilt-free, even as he kept a mistress on the side? I refused to think of my own complicated history with him, the overlaps, the secrets, the heartache that preceded our marriage, because if I did, it would be clearer to me that TK was absolutely capable of keeping a big secret from me. He had done it multiple times in the past. 2 weeks after Emeka's email, I finally responded. TK's B was the impetus. If he could text other women, why was I so hesitant to reply to an old flame's message? Obviously, we had both moved on. So what harm could come of it? Before I replied, I racked my brain for something innocent to say, something non-enticing, yet open-ended. TK was always busy, and my friends had their own lives. There was a vacuum in my day-to-day living that I needed to fill. Selfishly, I had decided to use Emeka for that role. Don't judge me. In the end, I sent a simple, "How have you been?" to him. His response was swift and inappropriate. "Waiting for you." I sent back a sarcastic, "You have a funny idea of waiting. When's your wedding?" "Not anytime soon. I hope my invite is on the way. I shall be wearing my white Eli Sahab. I am sure you will be a vision." We exchanged numbers and moved the banter to text messages. Our texts went from 3 or 4 a day to dozens. He texted me first thing in the morning and last thing at night. TK, if he noticed, said nothing. He was barely around anyway, and my phone was on silent most of the time. I realized then how little time he and I spent together alone as a couple. We rarely went on dinner dates that weren't tied to his work or extended family. I was always at home, waiting for him to come to me. As Emeka and I texted, we caught up on the past 4 years since we last saw each other. He was a director in an oil and gas firm and lived in Ikoyi. We skated around deeper discussions. He mentioned, for example, that he had been with his fiancée Ronke for 2 years, but he didn't talk about how he felt about her, how they met, or his plans for their wedding. He wouldn't even tell me when the wedding was. It was all going well. My days had gotten a facelift, and didn't feel so unstructured anymore until I ran into him again. TK was out of town on business, and Duni and I had stopped at a supermarket in Ikoyi for some groceries. It was a Tuesday, and I liked to bake with her in the afternoons. Rosemary was holding Duni as I selected the juices and reddest strawberries for our cupcakes when I saw him, Emeka. But he wasn't alone. Standing beside him was a woman I immediately knew was Ronke. Ronke, aside from the shock of suddenly seeing him, I was stunned by how much Ronke and I looked alike. We could have been sisters. We had similar build, complexion, and height. Even our taste in clothing was similar. I could see her making a similar assessment of me. Emeka cleared his throat. Anjola, nice to see you. What are you doing in my area? Excuse me, do you own Ikoyi? I didn't say that. Instead, I smiled. This supermarket has the freshest fruits around, so he chuckled out awkwardly. I see. Then he turned to Ronke, who was looking at the whole scene with a bemused expression. This is my old friend, Anjola, from my uni days. That's her daughter. I was livid. Old friend, uni days, and who asked him to talk about my daughter like that? She stepped forward. Pleasure, I am Ronke, his fiancé. I took her hand with a tight smile. Congratulations. I ignored every text of his for 2 days afterwards. He proceeded to call me every hour on the hour. I declined all of those too. 3 days later, Rosemary came upstairs with a bouquet of 12 long-stem roses that had been delivered at the gate with my name on it. There was a card attached with a simple note, "Forgive me." Somehow, Emeka had gotten his roses from the same florist that TK often used when he wanted to charm me. I was perplexed. What if he found out that some other man had been sending his wife flowers? I dialed Emeka's number immediately. He had the audacity to sound relieved. Finally, I was going to send gifts to your house every day until you answered me. I was aghast. Emeka, what is this? My husband uses the same florist. What if he was home when this came in? What are you trying to do? Is he home right now? Or are you alone? His voice was irritatingly intimate. I spluttered in response. I don't see how my husband's schedule is any of your business. Please don't ever send anything to my home again. How did you even find out where I live? He was quiet for a few seconds. Ronke's house is on your street. I've seen you both pull out of your compound a couple of times. You are never together though. I scoffed. I'm sorry. Are you admitting to stalking? He sighed. Obviously. This was a mistake. I was trying to get your attention. Why? Am I not just an old uni friend to you? Can you believe that this man had the temerity to laugh? Is that what this is about? Listen, all of this was fun for a while, but I think we should. How should I have introduced you? Angel? Should I have called you the love of my life? Don't be ridiculous. Have dinner with me. We need to talk. Dinner? Are you out of your mind? I am always out of my mind when it comes to you. Have dinner with me just once, for old time's sake. There are things we need to talk about. We can talk on the phone. Just once, Angel. Meet me at the Blue Crescent restaurant at 7 p.m. tomorrow. TK won't find out, I promise. Please, please. Then he hung up. I couldn't sleep that night. TK was away in Washington for this week. I knew he wouldn't find out, but it still felt wrong. I needed a distraction from my floundering marriage, not a sledgehammer to bring it down completely. The next morning, as soon as I dropped Duni off at school, I headed to the salon, all the while convincing myself that I wanted to look good in anticipation of TK's arrival in a few days. Linda came to join me at the salon, and we got our hair and nails done and eyebrows waxed. As we prepared to leave in our respective cars, she asked me, "So, what time should I pick you up for the charity cocktail this evening?" Oh no, I had totally forgotten that I had promised to attend a cocktail party that Linda and some other politicians' wives were organizing to raise money for their charity. A sensible person might have taken this as a sign from above, but I was not always sensible. "I am really sorry, I am just not available tonight." "Why?" "I had assumed that was why you came to the salon. Besides, TK is not back for another couple of days." She paused and narrowed her eyes. "What are you up to, Angela?" I looked at my dear, open-hearted friend and lied to her face without shame. "Actually, an old friend is in town and is leaving tomorrow, so I have only today to visit." She placed her hand on her waist. "Which old friend? I hope it's not the guy we ran into the other day that left you speechless." I doubled down on my lie, snorting in derision. "Of course not." She gave me one last look and laughed. I sighed, "I hope not." I went back home and prepared to see Emeka. I stood in front of the mirror feeling giddy. It wasn't an altogether pleasant or unpleasant feeling. I imagined it might be what it felt like to stand at the edge of a cliff, the thrill of being alive and the fear that a wrong step could lead to death. After multiple outfit changes, I settled on a burnt orange Gucci shift dress, strappy 3-inch gold Jimmy Choo heels, and a Chanel mini flap bag. It was what I might wear for a night out with Funsho and Linda. My makeup was light, and I let my wavy weave down all the way to my waist. I decided to drive myself, which I rarely did, and I took one of the few cars in the house without a customized plate number. It was the car we used for doing school runs for security reasons. I took my time checking the controls and warming it up. I had never driven it before. When I pulled out of the gate, my phone vibrated, and my heart jumped into my throat when I saw the number. It was TK's US cell number. Suddenly, it felt like there were eyes on me. Did he keep an eye on me when he was away? And I had never noticed before, because I was always where he expected me to be. Or was I being paranoid because of guilt? I swiped right. "Hey you. Hey darling, how are you?" "Not bad. How is DC?" "Cold. Can't wait to get back." He sounded like he was in his hotel room. It was quiet and the background noise was muted. Then I heard a funny sound, like a phone notification, but it was an MP3 sound of a loud splash. TK was a busy man and old school. His phones were always set to vibrate. Was he not alone? Had I misheard? Maybe guilt was making my mind play tricks on me. "Oh," I said, "just a few more days, and it is home sweet home. Tell me about it. I miss my girls. Can I say good night to Duni? Is she there with you?" Yikes! I was sitting in the car outside the compound with the ignition turned off. There was no way for me to go back to the house without exposing myself. "Sorry, babe. She had an early night. She is snoring as we speak." "And where are you off to then?" "What? Off to?" "You are driving Duni's school run car. There is a tracker in it." I called Akpan thinking he was being shady. Turns out it's Madame driving the car, not him. "So where are you off to?" I told another half-truth. "I'm going to meet some old friends for drinks, and I don't want them to think I am showing off when I turn up with a driver, a car with tinted windows, and a customized plate number. I just want to be Angela tonight, not Mrs. Ayo Kensington." TK laughed. Lying to Linda and TK, I had to hear what Emeka had to say. Besides, for all I know, TK was probably on the trip with a mysterious bee. while he kept tabs on me from afar. The maitre d' of the restaurant directed me to the table Emeka had reserved. I was 10 minutes early, but he was already there waiting for me. Once he saw me, he stood up with the eagerness of a schoolboy when the class teacher made an entry. His eyes were glittering with admiration. "I can see you came here to torture me. You look absolutely amazing." "No torture intended," I replied as I sat down. He feigned hurt by clutching his chest. Just my type of woman. Beautiful with an edge of devastation. I laughed. "Stop with the lyrics, my friend. We are in our 30s now. All that doesn't work anymore." Dinner was delicious, and our conversation flowed easily until dessert came and Emeka dropped a bombshell. "Angela," he began. I was immediately taken aback because he rarely called me by my name unless it was amiss. "I am getting married next month, and I wanted you to hear it from me first." My stomach dropped, and I couldn't understand why. It's not like I didn't know he was engaged, so why the disappointment in the pit of my stomach? "Wow," I said through teeth I cannot unclench. "So exciting." "I am happy for you. Ronke seems like a lovely girl, and I am sure you will be very happy together." Emeka was looking at me like I just cursed him with a deadly disease. "Is that all you have to say?" "What else would you like me to say, Emeka? I want you to be honest with me. Say what you really mean to say, not this sugar-coated BS. "Emeka, I didn't know you became a mind reader since the last time we met. Surely, that's the only way you can know I haven't said what I wanted to say." "Angel, I know you. I don't have to be a mind reader. Look at the spoon in my hand." I glanced down. I was gripping the dessert spoon tightly like a knife. Like the ice cream at the end had melted and was dripping into the tablecloth. I dropped it with irritation on the plate. "Stop playing games, Emeka. None of this is a joke. You can't yank me around in any direction you wish to suit your ego. Marry who you want. That's what I did years ago. And are you happy with that choice? Because from what I can tell, it's on the tip of your tongue to tell me not to go through with it. You want to tell me that you love me, and you want me to call off the wedding so we can finally be together." I put my head in my hands in frustration. "You haven't changed, have you? You still think you can waltz in and out of my life whenever you please. The minute you sense I am happy, you just show up and try to turn my world upside down." His expression darkened. "And you haven't changed either. You still run away from making yourself happy just because you want to please everyone but yourself. For once, Angela, you did something for yourself. Just do something for yourself. How conceited of you to think I would choose you over the father of my child, the man who did right by me when he was in a similar position that you were in." He clenched his fist in anger. "Don't even go there because you know what that was about. The source of confusion between us is no longer in the picture. This is another chance for us to finally be together. The last chance. It's too late, Emeka. We are committed to other people. This is not just about us anymore. Look, I have come to realize that what I did on the day before your wedding was incredibly selfish. I shouldn't have shown up expecting you to drop everything and come with me. The timing was wrong. That's why I am trying to do things better this time. We have been talking and getting to know each other better. All I am asking for now is to spend some time together so you can have a glimpse of what being with me will be like. That's all. You want me to date you? Emeka, I have a whole husband and a child now. The last time you did this was crazy enough. What makes you think this time can possibly be different? I can take care of you and Oladuni now. I can give you not only what you are used to, but what you are missing. This is our chance to be happy. He looked so pleased with himself that I had to douse his enthusiasm with cold water. Stop it. This is not love anymore. This is obsession. This is about proving that you are a better man than TK. I am not a prize to be won in some sort of pissing contest. He was stunned into silence for a few seconds. I snapped my fingers to get the waiter's attention and picked up my bag, but he was not done talking. You know that I love you, and I won't stop loving you, ever. And I know you feel the same way. Otherwise, you would not be here. I was mad. You arrogant, but whatever. He cut me off as the waiter appeared with the bill. You have a few weeks to decide, Angel. If I am going to call off the wedding, I owe Ronke the courtesy of doing so early enough. She deserves that much. So, make up your mind quickly. He pulled his seat back and left me sitting there. I was too stunned to speak, and the waiter had to repeat himself a few times before I heard what he was saying. The bill had already been settled. By then, Emeka was out of sight. As I drove back home, my mind was reeling. What if TK really does leave me to this B person? For this B person? What if the Duchess had chosen her for him, like she used to in the past, and they were laying the groundwork to get rid of me? Faced with the ultimatum by Emeka, my mind again slipped to the past and how I came to be TK's wife. 2010. After we kissed in my apartment, TK acted like I had never happened. At first, I also played along. I deleted my resignation. I deleted my resignation letter and went back to work. But his indifference eventually started to drive me crazy. The whole thing was mind-boggling, especially since I had to work so closely with him. A week after the kiss, we went on a trip to America. After an intense few days of meetings, he suggested that we go to a Chinese restaurant near our hotel to have a nice meal before the return home. Before our food was served, we were given a small basket full of fortune cookies. I was starving, so I opened up a few and nibbled on them. I was on the third one when TK looked up at me with a raised eyebrow. Don't you even want to know what your fortune might be? I looked at the table. There were 3 pieces of paper from the cookies that I had discarded without reading. I don't believe in that stuff, I muttered as I chewed. What stuff? He said, making a face and mimicking my voice. I was stunned. Was he flirting with me? These things, fate and fortune, that kind of thing. That's the boring way to live, Anjola. Indulge me. What does this one say? He pointed to the paper closest to me. I looked down at it with annoyance, but I unrolled it as he requested. My eyes widened when I saw what was on it. And what does your fortune say? Was he toying with me? Had he somehow set this all up to make me look silly? Sorry, I don't believe a cookie can predict my future, I said, crumpling it and leaving it on the table. Coward, he said. He suddenly leaned forward and picked it up before I could protest. He read it and smiled before saying the words out loud. Your destiny is closer than you think. I have no idea what that means. I bet all the cookies have the same cheesy notes written inside them. TK's eyes gleamed. Should we please? Should we see? Do you believe that this man spent the next 10 minutes before our food finally arrived, opening all the cookies, proving to me that there wasn't a single one that had anything about destiny? As the waiter laid out steaming bowls of egg, fried rice, and black bean sauce before us, he winked at me. I wonder who your destiny looks like. He continued to play games with me, even when we got back home. Serious and reserved 1 minute, over familiar and intense the next. The more erratic he was towards me, the more I wanted his attention. I couldn't take it anymore, so I came up with a plan. I changed my entire look. I knew he looked red, so I knew he liked red, so I wore a shade of it every day. Lipstick, skirts, blouses. I even tinted my own hair red. Nothing. So I went further. I wore more fitted clothes, 6-inch high heels that brought me closer to 5'10". Since I had noticed that his exes, both real and rumored, were curvy and tall, it seemed every guy in the office noticed my makeover except the one person I was targeting. Until one evening, everything changed. We had just come out of a long brainstorming session with the management of Octane, where TK had thoroughly scolded me in front of the whole room for mixing up his schedule and making him miss an important appointment. I was so upset that I decided to join my colleagues for after-work drinks. I got home a few minutes before midnight and found TK's Mercedes parked in front of my stairwell. I didn't know why he was there, but I was too upset to talk to him. I parked my car along his, got out and walked toward my flat without acknowledging his presence. He got out of the car and followed me. Angela, did you not see me standing there? I could tell he was angry, but I was upset too, so I kept walking. He followed me to the front door of my flat and waited while I fumbled around looking for my keys. I could tell he had been smoking, the one thing I disliked about him. I eventually opened the door, and he attempted to follow me in. Sir, with all due respect, I think it is highly inappropriate for you to turn up at my house unannounced and at odd hours. I disagree. I spluttered in frustration. You don't own me. He laughed, but I could see that he was perplexed. To think I came to apologize for scolding you in front of the team today. I wasn't going to fall for his semantics and mind tricks this time. I don't need to apologize. I messed up, and I deserve the humiliation. End of story. Don't be like that. I know I upset you, and I'm sorry. He paused. I also know that I have been an ass for kissing you and then acting it didn't happen. My heart started to race. He had gotten me again. He continued. I just didn't want you to feel obligated to feel anything for me that might not be there because I am your boss. I'm really sorry, Angela. It won't repeat itself. He had turned around and started to walk away when I found my voice. I don't accept your apology because you can't get a girl's hopes up and then dash them for no reason. I don't accept your apology because working with you is driving me crazy. I'm not sorry it happened. And I don't accept your apology because that would mean I shouldn't want more from you. He stopped and looked at me so intensely that it felt like being undressed. So how can I make it up to you? Say that you miss me when I'm not around. Tell me that you want me and that you are glad I have feelings for you. And if you don't, my skirts are going to get shorter and my heels higher until you realize how irresistible I am. TK laughed and came closer. I want you, he whispered. We kicked the door open, barely managing to close it behind us. Our clothes fell to the floor, and TK raised me up, his lips covering every part of my body, hungrily, until he laid me on the bed. It had been years since I last slept with anyone. Emeka had been my first and only lover. To say that I was a novice would have been an understatement. Plus, I was nervous and emotional. But TK was an experienced and patient lover. Once I got over my shyness, spending time with him became an addiction. Nothing changed between us in the office, but after hours, it was a different matter. I spent nights at his house. We went on low-profile dates and snuck around the office once or twice for kisses, and sometimes more. We were the world's best-kept secret, as we knew we had to be very discreet, especially because we hadn't even defined what we were doing. Everything was going well until my world was rocked to its core. We had been together for only 3 months when a woman who looked like she could be on the cover of Vogue magazine walked up to my desk. Her skin was incredibly smooth. She had curly light brown hair and a waist so tiny I was sure my hands could wrap around it. The only makeup visible on her face was bright red lipstick. I was transfixed. I had never seen a woman so beautiful in the flesh. I'm here to see Tokumbo, she said. Her accent was American, and her tone was kinder than one would expect from someone so beautiful. Sure, let me just check to see if he's available. Who might I say is here to see him? I asked as I reached for the phone. I knew she didn't have an appointment, but with her accent, I assumed she might be a business acquaintance from Washington. His wife. The phone clattered onto the desk. Quite frankly, I think I lost brain function for a few minutes that day. I don't remember completing the phone call to tell him that she was waiting, since I had met other girlfriends of his floored me completely. I felt dirty and used, and stupid, extremely stupid. Obviously, his wife lived abroad, because I had been to his house a couple of times and there was no sign of a woman living there. But how did no one in the office know he was married? No wonder he had suggested we keep our relationship a secret. As I made my way home, I drove past one of the 5-star hotels in Victoria Island, and I remembered a rather steamy weekend we had spent there about 6 weeks before. Hang on a minute. I did some quick maths. I hadn't had a period since then. I instantly changed directions from home to the nearest pharmacy. 2 hours later, I was lying on the floor of my living room, crying my heart out, when I heard a familiar pounding on my front door. I composed myself enough to stumble to the door and open it. As soon as I saw him standing there, my heart lurched and my hand flew up, but he caught my wrist before I could truly connect with his face. I can explain. I was overcome with shame and disgust at myself. I felt bitterness rise like bile up my throat. Explain? What will you explain? Why are you always so stubborn? Take this. I shoved the pregnancy test in my other hand into his palm and get out of my house. I tried to slam the door in his face, but he wedged his foot in the way. He must have been in pain, but he hid it well. Technically, Angela, this is my house. I stared at him until he realized what he was holding, and his face instantly went from angry to blank and expressionless. Did you just find out? By now, I was shaking all over. I thought we were being careful, I stammered. I have to take a blood test to be sure. I was weeping, but TK was unusually calm. Was he just shocked? Could he possibly be happy about this? My life was ruined, and he was just standing there saying nothing. The flashback to my last sex encounter and pregnancy overwhelmed me, and I started to feel faint. TK stepped forward and held me up. I'm sorry. I got carried away sometimes. I guess I wasn't always careful. I couldn't believe what he said. Excuse me, I have to be somewhere else right now. Are you okay to walk back in? What? What was he saying right now? Just leave. Leave me alone. Just go. I was angry, but my voice was weak. And just like that, he really left me there. My world turned upside down. I didn't go to work for 3 days. I had no idea what to do. After the 10th positive pregnancy test and confirmatory blood test, I called Banke in America. Help me. I messed up. I don't know who else to talk to about this. Slow down, Angela. Take a deep breath and start at the beginning. What's going on? I brought her up to speed on how my crush on Tokumbo had finally turned to something real, and how we agreed to keep our relationship a secret until I found out that he was not only married, but that I was pregnant again. Oh, Angela, please don't judge me, please. Tell me what to do, Banky, because I'm so confused right now. This is a lot, but I want you to know that this isn't your fault. What has the other party said about this? Nothing. I smiled. Nothing. I wailed. Since I told him, he hasn't said a word, but I think I am going to resign because I plan on keeping the baby. I'm not going to force his hand, and I don't want his money. I will raise my child myself. She was quiet for a while. Okay, but you need to move out of the company guest house, and you can't go to Auntie Titi's house. It won't be fair on her. I think you should just come and stay with me in California until you have the baby. When you are ready, we can go to New York together to break the news to Afolabi. The more she spoke, the more my body systems seemed to stabilize. It was calming for somebody to have a plan, any sort of plan, to help pull me out of the mess I had made of things. The thought of disappointing my brother again was too much for me to bear, but I was keeping the baby, no matter what. Banke's plan was fortuitous because I had been planning a trip to America for the 2 weeks that I was allowed pay my contract with TK, and my visa from the business trip with TK was still valid. Being close to my brother and his family was like the icing on the cake. Plus, I had some money tucked away and knew it would be enough for my travel costs and the first few months of my upkeep. I had to come up with a plan for the medical cost of having the baby in America and what I could do with my life afterwards. But I decided that I would cross that bridge when I came to it. The next day, I sent the head of human resources an email informing her that I was officially resigning and would pay whatever I owed the company for breaching the 1 month notice rule. She acknowledged receipt of my mail, and I immediately started making my travel arrangements. Later that night, TK's familiar banging filled my apartment. It was 1 a.m., and when I opened the door, he reeked like a distillery. I had never seen him drunk before, and I didn't want a scene, so I planted myself in his way and didn't let him come in. He looked beyond my shoulder and saw my bags packed by the small hallway. Didn't I tell you that you don't get to leave me unless I let you go? Watch me. He looked at me with unfocused eyes, and my heart wavered for a second. But when I remembered that he never even showed up until I made all the decisions alone by myself, it hardened again. Don't you want some answers before you leave? How did he always say just what I wanted to hear? He was swaying in front of me, so I stepped aside. So I stepped aside and he staggered into the flat and plopped himself on my two-seater sofa. He lit a cigarette, but I said nothing. Instead, I walked to the windows and opened them. Aside from the fact that I hated the smell, the smoke was bad for the baby. He immediately put out the cigarette in the ashtray I kept handy in the living room for his visits. It was shaped like a race car. I had bought it knowing his love for Formula One, and the first time he saw it, he fell in love with it. My mother drove away, the first and only woman I have ever allowed myself to love. Those words were like a hot poker in the chest, and my eyes filled with tears. I knew that everything he was about to say to me would hurt like hell. I met her during youth service. Her name was Hawa. It was love at first sight for us both. When my mother found out about us, she threatened to cut me off and called Hawa unrepeatable names. I left home to be with her and didn't speak to my mom for months. After NYSC, I proposed and she accepted, and then all of a sudden, she just disappeared. Literally, I knew her parents lived in Jos, but I had never met them. So I didn't even know where to look for her. And then one day it came, a letter from her telling me she couldn't carry on with the relationship as she felt we were young and making a mistake. I later found out that my mother had made her a bargain, a full scholarship to Harvard for her MBA in exchange for breaking my heart. She took my mother's offer. I was heartbroken, but I realized that maybe she didn't love me as much as I thought she did if she was willing to sacrifice all we shared for a certificate. In her defense, I guess it was because she was always an ambitious person. It was one of the things I loved about her. I eventually got over her, but it changed me. I became the ultimate bachelor because I felt every woman had a price. Until 3 years ago, when I met Nicole, the woman you saw at the office, on a trip to America. She was attractive and feisty, and she didn't care who I was or what family I belonged to. And I loved that. I could be myself with her, and I hadn't felt that way in a long time. But she was divorced with a child, and I knew it would be a problem for my family, especially my mother. So I did something drastic. About 2 years ago, we eloped and married at Vegas. I didn't tell my family because I knew they wouldn't approve. The plan was for her to move to Nigeria after a while. I was really determined to make it work because we connected on many levels. Unfortunately, things didn't work out, and 6 months into the marriage, she decided to end it. I tried to get her to change her mind because I don't believe in divorce. We even had counseling, but Nicole was determined to end it, and I had to accept her decision. She came to Nigeria to see her family, and that was why she stopped by the office the other day. I have been finalizing the end of our marriage for the past for the past few days, only to get back to work and be told that you are leaving. My head was reeling with information he had just dumped on my lap, but one question stood out among the rest. Why did she want to leave you? He pulled out another cigarette, and I knew whatever was coming was big. I cheated on her with her friend, and she found out. A wave of dizziness hit me as he continued with a barrage of bombshells. Look, I am a messed up guy. I don't believe in love. I am obsessed with work, and I have a controlling narcissistic mother who enjoys tormenting any woman in my life. I can't promise you the world. I am not even sure that I can be faithful to you. But that's my baby in there. And whatever you decide has to include me as that child's father. I won't compromise on that. I was weak. He had made me no promises, given no guarantees. Was I supposed to just have this baby and be his mistress? I was only 26, for God's sake. Tokumbo, do you even have any feeling for me at all? He stood up and walked over to the open window with the ashtray in his hand. He lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and exhaled out the window. And then he looked at me. His eyes filmed over, his features lit by the butt of his cigarette in the semi-dark room. I may not be capable of loving anyone more, but what I feel for you sometimes comes close. He had put out the cigarette in the ashtray and dropped it on the windowsill. I'm going to give you a day to decide what you want. Don't let me down. And with that, he walked away and left me in a cloud of confusion. Chapter 6. The Gamble. On the same afternoon that TK returned from Washington, I got a surprise call from his sister, Tomike. He had gone straight from the airport to the office, and I was at home, making everything nice and inviting for when he came back home. The sex ban between us was expiring in a few days, and I wanted to build up towards the day when we recommitted to that aspect of our marriage again. When I saw her name flashing on my phone, I braced myself because every encounter she and I ever had was unpleasant at best. Hello, I said. Like I didn't know who was calling. Hello to you too, Mrs. Wife. Can you see what I mean? The girl had no home training. How can the daughter of a billionaire be so cantankerous for no reason? And to use poor grammar to make a point should be beneath someone who went to one of the most expensive universities in the United Kingdom. Tomike, good morning, I said icily. I am sure you know it is Mommy's birthday soon, she said, ignoring my greeting. It always unnerved me that a woman who was nearly 40 called her mother Mommy in that tone of voice like a child. Yes, I am aware. What I really wanted to say was that birthdays don't change from year to year. But Tomike is not one to pick a fight with. She will enter any gutter with you. She has no shame or restraint. Good. There's going to be a series of celebrations. The main one will be a party at the villa this Saturday. Iyawo, it's going to be a big deal because a lot of big shots will be there, including the governor and his deputy. We are going to need you to report to the villa to find out how you can be useful in the lead up to the big day. Understood? I was livid. Why did this woman still talk to me like I am a mere PA after all these years and a wedding later? Did I not have a right to be mad at the disrespect because of how her brother and I got together? What if I treated her with a disdain because of her own checkered history? Before I could respond, the insolent woman hung up the phone, and just like that, my mood was ruined. By the time TK finally came home bearing gifts and excited to see me and his daughter, I was still upset. I didn't even care that he wrapped me in a warm, lingering embrace and kissed me on the cheek. That was the most physical affection we had engaged in for nearly a month, and it was tainted by how small Tomike had made me feel. After dinner, which I barely tasted, I reported her to her brother. As usual, he defended her, albeit in a roundabout way. Tomike is nasty to everyone, Angie. Even when she was a kid, Tomiwa and I used to hide her from her friends and girlfriends because she was a loose cannon. Still, just ignore her, She is lonely and a drama queen. Plus, I bet our mom was giving her hell and she was looking for someone to take it out on. I opened my mouth to complain again, and he cut me off. Babe, I just got home and I am tired. His phone was vibrating. The screen flashed private number. Let me get this, he said, standing up and heading to his study. I actually heard him lock the door behind him. And that's how TK achieved the first strike. Strike 2 happened the next morning. Madam MM, TK's PA and admin manager and events planner and everything. Because quite frankly, I don't know what that girl does in his office. Arrived in the house with a huge wrapped present for the Duchess. I had gone jogging across the Lekki Ikoyi bridge and was just returning when I spotted her and some men trying to move the gift into the house. Of course, I accosted her. She told me it was the Duchess's birthday present, and TK had instructed her to deliver it to the house that morning. Imagine my husband picking out a gift for his mother and having it wrapped without me even seeing it. I waited for Madam MM and her short skirt to leave, and then I went and unwrapped the present. It was a very elegant oil painting of the Duchess in a gold-plated frame. Truth be told, it was a perfect gift for a woman with her kind of personality, but he should have consulted me first. When TK got back, it wasn't a pretty scene. The portrait had been placed in the lobby, and I intentionally left it unwrapped. He burst into our room. What happened to the portrait? Oh, hi, darling. How was work? I asked you a question, Angela. The wrapping keeps the painting in perfect condition before I present it to my mom. Why would you unwrap it? Babe, why would you decide on a gift for your mother without discussing it with me at all? And then you have it delivered here, wrapped. What statement are you trying to make? That it is none of my business, right? If it is in this house, it is my business. So I unwrapped it. He stood there looking at me like I was glowing neon green. This kind of pettiness should be beneath you, Angela. Don't think I don't know what this is really about. It was my turn to gawk at him. Please tell me what I am really thinking. You have been bullying MM for months just because she is doing the job that you used to. I know that your imagination is running wild, but please restrain yourself. What? Before I could respond, he continued, wrap up that present like you met it and stop playing games. He marched past me and went straight into the bathroom. I was stunned. I bet you think he is right, don't you? After all, he did start dating me when I was his EA. But that's not the problem. MM, unlike me, does not understand boundaries. And besides, unbeknown to TK, I was aware of another candidate with whom he was playing away matches, and her name was not Imem. His PA's rudeness was a small distraction. Anyway, as he was yelling at me, Rosemary was already wrapping up the portrait as we had planned. I was merely trying to make a point, which I hope TK understood. A wife was a wife, regardless of how she came to be. So, I was done being treated like a temporary fixture in his life, and that was how he acquired strike 2. The third strike came the day before the party. I had spent the 2 days before running humiliating errands on behalf of his sister, his mother, and the planners, all in the name of being a good wife. Adobe was there, but she was being given reasonable things to do, like making calls to the VIPs to ensure their attendance. Meanwhile, I found myself at some point supervising the food items which were being delivered and prepped. I came home that day reeking of wood smoke, like my days in Ibadan helping my mother run her restaurant. On the day before the party, I stumbled on the sitting chart. My eyes involuntarily scanned for family names, and it immediately struck me that something was missing. Then it hit me. My only family in Lagos, Auntie Titi and her husband Adebo Wale, were missing. Every other person had at least a member of their extended family there. Even Tomike's last ex was invited, and they were usually shooting daggers at each other when they were in the same room. I went over to Tomike, who was in charge of the seating arrangement. Tomike, I think there's been a mistake with the chart, I began. Oh, and what might that be? From her response, intuition already told me that the omission was deliberate, but I pressed on. My aunt and her husband were not placed. They have attended every year and were already preparing to come this year, too, I said as sweetly as I could. She made a small show of looking at the seating plan in my hands. Everyone on the guest list should be on the seating chart. If they are not here, it means they weren't invited. I held on to my dwindling patience. I don't understand. TK personally called them yesterday to invite them, so why wouldn't their names be on the list today? She snapped her fingers as if she just remembered an important detail. Oh, that was before Mommy insisted that she wanted only 250 guests, not 300. We had to prune the list. I hope you understand. She tapped my arm as if what she was saying made sense. The last of my patience and common sense flitted away, and my aunt and uncle's name just had to be on the elimination list, right? Her gaze was steely, but I could see the obvious enjoyment she was having at my expense. I mean, Iyawo, I figured it wouldn't matter too much. It's not like they are your real parents. If they were, that would have been a different conversation. But they are just your uncle and aunt. They are expendable. Sorry. Tomike, you know very well that they are not just my aunt and uncle. My mother is dead and I never met my father. They are my parents. She chuckled wickedly. What is this? Emotional blackmail? Why must they attend this party? Oh, is it because they would never in their life be invited to such a high-class event? Had you not seduced my brother and trapped him with a child? Hey, yeah, they can try next year. As for this year, there is no space for them. I saw red, literally. I lashed out at her verbally, but I don't even remember what I said. I stormed out of the villa and got into my car, driving like I was being chased. When I got home, I saw that TK had called me several times. What happened? His voice was cold when I answered the phone. I don't remember, I was too angry. He sighed. What could Tomike have done to bring up her failed marriages? Did you really call her used up and worthless? Did I? I could have said that, but hearing those words said back to me filled me with shame. Tomike was deeply disturbed, but I never wanted to sink to her level no matter the provocation. He ranted about how he was tired of intervening in all the stunts I had been pulling recently. and said I should sort myself out. The nerve! I was certain he had never called his sister or his mom to talk to them this way, no matter what they did to me. But I was losing ground, so I said nothing. Instead of going home, I called Linda, then Funsho. Luckily, they were both free to meet me for lunch. We gathered in Funsho's stately home in Osborne for a good venting session. I arrived before Linda, who was once again with an instructor on her mission to lose weight and keep her husband. Funsho and I used the time to catch up since I hadn't seen her in a while. I met Funsho Alade through her husband, Benga, who happened to be TK's childhood friend. When we met, I had just married TK, and she had just moved back to Nigeria to join her husband after living in Atlanta for 10 years. Benga Alade was a rare Lagos specimen, rich, young, handsome, and scandal-free, what anyone would call a great catch. They managed to sustain a picture-perfect life with their 2 young children. Fortunately for her, and unlike me, she had a successful career as a communication manager in a leading telecoms company. I planned to not attend the party to register my displeasure and ill treatment. You must go to that party. You must go to that party and play your part. Don't start what you can't finish. Linda, ever the peacemaker, advised. Why should we constantly accept being treated like death? She is a part of that family, and if they don't recognize that, then they have to be forced to do so. Don't go, Funsho countered. Anjola, you know this one is an Americana, Abi. You have to go. In fact, what are you wearing? Make sure you look very good. Hold your head up high, play your part, and go home with your husband afterwards. If you humble yourself, it will be easier for you to make a case about the way you are being treated. Trust me, Funsho said. Funsho was livid on my behalf. Linda, that's what she has been doing since she married TK. And what has that solved? The only way to make a case is to make a statement, and the statement is your absence. If your family is not welcome there, then you are not welcome there also. After 2 hours, I left Funsho's house more confused than when I got there. Linda was right. I couldn't win this game, but Funsho also had a point. I had to stand my ground if I wanted to be treated better. By the time I got home, put Duni to bed, wrote in my journal, and got ready to relax a little, TK came home. So we decided to sit down to dinner together. Angie, I want to appeal to you to dial down the drama for the party tomorrow. I have a lot on my plate, and I can't handle a showdown between you, my sister, and my mom. Whatever has been bugging you, can you just let it slide for one night, and we can talk about it afterwards? Strike 3 came with the last straw. I scraped my fork loudly on my plate and said calmly, there won't be any drama, because I will not be attending the party. He placed his cutlery down and cleaned his mouth with a napkin. He had barely touched his meal. What? You heard me. Anjola, you will be at the party, even if I have to carry you there myself. Am I clear? Tokumbo, I haven't been a member of your staff for years. You can no longer command me at will. I said what I said. I didn't care that I was being difficult, but I was prepared to gamble, as I had in the past, to push against my deepest convictions in order to gain something bigger. I had rolled over for TK long enough. It was time for him to take a clear stand. TK pushed his chair back and slowly rose to his full height. Ever since I got home from my trip, you have been seeking a fight with me. My rope is wearing thin, Angela. And with that vague threat hanging in the air, he left the dinner table. Once he was gone, I let out a deep breath that I had not even known I was holding. His mention of his trip and his awareness of the fact that I had left home without telling him pinched in my brain. Emeka, that was about him and his indecent proposal, his constant insinuations that I had made the wrong choice, that I wasn't really happy. I was pushing TK's buttons because I wanted him to fully choose me once and for all. Yes, we were married, and he said that he loved me, but the past and his actions often said otherwise. I sent Emeka a text. I have made up my mind, this has to stop. His reply was swift. I don't believe you. You have 3 more days for your final answer. The next morning, I set out early and headed to Ogudu to see my aunt. I had to break the news to her in person that she and my uncle were disinvited from the party that TK had personally invited them to. I told her about the ill treatment in the lead up to the party and TK siding with his family, even as he seemed unaware of all the facts of the quarrel between his sister and I. Auntie Titi patiently listened. When I was done, she prayed for me at length, asking for guidance, wisdom, and protection for me. Then she gently asked me to pick my battles. You have to go, Angela. Don't let your detractors have evidence against you. Even though you are right to be offended, it is not worth the trouble. To be absent at your mother-in-law's party. We will be fined for not attending. Don't jeopardize your relationship with your husband on our account. Her words and reaction moved me. I realized I had not been going about things all wrong. I went back home and found that TK had already left for the party without me. Heeding Linda's advice from the day before, I decided to dress to kill. I selected an off-shoulder, floor-length Christian Dior evening dress. It was wine and black and draped beautifully over my cuffs. My go-to makeup person and stylist were on hand to accentuate the look with a chignon and a smoky look dusting my features. I completed my look with the diamond necklace and matching earrings TK gave me for my birthday the year before. I knew I had knocked my look out of the park. I was late to the party and made an inadvertent grand entrance. A light hush came over the grand ballroom when I walked in. TK was deep in conversation with his mother as I made the rounds greeting the dignitaries and extended members of the Ayo Kensington clan that were present. Aside from my husband, I had no allies in my room. I knew that they all gossiped about me and looked down their noses at me. It was why I needed my aunt and uncle, why I had contemplated staying away, but I heeded the advice I had been given, and I held my head up high as I walked through the room. We took our places for dinner soon after. TK, as the first son, gave a sweeping speech in honor of his mother, who sat at the head of the table like a queen. Tomike to her right, her husband to her left. When he was done, there was general applause before the 7-course banquet began across the 10 tables in the hall, each seating 25 carefully selected guests. TK and I were beside each other on a separate table from his sister and parents. Tomiwa and Adobe were on another table too. Our table complimented his oratory and my beauty, and we accepted the comments with gracious smiles, looking like a perfect couple. Yet we had not said a word to each other for nearly 24 hours and hadn't had sex in a month. After dinner, it was time to mingle, and TK spoke to me for the first time that day. I need to head out. An emergency conference call with Washington. I'll see you at home. Okay, dear. Let me see you out. His eyes told me no need, but since he had asked for no drama, he couldn't very well start one. So he said, okay. When I got home, it was minutes to 11, but Rosemary told me that TK hadn't come home yet. I decided it was time to lay down arms. A month had passed since he had even touched me. We couldn't go on like this. Still in my dress, I selected a bottle of champagne from our mini cellar and headed to his office to surprise him with a steamy session, like in the days before we were married. The entire office building, except for the security lights, was dark and empty when I got there. The security informed me that TK hadn't been to the office all day. I walked shakily back to the car, held on to the steering wheel, and wept with sheer exhaustion. It had to be true then. If he wasn't home, he wasn't here, and all of his family were at the party. Where else but in a mistress's arms could he be? I went home, drank the bottle of champagne all by myself, and passed out on our bed. My drunken state did not stop me from noting that TK came home by 3 a.m. He headed for the shower immediately, and I scrambled quickly to check his phones before he came back. They were all locked and yielded nothing. I reached for his clothes, sniffing the collar and rummaging in the pockets. I felt a little insane, but I didn't care. I needed answers, clear proof, something. And then I saw it, the unmistakable smudge of compact powder on my husband's white shirt, a stain that wasn't there when I saw him off earlier. My head spun. What was happening? The more evidence I gathered, the more confused I was. By the time he emerged from his bath, I was feigning sleep again. The next morning, I didn't bother to confront him. I needed concrete evidence before I knew what move to make. After the school run, I was carrying out my new morning routine, a jog on the Lekki Ikoyi bridge, when I heard a familiar voice call out, "Angel!" I stopped in my tracks and turned around. Emeka was on the opposite side of the bridge, heading towards Lekki from Ikoyi. He waved and pointed towards the runabout at his end of the bridge. We met at the corner that led to Alexander Avenue and started walking along it. "What are you doing here?" I asked slightly, with slightly out of breath. "Same as you, exercising, distressing." I shook my head in annoyance. "I really hate when you act like you can read my mind." He laughed.
You have lost your sense of humor. Angel, fine. I know you jog here sometimes. I was hoping to see you since you stopped responding to my texts. I was still reeling from last night's discovery, and oddly, Emeka's flattery was doing nothing to make me feel better. This is careless and stupid. You should go. I felt out of step with him, but he followed closely behind me, such that I would hear what he was saying, but to anyone passing by, we looked like strangers. "Angela, it's been a week. I need an answer. I gave you an answer. I said, and I didn't believe you. I don't know what else to tell you. Do what you want to do. Is that really all you have to say to me?" "I am dealing with a lot right now, Emeka. This is not helping. That is the thing, Angel. I am giving you a way out. You just don't see it. I will give you more time. You will choose me Soon enough, I am sure of it. I wanted to wail around badly to tell him off, but I didn't instead. Flagged down a passing red cab and handed home. No sooner had I stepped into the compound when our head security rushed out with an envelope. He said it had been slipped under the gate by a person dressed in all black, and he had seems the drop off on the CCTV, but the person had disappeared by the time he got there. For security reason, he decided to open it first. He handed me the open envelope and I shook out of the content. Inside was a piece of paper in which a message had been created using a collage of words cut out from magazines and newspaper. I know your husband I know where your husband was last night. I stood there with the paper in my hands, stunned. I had never looked for evidence this whole time. It turned out that the evidence found me first. 5 years ago, I took a chance on TK. The 24 hours he had given me to decide whether the longest of my life. I was confused for I was confused for once. I decided to be an adult and make my decision alone. I wasn't going to call Banker or my brother on any of my old friends. I was going to weigh my opinions, then decide what was best for me. True to form, exactly 24 hours later, I got a text from TK. What is the verdict? I still hadn't made up my mind. Was I supposed to tell him how I truly felt? What if I just ran off to America to start a new life as a single parent? Or was I at the point where I fully raised that realized that being pregnant with Adetokunbo Ayokinstong's baby, one of the eligible and sought after bachelors in Lagos, was dooming my future rather than securing it. I debated with myself if the wisest course of action wasn't the one thing I promised myself I would ever do. I wasn't too late to that point. I was only about 6 weeks pregnant and only TK and Banke knew, so it wouldn't be a reputational risk if I suddenly wound up without a child. I waited for a few hours and decided to lay my card on the table. What was the worst that could happen really? I was no stranger to heartbreak. I picked up my phone and sent a reply. All or nothing. I didn't hear from TK for the rest of the day. My midday, a day after, TK was TK still didn't respond, so I booked a flight to America. My flight was due to take off on a Saturday. I had 2 days to prepare. I called Auntie Titi and told her that I had resigned. She wasn't shocked because she had seen how TK called me at odd hours and had heard me complain about the draconian ways. I told her that I needed some time to regroup and was heading to California to spend some time with Banke. We arranged for me to drop off what I wasn't taking with me at her house. So I packed up a moving van and headed over to the company to return my flat and company keys. Then I switched off my phone. I was in Ogudu arranging what was left of my life's possession. Then I realized that I left a folder with my credential on the side table in my former room. I knew that the security at the apartment had a spare key, so I took a taxi down to Lekki. To my shock, there was a mini commotion in progress when I arrived. TK was having a meltdown and the security, all three of them were getting an epic tongue clashing. How wordless are you? A whole human being left this place with all her possession, and you could not even ask where she was going. Is this how you secure a place and the people in it? Sashino, keep quiet. If you don't find out where she is in the next 20 minutes, you are fired. What are you doing? All four men looking in my direction. The security guard were relieved and TK looked embarrassed. You have my number. Tokumbo, why are you here berating these men and when you have known where I am for the past few days and didn't show up? I walk up to I walk I walk to where my stool and ask for the spare key from the security, who looked unsure of what to do. I turned to Tiki. I am only here to get the last of my thing. Please let him open the door for me. Tiki regained his voice. Where were you? I had been waiting for hours, here for hours. How is that any concern of mine? Are you serious? So you have decided to juvenile the immature. How ironic. I wonder what more jubilee, you impregnating me, then telling me to decide what I want to happen next, or being the bigger person and taking responsibility for my action. And you are here bullying people that did nothing to you. He staggered in disbelief. Did you just call me a bully? Did I? Sorry, I don't know what came over me. With that, Tike grabbed my hand and pulled me towards my former flat. They already told you this. All or nothing. I pulled out a pack of cigarettes and then tossed it on the table in frustration. After a week, he took off his ties and threw it on the couch, then rolled up his sleeves. If the situation wasn't so serious, I might have found it funny. Define all. All means all. Tokumbo, I want everything you have to offer or nothing at all. He looked at me and sighed. Very well then. How soon should we get married? You are you are still married and you don't believe in love or monogamy. Why will I marry? Why would I want to marry you? My divorce is final in a week or less. We get married in 2 weeks. Nothing big or fancy, just a court wedding with a few witnesses. We need to focus on the baby and stop this meaningless fight. Like a lot of women, I had always fancied about the way I would be proposed to. Never in my wildest dream did I think it would happen when I was pregnant for a man who didn't love me in an empty apartment. Where was the Barry White music in the background and the scent candle, the rose, and most importantly, where was the ring with a diamond and the size of my tomb? Hell no. I wasn't settling for this shabby and sorry excuse of a proposal, especially when I was hoping he would say was that he didn't want to lose me, that he now realized that he loved me and I was the only woman for him. Is it so easy to ask a woman to marry you? I am what? The third woman you have proposed to, aren't you? Why should I say yes? Because I am desperate. Is this what all means to you? Tike looked genuinely frustrated. Angela, I truly don't know what more you want from me. And that's precisely why I will be boarding the flight to America on Saturday, I said and swept around, heading to my former bedroom. I walked in there and flipped the light switch in anger. To my amazement, I saw that the bed was covered with red rose petals, and in the middle he had spelled out "Marry Me" with kites, knowing they were my favorite candy. Right next to the question was a little red box. I knew what was in it, but I was so shocked to even move. Tike walked into the room and went over to the bed. He picked a turning point. The ring was a princess cut diamond set in a platinum band. It even had a little peridot right in the middle, my birthstone. When he slid it up my finger, I burst into tears. How long had he been planning this? No wonder he was having a meltdown when he didn't see me. Is the thought of being married to me that bad? I don't know what to say. Say yes, I am scared. Angela, you know me. You know I am an arrogant bastard who only thinks about himself. You know I can't control my temper, and you know I am petty and like everything done to perfection.
But you also know that if I am asking you to marry me, it is because I want you. Was this a declaration of love or a preposition of clean up a mistake? As I was about to respond, a pain I had been feeling in my abdomen intensified. I had attributed it to the stress of packing, but it was obviously more than that. TK, I gasped. The pain became so severe that the sweat broke out all over me. I intensified, becoming more frequent, like contradiction, like a miscarriage. Aji, what's happening? The baby. TK carried me in his arm and limped to his feet, obviously startled. Then he rushed to open the door and screamed out of his driver's name. By the time we made it to the car, blood was trickling down my leg. A strangled cry escaped me as a deja vu flooded my sense. I knew what was happening. I was losing TK's baby just as I had lost Emeka's. Chapter 7. Confluence. It shocked me as a poignant to be in the middle of the same quagmire that I had been in 5 years ago. All paths had converged in the middle. Even though I thought I had moved past it, I was being made to choose all over again. Was TK the love of my life? Or was it Emeka? I had made a mistake all those years. Was it fate giving me a second chance to right a wrong? Or was she toiling with me to see how committed I was to the decision I had made? Was I fooled or wise by wavering? A week had gone by since I got the strange letter. After I pleaded with the guard not to let Tiki know about it, I decided to stop trying to figure out what my husband was up to. I close I chose relative peace over chaotic certainty. We are married and we have a daughter. Until he said otherwise, no matter what he did, I will continue to stay the course. Instead of plotting and scheming, I concentrated on clearing my head and figuring out the kind of life I wanted for myself. So, I did the classical thing and outlined the strengths and weaknesses of both men in my journals. Emeka was a reflection of my youth. My time with him shaped some of my view on life and love. When I am with him, even now, I still feel aspect of my youthful person. I can be carefree and silly. I can say whatever is on my mind, and the way he feels about me never waver. If I had been with Emeka, I would have been able to dream of better future for myself, to be a full person, not just his accessory. With him, I would have just been Angela because I wouldn't have been under pressure to perform or keep up with the journeys. I would have been able to just breathe. Our relationship was tested in the past, and even though we went our separate ways and found different paths, fate somehow brought us back together. And what else could it be? The first time he found me, the night before I got married, he was too late. I let him go and promptly forgot about him, but there he was again. Only fate worked in cycles and patterns. But what does she want from me? On the other hand, Ade Tokumbo was my husband, the father of my only child, the man who chose me against all odds. He had provided every material comfort. He has been a devoted father, skilled lover, and a great companion. But he is always away. His family had one too many venomous snake, and he is in a deeply complex man that is hard to understand. After 4 years, I felt like I knew most of his dirty laundry, the unethical business dealing, his previous marriage which he cancelled, the fact that he would cheat on his ex-wife, and that he might be doing the same thing to me. Then it hit me. With Emeka, all of his cards had always been on the table, I never had to doubt his love for me or question his motive. But even after marrying TK, all his all his cards were still close to his chest, and I would never guess how he really felt about me from one day to the next. But was that enough to be so confused? At his confluence that I found myself. The answer and even the question were still not clear. Was this a second chance to choose a better life? Was what I felt for Emeka love or nostalgia? Did I really love TK, or was he a security blanket, a convenience, and an obsession? I needed a break from my constant rumination, so I attended a dinner party organized by Funsho's company. It was thrilling to be in a corporate environment surrounded by professionals. It was especially satisfying to see my friend in her element, being in charge of her destiny and navigating the adults, working well with finance. On my way home, I was filled with a strange longing tinged with sadness, but at least the outing had shifted my thought away from Emeka and TK. When I got home, it was already midnight. I was surprised to see my husband in the small garden out in front of the house. He was smoking the coil of it, and the color was what had my attention. I knew he could see me, but he didn't speak until I started to walk towards him. Had fun. My instinct told me that something was amiss. His voice sounded strange. I suppose fashion sent her regards. He smirked. That's nice. It was getting agitated. TK, do you really need to be smoking so much? It's not good for your health. He turned to look at me, the half finished cigarette in between his slim finger. He trapped it and ashes fell to the floor. How do you do it? I felt my heart skipped a beat. Do what? Pretend to be so innocent even as you are scheming behind my back. What? TK, I have never schemed. He helped up a slim white pill box with his other hand that I instantly recognized. My contraceptives. But how did he? He was looking for the Amex card you used on your last trip abroad. I tried calling you to ask where it was, but you didn't answer your phone, so I decided to search for it. As you can see, I found more than I was looking for. To think that I was worried at first, unsure if the medicine was treating a condition I knew nothing about. I actually looked up the drug on the internet, and lo and behold, contraceptives. You are perfectly healthy, just a dang good liar. I was floored. How did these things turn around so fast? He was the one cheating, the one who hadn't so much as kissed me in his 6 weeks, the one who was never around, whose family treat me like a maid. How did I end up the liar and the villain? My mouth was dry as I started to explain. Tokumbo, I stuttered. It's not what you think. I have my reasons. He stood up. You don't have to explain yourself to me. He laughed bitterly and shook his head. And to think I was feeling bad for keeping my hands off you. Fate was a funny way of exposing the truth. Don't worry about trying to prevent a pregnancy. I will stay out of your way for good. He stomped out his cigarette with his foot and headed inside, leaving me standing there in shock. By the time I got to the bedroom, I didn't have to be told. It was obvious TK had moved some of his things to the guest room. I carried myself to sleep. I saw what I had been doing through TK's eyes, and I realized I was a liar and a fraud, yet I was constantly judging him. How could I even begin to explain that I was afraid of having another baby because of the fear of fortifying custody of the child if we divorced? Was that still the reason, or was it because another pregnancy would make leaving him for another man harder? The next morning, I flushed away what was left of the prescription. I hadn't used them in over a month anyway, and from all indication, I wouldn't be needing them anymore. All afternoon, every time my phone made a sound, I would leap with the expectation that it was TK, but it was always Emeka. I spent the day drafting and deleting messages to him. Our first child was conceived by mistake. I wanted our second to be different. TK, please forgive me. Some things I had to explain. It doesn't mean that I am lying to you. Who is B? Are you cheating on me? After 20 or so deleted texts and then so unanswered calls, I gave up and went for a swimming to clear my head. When I got back home into the house, our head security Festus told me that a woman he had not recognized said she had an urgent message for me. My heart did a cartwheel. Could it be whom I thought it was? Had I finally pushed TK far away that his mistress was embodying to reveal herself? I asked him to let her in while I hurried upstairs to change into one of my bombers, a crimson one with gold trim. It wasn't how I thought I would meet my love rival, but I didn't have the time to we're wheedled to select something else. When I stepped into the lobby, I almost passed out. I had expected to see TK's mistress, but the woman in front of me was Ronke, Emeka's fiancée. She looked ferocious, even as a small smile graced her face. Good evening, Mrs. Ayo Kintong. I trust you know who I am. I rearranged my face from shock to surprise. Of course, Ronke, what a pleasant surprise. To what do I owe this visit? She looked me silently for a few seconds. You are a better actress than I thought. What was going on? Twice in a row, I had been randomly accused of lying or pretending. I wonder what was about to be revealed to me now. Excuse me, Emeka called off our arrangement last night. Are you still going to act like you didn't know? I staggered backward in shock. No wonder he had been calling me desperately all day. How could he do such a thing? Ranke, I am truly sorry. I have no idea why he would do that. She started laughing. This is hilarious. I don't know what upset me more. The fact that you are acting innocent with me when I have seen all the messages between the two of you, or the fact that when I initially decided to come here, it was to beg you not to confront you. My mind was spinning and I didn't know how to respond, so she went on. After we ran into you at the supermarket 2 months ago, I noticed a change in Emeka. At first, I thought I was being paranoid, but he left his phone behind one day, and when he went for a jog, and I downloaded all your texts. I informed him the other day and I saw you two walking on the bridge. I found my voice. I know that what you have seen looks suspicious, but it's not that you think. I am happily married and I have nothing to gain from your broken engagement. So you are going to keep denying it. You want to stand there and tell me that you have no feeling for Emeka and you are unaware that he believes that he is in love with you. Like I said, she cut me off with a raised hand. Save it. I have seen what I need to see. Let me make myself clear. I love Emeka and will marry him. Whatever is going on between you two is a mere distraction. I will give you 24 hours to make it clear to him that you are supposedly happy in your marriage and have no interest in being with him. If you don't, I will put your entire world upside down like you have done mine. Ronke, you don't have to threaten me in my own house, I said already. Oh, am I threatening you? I am giving you a heads up because a storm is coming your way and you will not be able to weather it. You disgust me. Look around you. Is this not what every woman fancy about? Yet here you are, sniffing around a man who belongs to someone else. I hope I have made myself clear. I will see myself out. The minute she left, I flopped onto the sofa nearest to me like a lifeless doll. This was going too far. All that had happened between Emeka and I was reminiscing and one dinner. It was hardly a torrid affair, but what would TK do if he found out? Or the Duchess? It would be a fulfillment of the worst predicament about me. It would confirm that I was truly not good enough for him in the first place. Something had to be done to reverse things. But what? Emeka's phone was probably being monitored. If I call or text him now, how could I be sure that Ronke wouldn't somehow know what we said? I went into my message and scrolled through them. I found the name of his office in Ikoyi. I jumped into one of the car with tinted window and headed straight there. I ended up in the parking lot and waited beside his car for 2 hours. Each passing second added a kilo of stress onto me, such that I feared I would explode. Finally, I saw him emerging and flashed my light until he noticed me. I rolled down the side window and he jogged over, surprised. Angel, what are you doing here? I had massive sunglasses on and spoke in a rectangular whisper. Get in, we need to talk. He looked shocked at my minion, but he obeyed. I said nothing as we drove in the car, and he had the good sense to say nothing too. 10 minutes later, I drove into a discreet spot at the Blue Crescent restaurant and parked. I ripped off my sunglasses. Why did you call off your engagement? Emeka glanced at me and had the guts to laugh. Is that what your James Bond movie was about? What's funny? Is it funny that Ronke showed up at my house and threatened me? His face darkened. What did she say? What do you think she would say? Her heart just got broken by the man who promised to love and cherish her, and she thinks it's my fault. Look, you need to fix this. I can't afford a scandal. You have no idea what this could unleash. I have my own interests to protect. Emeka rubbed his palm over his face, and when he looked at me again, his eyes had tears in them. So what all this is to you? A potential scandal? Do you think it was easy to tell Ronke that I was no longer sure I was the right man for her? I waited for years to get over you, to move on. Ronke was the first person I could stand to be with in all those years since, so I thought maybe I was finally healed. And then I saw you again, and I knew that I was deceiving myself. Emeka, grow up. Stop all this. I can't just leave TK for you. It will be a scandal, and you won't be able to handle it. What we feel for each other has no bearing on reality. Get over it. Be responsible. He was silent for a second. Angela, did you just admitted that you have feelings for me? I astonished. That's not what. Emeka shifted forward in the passenger seat, and I immediately recalled. This was not going at all as I planned. This meeting was a mistake. Do you still love me, Angela? I kept quiet. Did I? If I didn't, then why was my heart racing? Why did his being close to me makes me think of kissing him? Was it my body's memory of our past, or the fact that I was starved of touch and affection? Or had I completely lost my mind, considering that I had seen Ronke this afternoon and was still capable of desiring her man? I don't know. He slung back in disapproval, looking down at his hand. He asked quickly, "Do you love your husband? Does your husband love you?" I think so. Does he make you happy? Most of the time. Do you think I can make you happy? Probably. More than him? Now it was my turn to be silent. I searched my heart. Possibly. He looked at me again, his eyes full of hope. Then give me a chance. Angela, I will wait for you to decide. You waited for me before and I let you down. I am not going anywhere this time. Don't worry about Ronke. I will handle it. Emeka stepped out of the car to find a taxi to head back to his office. The meeting had gone as I had hoped. I sat there feeling confused, like I had betrayed TK by telling the truth. I turned on the ignition and started to drive. I didn't know where I was headed until I found myself in VI, in front of TK's office building. The place looked deserted. The time on my dashboard said it was nearly 10 p.m. I drove in after the security opened the gate and saw that his car was the only one in the lot and it was empty. I headed upstairs to his office, the whole time thinking about what I want to say to him. Was I capable of making a full confession? Was I going to confront him about B or beg him not to move out of our bedroom? Maybe I should seduce him instead. My thought came to a screeching halt when I heard a female voice recognized I instantly recognized coming from his office. No way. I pushed the door open to confirm my suspicion, and there, standing in the middle of the office with TK, is what seems to be a very heated argument with a heavy pregnant banker, my former best friend, and the woman who betrayed my trust all those years ago. Before TK and I would marry, we had to first save our baby. When he saw the blood between my legs that day, I saw a version of him that I never had seen before. I had seen him sad and angry, but I have never seen him scared. He was so worried that he kept cursing at the driver and everyone on the road as we raced to the hospital that he personally used. When the trained nurse asked who the patient was, I heard him say my fiancé. I was going to protest that I hadn't officially said yes, but I was too weak to argue. Plus, I had the engagement ring on my finger. At that point, I lost consciousness. When I wake up, TK was sitting in the chair beside me with his laptop set on his little table in front of him. Hey, I said with all the strength I could muster. TK instantly shut the laptop and came to sit beside me on the bed. Hey, how are you feeling? You really scare me, he whispered. Is the baby? Everything is fine. There is still a heartbeat. I smiled and tears came to my eyes. I didn't lose another baby. At that moment, I made a decision to put my child first in all things until I could hold them in my arm. No more fighting, no stress, no drama. That's relief. Do you want anything? Are you hungry? You have been out of it for a while. I couldn't believe how nice he was being. Was this a sign of things to come? Was he only being kind because of the scare? Because I was carrying his baby. I am starving now that you mention it. He grinned and his dimple and unleashed a flattered cross my chest. Okay, Miss Chop Chop, I will order you some chicken pasta, tomato or cream, tomato and lot of spice. You got it. I was playing along but shocked to my core. First Skittles, and now he even remembered that I love pasta. It was nothing short of a miracle. Just then the doctor walks in. Wonderful. I see that our patient is awake. Dr. Adebayo, I was coming to get you, TK said. How are you feeling? He stepped forward. May I? He asked as he made to examine me. TK nodded his concept and he gently pressed my tummy as he explained. You experienced a threatening miscarriage and it is a good thing Tokumbo got you here on time. Right now everything seems fine, but I don't want you stressing yourself, so I am going to have to keep you here on bed rest for a day or two for observation. TK also told me you only recently found out about the pregnancy, so I am going to assume you are not taking my medication yet, right? I nodded. We will get you on your prenatal plan training straight away, but I also need to ask some questions about your reproductive and gynecological history that will help me determine how can best carry this baby to full term. Is that okay, or would you like to discuss that in private? I looked at TK. He made no signs to leave. That my baby is in there, and my fiance, whatever concerned them affects me. I know where this was headed to, but I was prepared to brave it. TK was about to find out about my past, just as I had done about his. Considering the heaviness of your bleeding, I have to ask if this is your first pregnancy. No, it is not. The look on Tike's face went from shock to disbelief and then confusion. How long was that, and how did that pregnancy end? I will be outside, Tike suddenly announced. He packed up all his stuff, so I knew he was not planning to return, and left. 30 minutes after the doctor was done, Tike's driver arrived with my pasta and other light snacks and drink. I texted and called him, but he didn't respond. Troubled and exhausted, I fell asleep again. The sound of CNN on the TV woke me up. Excited, I thought Tike had returned to sat up uproariously. Instead, I saw the elegant woman who had dazzled me with a slap months earlier in the chair beside me. His mother. She had the remote in her hand, and it looks like she had deliberately turned up the volume in order to wake me up. Oh, good. You are awake finally. We need to talk. It was the first time that I have ever felt terror in the presence of another human being. I wondered what she knew where I was and why she had even been let into my room. Then it occurred to me that Tike had brought me to their family hospital, and she got away with whatever she did here. The news had reached me that you are supposedly pregnant with my son's child, and that you have somehow convinced him to marry you. I am here to tell you that that is not going to happen. It does not matter whether the baby fostering in your womb is his or some other unfortunate soul, but you will never receive my blessing to marry my first son. Ade Tokumbo has always had a tender to show his wild earth and fall for the most unsuitable women. It is my responsibility to his mother to open his eyes when they have been blinded by loss. As the heir of this family, he is destined to inherit our wealth and carry out our family name. I am sure you understand why a nobody like you, with no pedigree, no family, no name, can ever hope to be anything more than a flint. I was speechless. I just lay there staring at her. She went on, I will take your silence as agreement. Here is what I will do for you out of the goodness of my heart. For the simple fact that my son ever considered marrying you at all, I will ensure you and the child are well taken care of. All you have to do is to disappear and never try to reach him again. There was a large black Birkin bag on the bedside table. She picked it up and pulled out an envelope. She pulled out some paper and dropped them on the bedside beside me. I had my lawyer draw this up last night. Sign them and I will have 20 million naira wired into a bank account in your name before nightfall. And you can move on the rest of your life. The whole time that she was haranguing me, an alchemy was happening such that my fear was transforming to rage. That what kind of mother did this to her own child? She had spent all of the Tike's adult life chasing love away from him, believing that she was actually protecting him, and when all she did cared about was herself and her money. After what TK had found out about me, I wasn't even sure if he wants to marry me. He might not care that I took his mother's dirty money and ferreted away to America to start life afresh. I would be with Banke and my brother and his family. I knew TK did not love me, partly because of the woman staring at me like a hawk. Not to mention, he was incapable of being faithful to me. So what kind of marriage, even if it had happened, was I really about to walk into? I am so sorry, but I am not for sale. The scarce minute of my young life drifted by in silence. Is that your final answer? Yes. A deep, hearty, fleeting laugh emitted from the Durage throat as she packed up her belongings. I walked gracefully to the door. Her intoxicating fragrance had filled the room and was definitely going to linger long after she left. The woman literally zoomed wealth, and elegance. Before she walked out the door, she paused and returned to me with a glare in her eyes. Get well soon, Anjola Olua. Welcome to hell. By soon the next day, I was well enough to be discharged. I signed off all the papers along in the lobby, unsure what to do next or where to go. As I returned to leave, Ticket's driver showed up and informed me that he had been asked to pick me up and take me home. Home? Where is that? We ended up in TK's house. Back then, he lived alone in a massive 4-bedroom service apartment in Victoria Island. But what did it mean? Was he keeping me under his watch until I had the baby? Were we still getting married? More to the point, did I still want to marry him? There was a few surprise awaiting me when I walked in. TK wasn't at home, but there was a young girl with a vivacious smile cleaning up the storm as she sang brightly. She hadn't been here in the time I had been here in the past. Good afternoon, ma. Her joy was infectious. Hello, my name is Rosemary. I am your housekeeper, man. I resumed here yesterday. All your things are arranged in your room, and Oga said you like pasta, so I made you spaghetti and chicken for lunch. I was moved despite myself. TK was always so stilled. He always had a plan, a play that didn't see coming. When I walked into my designated room, I could even be too sad that it was obviously the guest room because I found that all my books had been brought over from Auntie Titi house. How did you pull that off? I knew the logistics team on Austin had been the one to relocate me from Ogudu just under a year ago to begin with, but my aunt must have been shocked at the turnaround after I told her I had quit my job. When he finally came home, it was midnight. I was waiting for him in the living room. Immediately he walked in and spotted me. He gave me a consensual glass, said hello, and walked straight into his room. I thought about letting it slide and heading to the guest room that had been prepared for me, but I needed clarity in order to manage my expectation and make a decision. If he didn't want me, except in terms of being his baby carrier, I had every intention of leaving the house first thing in the morning and never looking backward. I knocked on the bedroom door. He didn't respond, so I kept knocking. Rosemary had gone to her room in the BQ behind the building, and we were the only two people in the flat. When he eventually opened the door, he was shirtless and in boxer, an impatient expression on his face. What is this? We need to talk. Not interested. I would talk then. Just need to listen. He looked me up and down. Fine. You have 10 minutes. I have an early start tomorrow. I told him everything. The fact that I didn't know who my father was or his family. I told him about my mom's cancer diagnosis and how Auntie Titi and my brother took care of me after she died. I told him about Emeka, the pregnancy, my miscarriage, and Emeka's abandonment. I told him about my intense battle with depression and my aversion to men and relationships until I met him. I told him about how scared I was that he had offered to marry me for the wrong reason, and that I needed to know if he no longer wanted to marry me. He didn't say anything for a while. He reached for a pack of cigarettes on his nightstand and then dropped it immediately. I leaned against the wall just staring at him. I realized he didn't intend to say anything, so I decided to leave the room. I got to the door, and that was when he spoke. Did my mother come to see you in the hospital? I couldn't believe my ears. I had laid my sore bare to him, and that was all he had to say. Was her visitation orchestrated? How was he always playing chess while I am playing checkers? I was shaking with the intensity of my emotion and holding back tears. What is wrong with you? Just answer me. Yes, your mother came to see me. And then what? Did she make you an offer? I was vivid. I want to calm down for the baby's sake, but the conversation I was having with TK was driving me up the wall. What do you think? He looked down at me, our height difference giving me a full view of his face and the vulnerability etched into his features. Why not? The other always took the money. All at once it dawned on me I was not the only one placing their hearts on the line. There was a gamble for him too. I wanted to split my guts there and then, to tell him that I loved him, that I was in love with him and no amount of money would make me leave him. She lower-billed me. I sarcastically replied. I saw a look came into his eyes, a twinkle of joy. He cracked a smile and agreed too. Really? How much do you expect her to offer? He was still laughing. All the tension that had been in the room vaporized, and I had never felt closer to him. It was as if I had passed some sort of test. I playfully smacked his arm. You frustrate me so much. Same here, he replied, pulling me closer. Do you still want to? He wrapped his arm around my waist. I never changed my mind. My heart started to race. His warm skin pressed deliciously against mine. You have been so mean to me, I told you. I am a messed up guy. TK, don't be so mean to me anymore. Please, my heart can't take it. His eyebrows shot up. TK, do you like it? He lowered his head towards me. I love it, he said in a grieved voice as his lips grazed mine. The wedding preparation went by in a flash. We were to be married exactly 4 weeks after he proposed. It was then I understood just how wealthy he was. Instead of the quiet, hush-hush wedding he had planned, we rented an empty lodge in Oneru and built an entire wedding marquee from scratch. He gave the planner an impossible task to make it look like Venice, and they somehow pulled it off. There was an artificial stream in the middle of the hall with replica gold dollars, fearing guests and waited staff across it. When I asked him why he changed his mind, he smiled. I told you already, this is going to be my last wedding. Go big or go home, babe. His mother and sisters didn't attend the traditional wedding, but his father, brother, and Adeobi were there, as were my brother and his wife, Banky, my auntie and her husband, and my cousin. The rest of the wedding guests were VIPs and people I didn't know. My pregnancy was under 3 months and not yet visible, and I was much more stronger. Everything was like a dream until the night before the white wedding. The bridesmaids had retired to their rooms in the hotel that had been booked out of the reception. It was giddy with excitement because the venue was so spectacular and romantic, even though TK had never seen those 3 little words to me. But I was so nervous now that I was alone in the presidential suite, waiting for the day to break and for my future to begin. I showered and changed into my nighties, pulling to the rope with my maternal name embroidered on the back, a gift from my chief bridesmaid, Banky. There was a shock on the room service, I thought. I had ordered some green tea and a sandwich as a nightcap. I walked over to the door and opened it. Before me was a ghost, and at least he might as well have been. Emeka, Angel, he said like no time had passed. I was in shock. Emotion I had no idea were still in me came rushing out, and I burst into tears. He stumbled forward and pulled me into his embrace, closing the door behind him. I never thought I would see him again, touch him or smell him. It was like I was having an incredible realistic dream. Then I woke up. I remember where I was. Then Emeka did to me, and I pushed him away from me. What is this? How did you find me? Where have you been? He laughed through his tears. God, I miss you. I should have done this sooner. Answer me. Your wedding, he trailed off as if the world lifted a bitter taste in his mouth. He tried again. The wedding is the talk of the town. I asked around for information and tipped a few people, and here I am. I was stunned. Why? Desperation, bitter regret, love. I started pacing the room, lest I lost my mind. How can you just wheels in here, unannounced, uninvited, the night the night before my wedding, after all these years, after what you did to me? Do you know how much you hurt me? It was his turn to be shocked. Hurt you? Angel, you broke my heart into a million pieces. I lived a dark tunnel of pain for years after what you did, but I have come to realize that you are the only woman for me. I can't live without you. I sadly can't stand by and watch you marry another man that doesn't deserve you. My mouth was agape. What are you talking about? What did I do to you? He leaned back to look at me. Don't do this. I already said that I forgive you. I don't know why you cheat on me and got pregnant for another guy. How could you tell him all these vertex of all things? Did did I mean so little to you? My head was spinning as everything was happening so fast. What bloody text, Emeka? He was taken aback, and for the first time, I saw his bravado weaver, the one you sent after you asked Banky to tell me you didn't want to speak with me. A derisive laughter escaped me. Are you being serious? I emailed. I didn't have a phone at that time. I check my email every day, waiting to hear back from you. He stumbled backward and leaned against the door. Wait a minute. So you never sent me a text saying the baby wasn't mine, so I should move on with my life? I had flashback of those days as we stared at each other in the stone silence. The days I went to the cyber cafe to check my email hoping to hear back from him. How I often borrowed or paid for access to a mobile phone so I could call him. My whole world revolve around him, and now this. How could this be? How did we both undergo such a heartbreaking time because of miscommunication? I thought you abandoned me, I said tearfully. I thought you betrayed me, he practically groaned in anger. He calmed himself down and added with a pain-sticking voice, after I begged you to wait for me, it was all Banky's doing, wasn't it? She is the common factor in all this. How did she pull it off? How could I have been so stupid, so gullible? I walked over to the armchair next to the bed and sat down. I couldn't believe what my best friend in the whole world, a sister I never had, my maid of honor, had betrayed me. He had watched me cry myself to sleep for months and had said nothing to her deceit. Banky was wrong, but so were you. You should have trusted me, Emeka. I lost our baby and you left to go through it all alone. It's no use revisiting the past. He looked at me with red rim eyes. It's never too late. All you have to do is to walk out of this hotel room and board a plane with me to America. You can start all over and to pick up from where. I am pregnant, Emeka, and in love with my baby's father. 6 years ago, I was in the same position you abandoned me. This time around, I will do my best to give this baby a bright future, and that starts with a present father. He bowed his head and placed his hand over it. Several minutes later, he looked up. Does he love you like I do? Can I promise you all the money in the world? But I can't promise you all the money in the world, but I can promise you unconditional love. The kind of love that will make your life beautiful. I will do anything to make you happy. I will be a father to your child. Tears streamed down my face as two facts collided in my head. I would always love Emeka, but I had to go through with the wedding. Emeka, my shoulder shook as I tried to speak. He looks like he was watching a car crash. Angel, please, don't say what I think you. I am sorry, it's too late. He hit the chest twice and bowed his head. Then a flash, he swept around me, grabbed me by the waist and kissed me. I let him for a few seconds, knowing it was goodbye. Then he left. The morning my suit filled up with people, stylists, bridesmaids, makeup artists, friends and family. But I was literally in a trance and could not really speak, nor could I truly hear what was being said to me. Every time Banky spoke to me, it took off my strength not to flinch because it was just jarring, knowing what I knew and watching her act her heart out. Angela, Auntie Titi said with tears in her eyes when she saw me in my Vara Wank wedding dress, I wish your mom was here to see this day. But you don't have to be sad because she is with us in spirit. I realized that she thought I was so out of it because of the surface grief. I was thinking of what to say when my phone rang. It was TK. Hello. Hey you, a little bridie tells me that you are having cold feet. Do I need to come over here and charm you? So you walk down the aisle. I laughed. TK could always flip a switch on my mood with little effort. I had less than 10 minutes before we had to leave for the venue. Are you sure you want to do this? Hell yes. I can't wait to see the look on my mother's face when you are officially introduced to the world as Mrs. Angela Ayo Kingston. When he said those words, really down on me, I was becoming one of them. I wasn't just between the two of us anymore. His sister hadn't been able to attend our traditional wedding because she was in court for her divorce proceedings from her second marriage. In his family, divorce and marriage were clearly not a big deal. He had a mother who thought nothing of trying to buy her son's happiness in order to preserve her public image. Was this what I was giving Emeka up for? Was it really going toward it? How exciting, I murmured without conviction. Then Tike weaved his verbal magic, looking darling. I know none of this has gone the way you would have liked. I cannot make you any promise about our life together, but I'm willing to try to be the man you need. I am willing to try to be the father our child will need. I don't even require anything from you. Just keep yourself and I know we will be fine. You see, at the altar, Angela and thank you for giving me a chance to be the man I know I can be. By the time I crossed up the altar in my gondola, I was certainly that I had made the right choice. All the noise, the attention, the gift of cash, houses, cars, and trips to Maldives, the Duchess' extravagant outfit designed to upstage me, had been here at all. None of it mattered. I had done one thing right. My child, unlike me, was going to have a father. And yes, he might not love me yet, but I feel certain that it will come in time. 2 days after the wedding, I arranged to meet Banke for the lunch. She was giddy with excitement about how well everything had gone. I sat patiently, made all the right noises and expressions as she showed me pictures on her phone and new article about the wedding of the decade. She seems really proud of herself. I have a funny story to tell you, Banking. What it is, please gist me. Emeka showed up at my suit the night before the wedding. He told me everything. She was looking at me like I had not said anything worth her while. What do you mean? I mean the text you sent him. The lie that the baby wasn't his, everything. She leaned back into the chair and sipped her drink. Then she placed it back on the table. And so, do you want an apology or something? Look how well things turned out for you. Imagine if you were struck with the loser. That loser loved me, Banky, and you let me believe that he didn't. I was in pain for years and you watched me suffer. How could you? How dare you play God in my life? Playing God? You are so ungrateful. TK is head and shoulder above Emeka, and you know it. Why didn't you take off with him? Isn't that why the excuse of a man crept back into your life at the last minute? What exactly do you want from me now? The fact that you can't see what you did wrong is troubling me. You manipulated me. I went through hell to get this, and you were pulling strings all along. I am now married to a man who is divorced. Oh, please, this thing with Nicole was an act of rebellion, not a marriage. I froze. I had never mentioned TK's ex-wife's name. She looked at me and folded her arm defiantly. Do you know TK was married all along? Of course I knew. My brother is his best friend, isn't he? Look, I was just trying to do what was best for you. You have always had his fairy tale dream in your head that I know is not possible. The rest is history. To be honest, I was worried you wouldn't play your card right, but then you called me to say you were pregnant. I alighted. I stared at her in shock. I don't get it, Banky. Why did you go through so much trouble to get me in TK's bed? Don't you know how important money and power are? Think of the quality of life you can give this child. All the things he never had. You are the best friend, and you know I would do anything for you. I wouldn't have loved you more if you were my blood sister. I just know you were too uptight to take this chance, so I tried to help. When you offered to let me come and stay with you in America to have the child, did you mean it? I needed to stall for time. After we talked, I called Tokumbo and told him your plan. I convinced him to marry you. You are the sort of woman he needs. Young, beautiful, good moral, gentle, no drama. We planned his proposal, helped him choose the ring, the whole work. I didn't want him to risk losing you. I suddenly felt a lumps in my throat. Are you saying that you persuaded TK to marry me? Banky lost it. Please, Angela, stop with this act. You decided to start sleeping with him all by yourself. You got pregnant all by yourself. Admit it. You wanted to be part of his world. You have always wanted to be part of this world. Or isn't that what you chose to be my best friend? I gave you the opportunity to have the life you wanted, but you took it by yourself. Admit it. Even Emeka was not enough to stop you from making the decision you made, and you want to blame me. Banky started hurt like each word was a bullet. I had never felt so used, so manipulated, so naive in my entire life. But more importantly, her revelation had confirmed my worst fear. TK didn't truly love me. I was going to be a trophy wife, and my primary role included not giving him drama and having his children. I felt like my life was over. Banke, I never wanted to speak to you again. Stay away from me and my family. You are not a friend. This isn't what friends do. You have ruined my life, and I allow you to do it. I take responsibility, but it ends here. Have a great life. As I walked away, Banke kept calling out my name and saying she was sorry. I didn't respond. I just kept on walking. That was the last time I saw her, until the day at TK's office. Secrets and lies. I remained by the door with my mouth wide open. Never had the evidence of my own eyes been so difficult to believe. Was Banke really before me, in Lagos, pregnant and arguing with TK? If I had never followed my instinct to visit the office, would I have known what more was TK keeping from me? The floor shifted underneath my feet, and I held the door frame for support. My husband spoke first. Hello, Angela. Banke was just on her way out. It seems completely upper-thumbed. Banke turned to look at him, her eyes blazing. Seriously? Yes, please leave. I am sure you know your way out. You can't just order me. This is my office. I was shaking. First, because Tike really raised his voice, and second, because they were arguing in front of me like I was not there. I slammed the door shut and stalked into the room, taking powerful strides until I stood between them. Which one of you is going to explain to me what the hell is going on here before I lose my mind? Tike walked around to his desk and sat down. He wasn't even looking at me. I can explain, Adiola, Banky said to her. Actually, I was addressing my husband, not you. I don't need any explanation from you. Andy, Banky is in town because her mom had been very ill. She came to my office to discuss an issue with me. I looked from Tike's face to Banky's. Her mother was so good to me when we were friends. I spent a lot of holiday in her family house and I was always treated like a member of the family. What happened? A stroke a few days ago now. She doesn't seem to be recovering from it. Doctor said it doesn't look good. I want to see her before I have the baby and cannot travel back home just in case. I was moved despite the animals I felt towards Banky. In another life, had she not been a delicious person, I would have dropped everything to be with her in her time of need. I had lost a mother after a protracted illness, too. I knew what that felt. But time had changed, and her presence in TK's office remained unexplained. I am sorry to hear that, but that does not explain what you are doing here. Banke snuffed over to an armchair and sat down. She looked different than I remember. She was always petty and well up together. When we were in school, I used to think she was the prettiest person I had seen. Her features were like a china doll, but maybe because time had gone by and she was at least 7 months pregnant, she looked neither well up together or small. We ran into each other when I went to Upper to see their mom. TK said she wanted to come over to the house to see you, but I didn't think it was a good idea because I know things haven't been exactly cordial between you. The nerves of Banky. Was she here to manipulate TK into getting me to forgive her? Clearly, Leopard never changed their sport. I turned to her. We don't have anything to say to each other. Banking. Please take care of yourself and your mom. Angela. TK stood up. I will be in the conference room. You two hash it out. He picked up his laptop and left me alone with Banky. I went over to a seat across from her and crossed my arm. Honestly, I was no longer angry with her. I just didn't have a room in my life for the kind of friendship she had to offer. In the last years of fashion, Linda and I had been friends. I had seen that cause to believe that they were looking down on me or plotting behind my back or lying. For any reason, the anger I was displaying was like a red light her away to keep her away from me, not from any residual hurt. Angela, I have spent the half 4 years thinking of what happened between us, and you were right. I was a terrible friend. I I want you to know that I did all out of a misplaced sense of love. I just wanted you to be happy. I have always spent the last 4 years happy that I no longer have the kind of friendship you have to offer in my life. We had a good run, and you did what you ought was best for you on your moral belief. I understand that. What I can wrap my mind around is what you are trying to do now. Why are you here seeing my husband in secret? How is this not the same sort of sneaky behavior that you always had? Can friendship be forced? But I have changed. I have been through things that made me truly understand the implication of what I did to you. You have no idea what you did to me, so don't even start. I do believe me, she signed heavily and I knew a story was coming. You know how picky I have always been with men, right? Well, I finally found the one. A man that checked all my boxes. I was over the moon. We got married in Santorini, and I was looking forward to a brilliant life with him. Angela, I was shocked to my bone when he turned out to be a violent and abusive monster. Even after I felt pregnant, the beating didn't stop, rather they intensified. We are in the middle of a divorce right now. When I think of all the decent guy I turned down who truly cared about me because I felt they were not suitable, it breaks my heart. I was shallow and stupid. Emeka really loves you. I understand now what I robbed you of, and I am truly sorry. You would think that I would be gloating, right? That's my nemesis. That my nemesis met her companions, and all that has happened to her is karma. Well, you are wrong. I felt no joy hearing all that. Neither did I feel sorry, because knowing how manipulative Banky can be, she was likely offering this story as a way to gain access into my marriage as a trade-off. I am really sorry to hear that you had a hard time, but my marriage is nothing like that. Tiki and I are happy and I have no regret. She smiled at me, and I couldn't tell whether it was genuine or not. Wow, that is such a relief. I know it would be hard to go back to the past, but I would really like to connect with you. Hopefully, when the baby comes, I would like our daughters to be friends. I stood up, I think about it. It was my cue to get her leave. Her She hoisted herself up, walked towards me, and placed her arm around my shoulder in a hug. I could not bring myself to return. By the time we left the office, Tiki was gone. When I got home, he was in the guest room with the room locked, and I slept alone. Again, so much for the happy marriage narrative that I sold to Banky. The next day, I headed over Linda's house in VI. I needed to confess what was going through to someone before I went mad and did something drastic. She was in her home Jimmy as usual when I arrived, and I joined her. After a heavy workout, I felt slightly better. We were sitting in her living room, having a light lunch when I said to her, "Linda, I think I am having an affair." Her salad fork clout onto the tray before her, and she blinked repeatedly at me. "Come again?" I told her about my history with Emeka, my dilemma, and my suspicions of Tike's infidelity. By the time I was done, she let out a heavy sigh. "I can't believe you have been keeping all this to yourself. The fact that his fiance came over to your house was the last straw. You need to stop seeing that Emeka at once." "I have tried to, but fate keeps bringing him to my doorstep. What if it means that I made a mistake in the first place? My dear friend, you know you are like my younger sister, and I will never lie to you. There is a proverb that says, 'You should not smell what you will not eat.' Is what you have with this Emeka stronger than your marriage certificate or the future of your child, or of your child you have with your husband? A husband that is cheating on me and living in the guest room. What if I regret losing Emeka for the third time? You are obsessed with Emeka because he is the husband you never had, but life with him would have come with its own set of challenges. You are experienced enough to know that it is not only love that sustains a marriage. It is not about the love or money, but peace. Life with TK is always full of drama, and I just needed security, emotionally and mentally. As an Ayo Kingston's wife, that will never be an option. My dear friend, you amaze me. Have I ever hidden anything from you, Ajola? How many times have I told you of the issues in my marriage? Do you think I don't love my husband or he doesn't love me? Have you seen how hard I work to keep him? Do you know how hard he works to make me happy in his own way? Forget all this fluffy romance nonsense and face your home. Emeka has nothing to lose if this gets messy. You are the one with the most at stake. Think about it. All I could think after she was done talking was how I didn't want to work so hard to earn a man's love. I thought Linda deserved the world she was, and Diamond was lucky that she put up with. When I left her house, I headed back home and changed into my usual school run outfit: plaid, legging, Hilfag, oversized shirt, Dior glasses, and Gucci slippers. I looked at myself in the mirror on the way out, and I saw myself as what I really was. I kept women and a trophy wife. I became everything I fought against, and I can't imagine another version of myself as Emeka's wife. Oladuni rushed into my arm when she saw me. She was only 4 but a chatbox with a big personality. We always listened to her favorite nursery rhymes in the car on the way home. Sometimes we stopped for ice cream and bought a new toy if she had been specially well behaved. But that afternoon we drove straight home. As I made the turn into our street, I saw a familiar figure standing by the gate. Was that Emeka? 30 minutes after I got home, I headed out on foot to make sure that my eyes wasn't deceiving me. I stepped out of the gate after waving away the security and walked the few short steps to where he was standing in joggers and a t-shirt. What's going on? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at work? I am on leave. I was supposed to be getting married, remember? Plus, I think Ronke is monitoring my phone somehow. She also lives close by. She could be watching you right now. I know that's why I am here like this. Let's meet at the usual place. We need to talk. I am not doing this. This is the last time I will bother you, I promise. Meet me by 8 and we can end this morning. He jogged off and left me in a cloud of confusion. I knew no peace the rest of the afternoon. At 7, I called a cab because I wanted to discreet and headed to the Blue Crescent restaurant. What's going on? I asked the moment I saw him. He was leaning by the car in the parking lot waiting for me. It's Ronke. I tried to convince her to let things lie, but she gave me this. He handed an envelope over, and without opening it, I knew what it was: a wedding invitation. It's for our traditional wedding scheduled for 3 days from now. She had given me a final ultimatum: let you go or she will tell your husband everything. She already has the text, so it won't be hard to convince him. A wave of nausea hit me and I staggered backward. For the first time, I allowed myself to really consider just how devastated TK would be if he found out that I had been seeing Emeka behind his back. I was hurt by the idea that he was cheating on me, but it felt infinitely worse to be the one hurting him too. A marriage is a promise to God and oneself. Infidelity was breaking the promise, and it made me feel horrible. Emeka, please, you have to stop her. That would mean me going through with the wedding. Are you saying what I think you are saying? I have told you already. You won't be able to handle the scandal of what you are asking of me. The Ayers Stingtons are not to be messed with. They will ruin us both, and I will lose my daughter. She is too little. No matter what we feel, it's not worth running an innocent child's life. I was choking back my tears because merely saying the word was killing me. Emefa flamed into full rage and despair. Why don't you believe me? I have loved you for 13 years non-stop. I can and will take care of you and your daughter. Forget about the Ayers sing-tongs and their dirty money. Unless you like the luxury, the statue, the comfort, Is that what you are really afraid of losing? I signed a prenup, Emeka, in a divorce. I will be well compensated, but I will not be able to take my daughter. I can't just leave. I have lawyers who can extricate you from any bind. You just need to take a leap of faith. I will catch you. No, I can't just do this. Not like this. Please let drop. Emeka grabbed me and pulled me into a case. I tried to push him off, but he held on. I so melt into his arm and kissed him back for a few seconds before the gravity of what I was doing hit him. How could I, a married woman, a wife of one of the most visible families in Lagos, be kissing another man in public? I pushed him away, wiped my mouth, and ran as fast as I could to the gate. I jumped into one of the taxis parked outside, my head reeling as I had headed home. There was only one way to end this. I had to confess it to TK, and by all I mean all of it. The minute I pushed the gate open, Festus was once again before me with an envelope. The person dropped another one. My hand shook as it opened it. It's showtime. Mulberry Apartment, Ikoja, Friday, 7 p.m. Don't be late. Inside the envelope was dozens of pictures Emeka and I every time we had met in the past 2 months. The last one was of the kiss we shared less than an hour ago. The storm I was promised had arrived. After the fairy tale wedding, reality waited no time settling in. I no longer had a job per the prenup I signed. My brother and his family went back to the state, and the second trimester of pregnancy hit me with full force. Ached, back pain, nausea, all of that and more. It was almost like the baby was waiting for things to settle before training my anatomy inside out. TK didn't become a husband and a father overnight. He still behaved in those months like a bachelor. He traveled at will, come back home, and left whenever he wanted. I was all alone. One afternoon, I looked into the mirror and I didn't recognize myself. I wasn't looking good, and my self-esteem was in the pit. When you are married to a man who doesn't love you, letting yourself go isn't an option. I was convinced that he was traveling so much because he found me gross. Thank you. The day I decided to do something about my appearance, so I dragged myself to a salon a few blocks from the home. What do you want to do with your hair, ma'am? The stylist asked. Please just cut the hair or something. Something meaningful. Manageable. She looked unsure. Ma, what kind of style do you want to cut? Just a low cut. No style, just cut it. A beautiful older woman who looked like she was in her 30s, sitting in the chair next to me, interjected. Please don't cut your hair. It's really beautiful. I even wish my hair was like yours, she whispered to me. I forced a smile and didn't respond. I was hoping she would get the message. She ignored my cold response and continued. I understand I have been through this 5 times. She pointed at my tummy. Don't make any hasty decision because the discomfort will soon fade. Braid always help because there is no need to brush your hair every morning. I smiled. Thank you. But she didn't stop there. She bombarded with the tips to help me deal with cravings, nausea, insomnia, and all the symptoms I was experiencing. She told me that her name was Linda and that the salon was her favorite place to do her hair. When she discovered that I lived close by, she was elated. Soon we were going shopping together and booking spa treatment. Linda was so easy to confide in that we soon became friends. When Linda's friendship eased some of my loneliness, my relationship with my husband was fast becoming extinct. As I advanced into the end of my second trimester, TK insisted on sleeping in separate rooms because he didn't want to disturb me. He worked late night. As a result, we would go weeks without him even touching him. He always made sure I had everything I needed and was financially well taken care of. But I had no one to talk to except Linda. When I was 6 months ago, it was decided that I would travel to Africa for the birth. I opted to stay with my brother and his wife until the baby came. The night before I left, I decided to talk to my husband about the elephant in the room. I padded over his room late at night and knocked on his door. TK, we need to talk. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong with the baby? No, this is not just about the baby. It is about us. Us? What about us? I took a deep breath. I don't know this is how a marriage should be. We don't spend time together. You don't touch me. We don't talk. I hardly know where you are and what is going on with you. It's funny that I felt closer to you when I was your personal assistant than do now as your wife. We were sitting next to each other on his bed. He pulled away from me and drove my hand that he had been holding. And whose fault is that? He sounded particularly venomous. But I pressed on. I don't know, but I have tried my best. I thought maybe the pregnancy was taking its toll on my appearance, so I tried to look better for you. I have tried to initiate conversation, make sure I personally prepare and serve your meal, but I feel like a piece of furniture in this house. That's much more than you deserve. Don't you think? I try not to cry. What changed, Katie? Do you remember what you promised me on the morning of our wedding? I know you are not in love with me, but you promised to try your best to make me happy. That was before I found out that Emeka came to win you back the night before our wedding. Isn't that why you were having old cold feet? Were you really going to leave me even with my baby in your womb for a bastard who abandoned you and broke your heart? I was stunned. How did he find out? Was it Banke again? It's not. Don't bother denying it. I overheard the whole thing. I saw you and Banke having lunch at the hotel poolside and wanted to join you. Imagine my shock when I heard that you two were talking about. Isn't that why you are not friends anymore? I chose. You chose my money, my lifestyle, security. Don't try and act like you are different from the rest. I must admit you are smart. Why take a one-off 20 million payment when you can be settled for life by marrying the damaged son of a billionaire? I married you because I loved you, because I am in love with you despite how scared I am, despite how mean you can be and your mother's threat, despite the promise of a man I once loved still chose me. He stood up like I was spitting in his face. Save it, Angela. If you believe every single word you are saying, you wouldn't have hidden it from me. I felt like a fool standing there listening to you weigh me against another man 2 days after I pulled out all the stops to make you my wife. The tears I had been holding back fell silently down my face. I am sorry, please forgive me. If for no reason but for the fact that I am going away to have your child. I know I wronged you, but let's live on good terms, please. That apology in 3 months too late. Angela, for 3 months, TK didn't call or message me. Our doctor sent him update about our daughter's progression in utero direct. Preparing for Juni's birth was bittersweet. I was looking forward to being a mom, to meeting my daughter and taking care of her. I wonder who she would look like, me or her father, who hated me. When I went into labor, I was shocked to see TK walk into my ward. He had apparently been informed and he flew on a private jet from Canada, where he was on a business trip, to be here for the birth. Oladuni Violent Ayo Kissington was born on the 2nd of January after 10 hours of labor. TK was there every step of the way. After she cleaned up and checked, he held her in his arm with a serene look on his face. Then, thank you, Adiola, he said quietly as he cradled her head. I was still in post-delivery high on pain medication because of the episiotomy, so I thought I was hearing things. Are you thanking me? Why? You have given me a priceless gift, even though I was hurt by what I heard and the fact that you kept it a secret from me. I should have directly addressed it instead of pulling away from you. My pride was so hot that I almost that forgot what was important. He looked at me with the pure adoration and respect. We are a family now. I won't ever forget that. And you are a warrior, he smiled. We were in America together for 2 months. Tike did his best to keep the pressure of work and the duties demand at bay. We took walk as family in the park, did ordinary things like go to the zoo or to the beach. Just the three of us. It was a blissful time, but eventually we had to return home. We had a small christening which his mother didn't attend, but the next day our house was filled with presents of everything a baby might need, even though I had of course gotten most of them already. The first real meeting that we had with the extended family was Christmas dinner. It was a disaster because the Duchess was exceptionally cruel. She made so many rude comments and sneaked remarks, and when she started speculating about Dooney's complexion, being that she was fairer than both Tiki and I, and how he might need a DNA test, I broke. I felt the party in tears and vowed never to attend any of her gathering ever again. Someone must have gotten to her because she showed up 2 days later to our house. In a final act of defiance, she did not alight from her jeep and sent for me to come and meet her outside inside. I really wasn't going to go, but my home training was too deeply ingrained. When I got to the parking lot, she opened the door and took off her sunglasses. Am I the old Am I only here because you are the mother of my hair daughter? I am accepting her as ours, and so am I willing to tolerate you as her mother. My son has made it clear to me that this so-called marriage of yours is important to him, so I will escape up on you. But make no mistake, I have my eyes on you. A woman with pedigree will eventually descend her true level with time. And when that happens, I will be happy to kick you out and seal the door shut after you. After she left, I realized that I was never going to please her or be the type of woman she wanted for her son. It didn't matter how many children I had or how Tike and I were married. And so I forced on what I could control, being the best mother to Dini and a perfect companion for Tike. On our first wedding anniversary, Tike took me to a dinner, surprised me with a pair of Hillary Winston sapphire and a diamond earring. It was stunning. When we got home after dinner, he pulled me into an embrace in the darkened living room. Angela, he whispered, being married to you has been bliss. I admire you, your strength and courage in the face of what this world you have stepped into is like. Your patience, how dedicated you are to our daughter and making me happy. My arm tightened around his neck as his words warmed me off from inside out. Aji, I am falling in love with you. My heart skipped to a beat. I never thought I would hear him say those words to me, even though I hope he would. We pulled apart slightly and kissed. Then, hand in hand, we headed up to our marital bed. And for the first time since our honeymoon a year ago, my husband and I made love. On Tuesday night, a week later, I had put Oladuni to bed and I was preparing Tike's dinner when I got a phone call from Tike's old friend and the head of the legal department at Octin Asset, Femi. He said he needed to talk to Tike and he had been able to reach him for hours. I tried his phone and they were all switched off. I got really worried and called everyone I could think of, even the Duchess. No one had seen or heard from him. About 1 a.m., Tike walked into the house drunk. He was stumbling through the house and knocking over things. I had never seen my husband like that, and I was scared. Tokumbo, what is it? What is going on? What are you going We are going down, baby. We are all going down, he slurred. Going down to where? What's going on? He never replied. He just kept muttering to himself until he got to where I was standing and promptly passed out against me. He collapsed under the weight of his laden body, and after I managed to drag him onto the sofa, I quickly called Femi. Whatever was going on, Femi obviously knew about it. Once I got on him on the phone, he assured me that he was on his way back by 2 a.m. He was in our house with a handful of files. What are you holding? What's happening? Femi hesitated. I really didn't want to get involved in this, but at this point, we have no choice. What do you mean? 2 years ago, TK got some client to move funds into our account so that we could increase our profit margin before our yearly audit. It was supposed to be a short-time investment, and we promised the investor higher return for the fund because we were desperate. The fund were invested in a private enterprise TK was involved in. Unfortunately, it did not work out as planned, and the investor want their money back and the interest promised. We haven't been able to recoup the money, and so they are suing aucting asset for not just the capital and interest, but for damage. My heart started to race. Okay, so why can't you just raise the money and give it back before this gets ugly? You don't understand. We are taking millions of naira. I froze. How many million are we talking about? About 30. I was instantly dizzy. I stumbled forward and sat in an armchair. But that was not all. Femi said. I looked at him with startled eye. He signed and opened one of the files. He handed me some documents over to me. I took them and scanned through them, and tears filled my eyes. Some of the transactions had happened when I was still in his EA. My signature was all over the document, initiating transfer instruction and sometimes concurring and endorsing instruction. I was too knowledgeable about the law and how it worked, but from what I can tell, if TK went down, I was going down with him. I looked up at Femi. So what is the plan? Damage control. We need to buy the price to keep the story out of the paper. The press to keep the story out of the paper. TK needs to lay low for a while and reduce his expenses. Secondly, we need money quickly before it goes to the court. Then all bets are off. For 2 months, we live in armpit because the case was in discovery. All of TK's assets were frozen. We couldn't pay the diesel company, the driver, Rosemary, the security company, and all the other staff. Fortunately, a couple of his friends and associates railed around to make sure that we had all the essential we needed. All the sundry monies on charities, club, and society helped too. Luckily, Duni was not yet in school, otherwise it would have been much worse. Every day I watched TK scramble for a solution with a careful choosing crisis management team, and some days he would come into our bedroom, collapse in my arm and weep. One night he said to me, I messed up, Angie. This is my fault. I selected my next words with care because I knew how volatile the situation was. Have you spoken to your mother like Femi suggested? He froze to my life and raised his head like a body had changed into a bed of charcoal. That's never going to happen. TK, she's your mother. I know that she is tough and draconian, but no mother will stand idly by and let their child be destroyed. He laughed. You still don't know who you are dealing with. Even if she helps me, I will be indebted to her for life. Do you know what that means? Whatever peace we have been enjoying now will be gone. I will never be free again. I am going to bed. Leave the Duchess out of this. I was at my wit's end. I couldn't stand to see TK suffer and the life we built together falling apart. I called Femi and he advised me to discreet and to go around asking for help so the news would not spread and escalate the situation. He informed me that as it were, a lot of money had already exchanged hands to keep auditors, and the few staff were aware of the situation He still thought speaking to the teachers was our only option. There was no one else to talk to. I turned to my whole confidant laddie. As usual, she listened carefully to what I had to say before she responded. My dear, welcome to marriage. Welcome to married life. It's not always rosy. This is your baptism of fire, and you now have to summon all your courage in order to be the woman you need. You can't afford to break down now. But what should I do, Linda? Where can we get the money to pay off the investors? My dear, if I tell you the kind of things I did when my husband did not have anything into his name, you will wonder if I am the same Linda you know now, driving an Escalade and the shopping without looking at the price tag. You say his mother can help, right? I nodded. But TK has made it clear that it is not an option. You know what he is afraid of? Meet that woman and negotiate a way out for you both. Can you do that? Nerves flooded across my chest. How do I negotiate with a woman who despises me already? A person who played dirty and won't keep her word if it means she gains control over me, over my marriage. But it seems like I had no choice. On a Friday evening, when TK had gone out to see someone, I got Aladuni ready and found my way to the villa. Fortunately, Fortunately, his dad was out and the Duras was home alone. I was eventually ushered to her private quarters after like an hour of waiting. The place looked like a movie set. It was so flamboyantly decorated. It seems absurd that anyone should live like that. She came out of the living room in a sleeky white dress that went all the way to her ankle. Her hair was in a chignon, and she held on what looked like a real diamond. Only the Duchess would dress like that in her own way. You are here to clean up your husband's mess, aren't you? I stood. So she knew all along and did nothing. She chuckled weakly as if she read my mind. Tokumbo has always been reckless in business and with women, collecting liabilities up and down. Had he married where he would have had the extra financial backing. Now look, all he has is a wife crawling around begging on his behalf. Tears threatened to escape my eyes, but Linda comment ranged in my ears. I had to be strong no matter what. At that moment, Duni woke up and started to cry. Her grandmother, who typically wasn't into babies, but who had a soft spot for her, asked me to hand her over. She cradled her in her arm and, using a sing-song soothing voice, continued to berate me. I want Okumbo not to invest in that company when he tried to get me to buy in. I told him the potential was great, but the stock market was going through a crisis and the timing was wrong. All he had to do was wait a few months to let the market stabilize, but he didn't listen. Did he listen? No, a child that does not listen to his mother deserves whatever he gets. My mind scrambled around and I muttered all the resolve that I had. I had heard I am here not for me or Tokumbo, for our daughter, for her future. No matter what we have done wrong, you can't condemn your future generation to purity. What will become of Ayo Stington's name that you have worked so hard to protect, to build? She looked at me with saintly grace. My granddaughter will never suffer. From the moment she was born and a DNA tested confirmed she was ours, I opened up a trust in her name. I was floored. Why did no one tell me about this? How much more about my own life did I not know about? So tell TK to man up and clean up his mess. With that, the jurors handed my daughter back to me and walked out. I headed back home, dejected. I had broken TK's trust and gotten nothing out of it. I was thinking of calling Afolabi in America. Maybe he had contact with the big American bank who could help, but I didn't want to worry him. Later that night, I was contemplating confusing what I had done to TK when I got a text from the judge. Tell Ade Tokumbo to meet me at the villa at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I was elated. Maybe it was all going to work out after all. I knew that no mother would watch her son be destroyed by the word and do nothing. I headed downstairs to the study to find a convenient ticket to see his mom when I heard him talking to the phone. My instinct told me to wait, and still this day I am glad I did. Femi, that plan is off the table, he said in a low voice. My mom called me. Angela want Angela went to see her. We won't be able to touch Aladuni's trust fund. We need another plan. We should have acted on this plan immediately the stock started crashing, or come up with another. Now the door is closed. He stopped speaking, apparently listening to what Femi was saying on the other end. No, she won't leave. She signed a prenup. Yes, the standard Sington's prenup. I know it's not foolproof, but that was the only way the trust fund could have existed in the first place. It w- if she wasn't pregnant, she probably would have married me, and the trust fund wouldn't exist. The promise is Duni Trust Fund is a long shot now that my mother knows how bad things are. She had probably called her lawyer to revise the term of access. The only thing we can do now is to call her lawyer. After all, he was the one who advised this as the last resort. He should be able to tell us what to do. He stopped speaking again. No, Femi, you are wrong. It wasn't all some sort of cold-blooded plan. You are right about one thing. I should never have allowed you to talk to me into. He paused again, then raised his voice. Femi, stop. I am done keeping secret and lying. You lured the mother of my child into this and manipulated her into going to my mother. Not only have you ruined our plan, but you have also jeopardized my marriage. Don't you have a conscience? I heard a crashing sound as he flung his phone across the room against the wall. I stepped shakily away from the door. It felt like my soul had been ripped out of my body. My whole life was with TK up until that point had been an elaborate lie. The only reason Aduni existed was a default plan to get money from her trust fund in case his business failed. I was married to a stranger. Chapter 9. The Unraveling. The minute I saw those pictures, I panicked. I brought out my phone with trembling hands and called my travel agent to book a ticket to America for Aladuni and I for the next day. It was last resort in case everything blew up in my face. Whoever was stalking me was several steps ahead. How else could I explain getting a picture of an incident that happened less than an hour ago? With everything that I knew so far, there was only one suspect, Ronke, at all since the contraceptive incident, and he was still sleeping in the guest room, and not even Banky's untimely appearance and her mother illness was enough to get him to treat me with anything other than indifference. When I walked into the room, he was in his boxers, pulling off his trousers. When he saw me, he pulled a face like a person who has seen something unpleasant. Good morning. I waited for you all night. Clearly not because I came home. You weren't aware. I shifted to my feet with nerves. How was I going to tell him the truth? What angle will I possibly use that wouldn't imply his marriage? Can we have a proper conversation? Been deceiving me about the state of our marriage. I was so worried. I talked to my mother of all people about our inability to conceive. Her approach was terrible, I admit, but you had the audacity to be offended when she tries to help. So what do you have to say to me? Why should I even listen to you? He was all dressed and was walking towards me. To walk out of the door, I grabbed his arm. This is me begging you. We need to talk before it's too late. Not now, Angela. I have a meeting in half an hour. I rushed after him as he hurried down the stairs. How about tonight? It's urgent, please. There is a management strategy section that will probably till last till about midnight. He called out over his shoulder and slammed the front door on the way out. 2 hours after he left, my travel agent sent me the ticket I requested, and I instantly transferred the money to him. I packed a rare small bag for myself with only the things I can't leave behind, like the certificate and pictures of my late mom, and a small bag for Aladuni. Luckily, our room was adjoined, and no one had access to our room apart from TK, who had moved out. Lastly, I printed out our ticket, slid it into our passport, and hid those in our daughter's room. By 6 p.m., I was in a taxi on the way to the address in the letter. I was dressed to maximize anonymity in all black legging and t-shirt, and a face cap and sunglasses, till I felt exposed. I had no idea what station I was walking into. I could be ambushed, a set up for all I knew. I was heading to a place where TK himself had orchestrated so that he could catch me red-handed instead of the other way around. I highlighted from the taxi a few buildings away from the location and called Emeka. At this point, it doesn't matter if Ronke can hear us talk. She has won. When he answered the phone, I told him about the strange letter I had been getting, and how the last one had detail of the meeting and a picture of both of us kissing. Are you telling me that you are currently at the address in the letter? Yes, almost. Are you crazy? I have to see this through, Emeka. Do you have any idea how crazy what you are doing is? How do you even know it's Ronke behind this? Tell me where you are right now. I can't handle this, Emeka. I just need an insurance plan in case something does go wrong. I cut the call and switched off my phone. As I walked up to the gates at 7 p.m., I saw a familiar SUV with a customized plate number drive up to the building from the opposite end of the road. It was TK's car. I ducked into the shadow and watched him drive in. Once his car was gone, I walked in through the pedestrian gate and pressed myself against the edge of the security post out of TK's sight. The gentleman asked me to fill a visitor's book. When I confirmed where I was going, I wrote down fake detail using Ronke's name, Rosemary's surname, and a made-up number. The compound was obviously a high-end estate that housed a block of residential flats. I hung back and watched TK get out of the driver's seat. Unbelievable. Was this not the man who told me that he would be at a strategy session? I was confused. What was Ronke's plan? What did she have to gain by having me follow TK about? How was this going to secure her engagement to Emeka? I watched him lean into the car to retrieve something. He emerged with it in his right hand. Was that Rose? My head started to pin. Maybe Emeka was right. This wasn't Ronke's doing, but the mysterious bee. She wanted me to know she had stolen my husband from me. I watched in horror as he walked up to one of the flats and pressed the doorbell. The door flew open and a young, slim, light-skinned woman rushed out and jumped right into his arms. He spun her round and they went into the flat together. With sadness, I was overwhelmed with disgust. Bee was barely a woman. She looked more like a teenager. So it was true. TK was cheating on me. It hurt to get the confirmation, but I was unprepared for the pangs of jealousy, anger, and betrayal that filled my heart. I wanted to scream my lungs out. How could he do this after all we have been through? He all he had promised comforted me. My heart broke all over again. Angel, talk to me. You are scaring me. I could barely get the words out. TK, he is. There is a mistress. He was silent, and for a second it struck me as awkward that I was crying about my husband to the man who wanted me to leave him. Tell me where you are. I will come and get you. It was my first time in his home. It was a tasteful furnitured service apartment in one of the high-rise along Bodleian. There was plants and painting everywhere, and a quiet hum of central cooling system made it cozy. He made me a cup of tea, and I curled up on his sofa, trying to slow down my racing thoughts. He sat next to me and placed a hand on my knees. I know you are in shock and upset right now, but we need to get my lawyers involved. With this, you can quietly divorce and sue for custody. There can be a silver lining in all this.
I close my eyes in his despair. And what about when he gets his hand on the picture of you and me? I don't yet have evidence of his affair. What will I gain from calling the lawyers now? Leave it all to me. With what you have seen, I believe that you are ready to make a decision. You are wrong. He started shaking his head in indignation. I'm tired of this. Why do you want to stay with a man that cannot give you peace or stability? It's always one issue or the other. And now he's cheating on you with a girl that is barely legal, and you are here sobbing your heart out. We are still married. He's still the father of my child. Some bonds cannot just be broken at will. He recoiled with a profound look of hurt on his face. And what am I to you? A toy or a source of amusement in your otherwise boring life? Was he? Was that all it was? How did I get here then? How did things go so far? Emeka, please. I can't even think clearly right now. They don't think. Just, I love you, Angela. I won't lose you again. Emeka pulled me close and started kissing me. I was so stunned that I didn't resist. As his lips moved down from my mouth to the neck, I found my mind drifting to TK. The way his lips tasted like cigarette and cognac. The way he moved his tongues in my mouth sent shivers down my spine. Emeka's kisses were rough and passionate. TK was elegant, slow, and deliberate. I found myself being lifted up from the sofa. Before I knew it, we were in his bedroom. It struck me that there were no photos of him and Ronken on the walls. In my house, you could barely walk a few steps without picture of my entire family in my corner. My family, TK, Dunia, and I. A sob escaped my lips and Emeka stopped kissing me. Don't be like this, Angel. I have missed you so much. I just want to be with you. I realized I couldn't go through with it. Not like this. It was so soon. Something told me to pull it out, and I did. There was about 15 of them in a stack. I selected the top one and flipped through the pages. It was full of O's from words and alphabet that had been excised from it. I was standing there in shock when it walked back in. I looked at him, his beautiful muscled body, the bulge in his trousers, the fallen look on his face. Angel, I can explain. My mind started to play back all the times in the past that I got the letter. The fact that he admitted to watching me and TK's movements, his obsessions, the relentless calls and text messages, the constant drama. Emeka was not in love with me. Not really. He was clearly a sick person who thrived on chaos. Were you always there like this? How was I so blind? What was I supposed to do? I needed to show you who you were really married to. He was walking towards me as I backed away from him. Emeka, you are unwell. This is not normal behavior. Love make you do the craziest thing, Angel. I had to pull out all the stops to make you see reason, he pleaded. Another penny drop. I didn't see anything about TK's mistress' age, but he called her barely legal. He was behind it all. To think that I almost slept with him, I was repulsed. Goodbye, Emeka. He tried to grab my hand as I walked out, but I shrugged him off. As I left, he yelled after me. It is too late now. TK knows everything. You have no choice but to come back to me. My whole life had unraveled before my eyes, and I was the one who hastened the end. The only thing left was to confess or escape or both. I headed home with a hole in my chest where my heart used to be. TK's car was in the driveway when I arrived. Clearly, he had lied about the meeting because it was an hour away from midnight. I found him on the porch smoking a cigarette. On the table before him was a bottle of his favorite cognac, Remy Martin's Loose 8, and some papers. Can we talk now? I have nothing to say to you. I stepped onto the porch and saw what was on the papers on the table. There was a picture of me and Emeka kissing and a printout of all the texts and email we had been exchanging over a couple of months. Beside the damning evidence of my infidelity were the ticket to the States and Oladone's international passport. There is nothing I could say at that point. I was completely at his mercy. Intervened. Dear Lord, she made our lives a living hell afterward. She would call at odd hours demanding TK's presence at meetings and making all sorts of unreasonable requests to emotionally blackmail him. TK was frustrated, so of course he was constantly taking it out on me. Eventually, between our lawyers, bankers, and TK crisis management team, they were able to structure a payment plan to the creditors and settle out of court. The Duchess mobilized the first payment and we were able to breathe easy, at least for a while. Non-disclosure agreements were signed, and all the parties involved agreed the matter would not escalate as long as the payment schedule was adhered to. The ugly matter was being put to rest, but my heart was still uneasy, and I was constantly suspicious of my husband's actions. I was trying to find a copy of the prenup I had signed before the marriage to understand what the conversation I had overheard between TK and Femi meant, because I was not sure what I was up against. I had signed the prenup a few days before the wedding because TK had told me it was a family tradition and was not anything serious. I was naive for not having a lawyer review it. I never even requested a copy for myself. The only thing I was desperate to prove was that I was not marrying him for his money. How foolish of me. I couldn't find a prenup anywhere and I couldn't ask TK for it without having to explain why I wanted it. Then he hits me. And that would be, Tomiwa's wife must have also signed the prenup. She and I were friendly, and I knew that she would not be suspicious if I asked to see a copy. One Sunday afternoon during our monthly meetups, I initiated the conversation. First, we made small talk about the Duchess and our children. She might be stunned, but she seems to totally adore Oladone more than the other kids. I think it is because she is a girl. She is her first granddaughter, that is all. She laughed. You are probably right. I took a deep breath and laid it up there. You know, I'm a bit worried about the prenup I had to sign. Did you sign one too? Oh yes, I did. It is a family tradition, or so I was told. She said with an eye roll. I know, right? Her countenance changed. But why are you worried about it? Worried is the wrong word. I actually just realized that I never kept a copy. Something so important. How silly was I? Oh, I can email you a copy of mine. Tomiwa made sure I had one. A day or so later, a scanned copy was in my inbox. That was when I discovered that if I filed for a divorce, it meant that I couldn't fight for custody of any child I conceived during the marriage. And TK was the sole executor of our children's trust fund. That is why Femi was bringing it up. If I left TK, it meant forfeiting custody of Oladone. But the prenup was not foolproof. The terms clearly stated that they were applicable only to children conceived in marriage. A loophole. TK will still be the sole, knowing how my mother has treated you in the past. You going to ask for her help just show me how far you are willing to go for our family, and I'll never forget it. You don't have to thank me. I made a vow to support you in sickness and in health, for richer and poor. I was going to stop there, but I found his whole speech so hypocritical and I had to continue. And unlike some people, I actually meant those vows and intend to honor them at least while I'm in this marriage. He swerved onto the next shoulder on the road and parked the car. What do you mean by that? Are you considering leaving me? I overheard your conversation with Femi TK. I know why you really married me. I know about the plot to impregnate me and to use Oladuni's trust fund, something you conveniently forgot to mention, to bail yourself out of the mess. I even know about the prenup you made me sign without giving me a copy or allowing me to review it. You were using me, and I'm sure you still have some sick, twisted plan. And that is the only reason I'm still here. The minute you don't need me anymore, I know I'll be out in the cold. But let me warn you, I won't live without a fight, and I won't live without my daughter. TK stared at me in disbelief. I knew he had no defense. We were not too far from home, so I opened the car door to leave. He grabbed my arm, and I shoved him off. I got out and started to walk away. He jumped out of the car and chased me. He circled me and dropped to his knee before me. Anjola Ayoke Sintin, I've wronged you and I'm sorry. Please find it in your heart to forgive me. I beg you in the name of all that is good. I was distraught. TK, why me? You could have had any other woman you wanted. Why did you choose to do this to me? Did you think so little of me to believe I deserve this? On the contrary, I thought the world of you. I still do. From the first time I met you at the party, I have thought the world of you. Even though I needed a child, I wasn't going to have one with just any woman. I wanted a child with someone I could trust, and who better than you? You are amazing, Angela. You have been everything a man could ask for, and I've been a total idiot from day one. Please forgive me. I felt my heart melting, but I still did not trust him. I don't know where the next word came from. I hadn't planned to say them the same way I had not planned to have the entire conversation. I need some time away. I need to clear my head and decide what I want. I can't do that when I'm around you trying to be Prince Charming. The next day, I packed some of my things and moved to my old flat in the company guest home. I took Oladone and Anane with me. Even though I asked for time alone and TK agreed. He kept calling and sending messages about how empty he was without Oladone and me. As always, Linda, being the sweetheart she was, would stop by to keep me company or take Oladone and me out with her own kids. 2 weeks after I moved out of the house, I was lying on the couch in the living room watching cartoons with Oladone when the doorbell rang. I went to open the door, and standing in the doorway was the Duchess herself. She walked past me and went straight into the living room. Her fragrance instantly, it is in the past. He says he loves you and wants you back. Blah, 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 blah. Since that's the nonsense you need to hear. I've told you. Now, take my grandchild out of this rat hole and go. I was stunned. I almost rubbed my eyes to ensure that I wasn't dreaming. Did TK ask you to speak to me? She rolled her eyes. Yes, he did. I found it absolutely appalling. He looks like a train wreck and he won't let me breathe. My son never asked me for help or opinion when it comes to women, so this one time he did, so I had to make sure I delivered. So, you pack your things and return to your husband's house today. What is in it for you? She glared at me one more time. Gaining my son's trust. That is what is in it for me. Just pack your things and let's go. Of course, there was no arguing with her. She played with her grandchild while I packed up our things and we all went back to the house together. The memory of TK standing outside the house in jeans, where he rarely wore, and flip-flops, a look of hopeful joy on his face is ingrained in my mind. He won me over that day, and I was sure that all the turbulence was behind us. How wrong I was. Chapter 10, The Choice. I stood there watching the father of my child walk away from me. My life was officially over. How would I ever look TK in the face again? What stories would Oladone be told about the reason for the collapse of our marriage? Would she be told her mother cheated on her father? TK might not be a saint, but I realize the truth in the saying. It is the person who gets caught that is labeled a thief. I followed TK into the house. TK, please let me explain. It is not what it looks like, I swear. I have never cheated on you. He stopped and turned to look at me. His voice was early calm when he said, I want you out of this house before Dan at the latest. Deviance momentarily overrode my shame. I marched up to him. I'm not going anywhere. We have to work this out. If you think I can live under the same rule with you after what I have seen, then you are out of your mind. You have a ticket to the state tomorrow. I suggest you use it. And leave our daughter. She needs her mother. Were you thinking about that all when you were off almost every night cavorting with your ex, Angela? Are you really fit to be a mother? I gasped. TK, how can you even say that to me? I almost didn't recognize him. The rage had morphed his face so much as he muttered. By the time I'm done with you, you won't know what hit you. Have you no shame? Parading yourself around town with the same lover that threatened the foundation of our marriage from day one. Allow him to grope you in public so shamelessly and carelessly that someone will actually take a picture and send it to me. If this becomes a scandal or blackmail case, I won't forgive you. Tears spilled out of my eyes, and I squeezed them shut to stem the flow and the hurt. It won't get out. He was the one who sent it. Emeka sent you the pictures. He looked at me like I was some sort of masquerade. What sort of twisted game are you both playing? Is that why you have a ticket to America? Was he blackmailing you? No, it is complicated, TK. That is all you keep saying. It is complicated. Uncomplicate it for me then. I wanted to. I didn't know what to say, where to start. I had no justification for my actions, for my carelessness, for my ridiculous mission to find out whether TK really loved me or not. Being in the first row seat as my life crumbled had sobered me up completely. I didn't sleep with Emeka, but I had been unfaithful in other ways, with my emotion, my time, and my attention. Are you going to tell me before you got on that plane tomorrow? I couldn't respond. I was numb. You were going to take my daughter away from me because of an ex-lover who is clearly insane. You were going to throw away our marriage and life together for a man who only comes to self trouble when things are going good for you. He didn't even respect you enough to let you tell me for yourself, and you think I'm the villain you need to get away from? You can go, Angela, but not with my daughter. TK grabbed his car keys from a stool in the living room and headed out of the house. Once he left, I became aware of my surroundings. Rosemary and the nannies were in the foyer watching the showdown. I crumbled to the ground and burst into tears. They rushed towards me and made some soothing gestures, but I waved them off. Rosemary, please go and bring Oladone for me. Madam, she's not here, she said, looking anywhere but my face. My heart leaped into my throat. What do you mean? Where is she? Oga took her to Grandma's house before you came up. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed the first set of car keys I found, jumped into the car and headed straight for the villa. It was almost midnight, and I knew she would be asleep, but I had to see my daughter. I banged on the doors when I got there, And Miss Bade, clearly unaware of what was going on, drastically told me that the house was asleep and to return tomorrow. But there was no tomorrow. As far as I was concerned, only the present moment. Time was of the essence, and I was running out of it. I told her it was an emergency, so she gradually took me to the Duchess' private quarters. Minutes that felt like eternity passed before my mother-in-law emerged. Even her sleepwear, which I had never seen her in, was ostentatious and dramatic. There were at least 3 layers of light cream materials swirling around her frame in an imperial manner. What is it? What can I do for you? I ignored her haughty tone and called the man on. Please, I need to take Dune home where she belongs. I was on my knees. I had no idea how much she knew, but I was willing to grovel no matter what. The Duchess coughed. Is that so? I am afraid that won't possible. My son gave me strict instruction not to let you specifically anywhere near our child. Our child? Those words banged around in my head. I suddenly developed a splitting headache that doubled my vision. I pulled myself up from my kneeling position. I am her mother. No one takes precedence over me in my child's life. Not TK and not you. She looked at me, her eyes blazing. You should have thought about that before you did whatever it is you did to annoy Tokumbo. This is a marital dispute, so please stay out of it. You need to stop using my daughter as a pawn. A pawn? Marital dispute? You want me to stay out of issues between you and my son, yet I somehow always end up being dragged into it every time you disappoint him. I knew Tokumbo should never have married you. You are not made for this life. It is way more than you can handle. The headache increased intensity, and I lost it. With all due respect, I will no longer tolerate your insults. Are you not tired of this? It has been 4 years since I married your son. What more do you want from me? Why do you constantly berate me? Is your son a saint? I may not have a name that opened doors or the kind of pedigree you have, but I am not better than the child you have raised. You stand there and judge me, yet your first son is a liar and a cheat that is not capable of staying married. Your second son is virtually a socially handicapped adult man who can barely say 2 words without constantly looking at you for approval. Your only daughter was twice divorced before the age of 32, and you have turned your husband into a lapdog who can never challenge you, and you stand here telling me this disaster you call a family is way above me. What a joke. I was laughing at this point, and it sounded bitter and sad to me. The Duchess' arms were crossed, and she was staring at me like I was an unamusing clown. Are you quite finished? She waited for a response, but when she got none, she continued. I hope you enjoy your little tirade because you will live to regret every single word you have said to me today. Every single one. Now, get out of my house. On the drive home, I tried to come with a plan to see my daughter. I decided that I would head to her school and wait until pick-up. Once I could get in the car, we would go somewhere. TK hid Dunu's passport, but maybe I could try and find it before I left. Or we could hide out somewhere while I got a new one. I pulled up to the gate and honked. No response. I honked again. Nothing. So I kept my finger on the horn and didn't take it off. Dogs started barking on the street and people were switching on their lights in their house. Finally, the pedestrian gate creaked open and Festus, the head security, stepped out. What are you doing? I've been here for nearly 10 minutes. He looked sheepish as he approached the car. His voice was an embarrassed whisper. I'm sorry, ma. Oga said not to open for you. I was stunned. What is the meaning of that rubbish? Open the gate at once. Madam, I beg no vex. I no fit. He bowed and retreated into my house and shut the gate behind him. At a loss for words and completely cast adrift, I dialed TK's phone lines. No response. Reality dawned on me. Aside from the aside from the clothes on my back, I had nothing. Nowhere to go, and I had lost access to my daughter. My hands were shaking as I called Linda. She picked up on the second ring. Angela, what is it? What's going on? He kicked me out, Linda. He really sent me packing from his house. Where are you now? Start coming. I will meet you downstairs. True to her word, she was the first person I saw as I drove into her compound. She ran over to the car and surrounded me the minute I stepped out of it. What happened? In our living room, I confessed everything and made a flood of tears. She looked on in shock and disbelief. But I warned you. I told you that man was the devil. Goodness. Linda, I know my marriage is over, but I need to get my daughter back. That is all I care about right now. Don't you sign a prenup that says you will forfeit custody if in the event of a divorce? The prenup applies only to children conceived during the marriage, not before. I was pregnant for Oladoni before we got married. But Angela, what would court grant custody to the parent that has no job or source of income, and your husband has evidence of your supposed infidelity, not to mention to your friend attempt at kidnapping his daughter? Quite frankly, Angela, this doesn't look good. I look at her with the dry, reddened eyes. It felt like I had wrung all the tears that my body could produce. So what can I do? Am I supposed to just walk away and leave my daughter without a mother? The only thing you can hope for now is that TK can be benevolent towards you. The best case scenario is out of court settlement where you provide a small alimony and shared custody of your daughter. When the dust settles, so long as you lay low, his heart may soften toward you. He might even forgive you if you really explain what you were thinking, acting the way you did. But Linda, I'm not the only one with a fault here. I saw him with my own eyes, with my own two eyes with his mistress. I just don't have the picture. Then get the evidence. That way he will be more willing to settle out of court and reach a compromise. He can't afford the scandal, and neither can his family. Linda gave me the number of a guy called Tony that could help me gather evidence of TK's affair. She said he had done some undercover work for her husband in the past. We called him immediately and gave him all the information he asked for. Full name, his routine, his plate number, office address, recent picture, and everything you will need to track him. I also gave him this address. Afterwards, I felt suddenly exhausted and flopped on the sofa. Linda smiled kindly at me. You know that you can stay here as long as you need to. I'm here for you, no matter what. Unless Senator think you are just keeping best friend. I smiled at my own sad little joke. It's okay. I need to be on my own way anyway. I needed the space to think. I decided to stay in a short-let service apartment in Lekki for 1 month. Luckily, I had my husband return my card in it when I left home. Over the years, I had acquired a small fortune due to TK's generosity. Not enough to buy me land in Ikoyi, but I had more than enough to live in for months. The car I had used that night was bought in my name for previous year as my birthday present. Other than those, I had nothing. A week passed. I staked out to donate school every day, but she was not being taken there. I didn't know if they were homeschooling her and for how long, or were they just keeping her away out of spite? I was devastated not to see my own child for that long. She was a childy child. I knew she would have asked after me. What would they have told her? Was she missing me as much as I missed her? Meanwhile, Tony had not gotten me any concrete evidence before so far. TK only went into the apartment, stayed for a short while and left. But because they never went out together, getting a damn picture was beautiful. Another Monday came around. and I sat in my room feeling bereft. I had no daughter to take to school, no staff oversee, no work to go, and no husband. Tear flows until I heard a knock on the door. I rushed over and looked at the peephole. Only leader know where I was. Not even phone shop because of her husband's relationship with TK. It was Tony, and he came bearing news. He finally found proof. One out of an envelope, I pulled out 6 photos of TK out with dinner to dinner with B. Her name to dinner with B. In one of them, he was holding her hand. In another, she placed her head on his shoulder. The one that killed me was at the end of the night, when he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. A pang of jealousy hit me. She looked so beautiful and young, and they seemed happy together. TK looked at her like he was willing to protect her at any cost. This was not just some affair, he was in love. Her name is Bella, Tony told me. Seems she had lived fast for 6 months. The husband is the one paying all the bills, and the place is rented in his name. I was in turmoil for 2 days. I had no idea what to do with the information now that I had it. All I felt was hot and confused. TK had not officially started divorce proceeding, and no one in our immediate or larger circle seems to know what had happened. Even after ruining my life, I flung back. He happily opened the gate, and the receptionist let me to his office with a smile. No one there had heard anything. Obviously, I paused by the door and took a deep breath before opening it. TK was at his desk. There was an open bottle of cognac and shot glasses on the table before him. He was reclining in his seat, the torn bottom of his shirt loosened, his long legs on the table. I closed the door behind him, and a soft click got his attention. His eyes were fixed to the ceiling, and he turned around at the sound. "What are you doing here?" He was slurring his word. I had not seen him drunk in so long since our financial crisis. Was his relationship with B not going as well as the picture showed? I came to talk. He sniggered. "Talk? You were wearing a strange color of outfit for someone that just want to talk." I admit it. I had only missed my husband, but my pride as a woman was bruised. I was only 13 years old. He had been the only lover that I ever had. I knew every inch of my body. I'd taken him always, and yet I've never had enough of him. How could I let go? Sharing with another woman, I was there not only to reclaim my spot in his heart, but to lay claim to his body and to give me mine. That had been too long. I stood before him and he looked at me with unfocused, intoxicated eyes. "You don't get to look so sexy when you have been such a terrible person. How could you do that, Jola?" My heart broke. I squatted down until I was on my haunch before him. "I miss you, TK," I said tearfully. "Liar. I need you. Stop your nonsense and leave." He didn't sound angry despite the harshness of his word. He slipped his hand inside my dress, and I didn't stop him. His voice deepened. "You came here to seduce me, didn't you?" I was desperate to be in his arm. "Is it working?" He leaned forward until our foreheads touched. Yes. We made love right there on his desk, just like old times. Not once, but twice. It was passionate at first, then tender. Afterward, he pulled on his clothes and shifted away from me. Clearly, he was no longer intoxicated. "This doesn't change anything between us." He sounded petulant. "What about if I can prove that you have been just as indiscreet as I have?" He scoffed. "And what does that mean?" I reached into my handbag and pulled out the pictures of him and B, placing them one another after the other on the table. I watched blood drain from his face. "I found out about the girl you have been seeing. Can you really throw stones from your glass house?" His expression changed after the initial shock. His smile was sardonic. "Sweetheart, Bella is not my mistress. She's my daughter. My knees buckled and a wave of dizziness hit me. I sank into the empty chair closest to me and muttered, "Why? What?" He gathered up the photos and came to stand before me, handing them back. I was too weak to lift my hands to receive them, so he dropped them on my lap. "If this was your smoking gun, I'm sorry. You have to try again. I have never cheated in this marriage. That is all you. You have a daughter. What is she, like 19? How could you keep such a secret? How could you keep such a thing a secret? How is this deceit better than from what I kept from you? Don't ever go there, Angela. TK, I have been in so much pain thinking I was losing you. So you conveniently rush into your exam instead of talking to me. He practically roared at me, but I was late and lit one. Bella is ours and I daughters. What? Our the love of his life? The one that supposedly disappeared after NYC? Oh my God. It must have been 20 years ago. You must be joking, I spluttered. He shook his head as a cloud of smoke left his lip. I wish I was. But everything I'm about to tell you is the truth. Hawa, unbeknownst to her, was pregnant when my mom paid her off. At Harvard, a few months in, she made the discovery. She took a year off from her study to have Bella and managed to attend school while raising her. We left each other on bad terms, obviously, so she never told me. She couldn't until last year when I got a call from an unknown number. Hawa had been diagnosed with AML, a type of leukemia. She had tried everything, but it looked like she was not going to survive it. Hawa never married, and Bella was her only child. If she died, there was no one to take care for her. She contacted me in breach of the agreement she had with my mother because she was at the end of her life. I went over to New York immediately. After the DNA test was confirmed, I assumed responsibility of Bella. We did what we could for her mother until her death 6 months ago. I brought Bella to Nigeria to get to know her and be the father she never had. All her life, she believed I had died in a car crash. The cigarette in his hand and had burned out. I was still snubbed with shock. All the secret phone calls, the unexplained trips, the disappearance now made sense. But why did he not sleep at home sometimes? Where was he? I decided not to ask any question at that time and said instead, "I'm sorry about Awa. She lived a sad life after signing that contract." "You think so?" "I don't know. She was accomplished and had a great life. We all have to die at some point. I wish you had told me what was going on. It would have pretended so many things." He stared at me for several minutes. "I don't think so, Angie. I was wrong for not telling you, but honestly, I was more worried about Bella. She had just lost her mother, and I didn't know how you would react to her existence. I was yet another secret for you to wrap your mind around. I was going to tell you in a few minutes when I was sure she could handle meeting her stepmother and half-sister, not to mention my mother. I was just trying to fill the void in her life. She has never even been to Nigeria, and there's a lot for her to do, like youth service. The day I came home to meet the picture of you and your lover, she had told me that she felt ready to meet you and honor Adoni, but now I have to tell her that I failed in the first 20 years of her life, and now I am falling her again because I still can't give her the family she craved. TK, it is not too late. We should try and be a family again. I can't, Angie. Even if you thought I was cheating, you should have confronted me. Instead, you play pretty games and carried on an affair with your former lovers. I have lost so much respect for him. I couldn't look at him as shame overwhelming. It was not an affair, TK. I never slept with him. I just felt like I was losing you, and it just happened to be there. He gave me the attention I craved for. He listened to me and made me feel seen. I just felt so lonely for the past 4 years. All I had to do was be a trophy wife and modern mom. At some point, it felt like something was missing and I was lost. I couldn't tell from the look on his face whether he believed me or not. Well, That was all. That well, after all that's happened, I hope you don't feel lost anymore. I know for sure that I want to be with you, and that's never changed. But I always felt like you never loved me as much as I love you. Not that again. Look, Angela, I have two daughters to raise now, and I don't think I can raise them with you. I'm going to. His phone had been ringing non-stop, and the beep sound of a text message cut him off. He looked at me and muttered, "Oh my God." I jumped to my feet. What is it? Don't okay? He looked at me and said in a somber voice, "Okwe's mom is dead." On the drive to Okwe and Banker's family house, I wondered what he was about to say before the call came, but I was too scared to ask. When we arrived, the place was already filled with people making condolence visits. We spotted Banky first. She came over to us and TK gave her a warm hug before going in search of her brother. "Hello, Angela, thank you for coming." Her voice was brittle. I couldn't help myself. I hugged her and tears started streaming down my face. "I thought you had gone back to America to have your baby." I couldn't leave Angela. She was in so much pain. I just wanted to be here with it. I just wanted to be here when it happened. Your mom was like a mother to me. I can't believe I allowed my anger towards you to deprive me of seeing her before she passes on. I don't think I can never forgive myself. At this point, we were both weeping. "It's okay. You know," she kept asking about you, especially after every visit from TK. I eventually told her what had happened, and why we are no longer friends, and she insisted I try to reconcile with you. That was why I was so adamant to see you and apologize to you. Once again, Angela, I'm very sorry. Please forgive me. Little had a funny way of humbling a person. How could I not forgive her, considering the mess I had made of my own life? "I forgive you, Banke," I whispered as we hugged as tightly as her protruding belly would allow. She pulled away and gave me a long look. "Ange, I know this might not be the time or place, but I have to be honest with you. I saw TK weeping the other day when he came to see Okwe. It was so hot about what happened between you and Emeka. I was astonished to hear that name because I thought he was gone for good. I know I don't have the right to tell you what to do with your life. And as you know, my own marriage is ending under horrible circumstances. But the one thing I can tell you is what I know for sure. Your husband loves you and is very hot right now. I don't know what you plan to do, and you don't have to tell me, but I thought you should know. I contributed to your belief that TK does not really love you, but he does. He always did. After an hour paying our condolences, TK and I left together. I found myself consumed with my thoughts and deep in my feeling. I wanted my family back. But how was I going to convince TK? What could I say? He didn't speak except to ask me for my address. He drove into the parking lot in silence. Not even the radio was on. There was so much to say, but no way to say it. He didn't turn off the ignition when he parked. "Good night," he said. "When can we see each other again?" "Angela, I told you not to get your hopes up." I looked at him, but his face was cast in stone. He didn't seem angry, but I knew how stubborn he was. Dejected, I opened the door and stepped out, walking toward my flat. As I approached, I saw a figure hovering by potted plants in front of my entrance. He stepped out of the shadow before I could say anything. It was Emeka. "Hello, Angel." I couldn't believe my eyes. What was he doing here? How did he find me? Why now? The sound of his voice and the name he used to call me, which were once so intoxicating, now nauseated me. "What are you doing here?" I snarled. "I had to see you. Were you following me?" He stepped forward. "Please, I know how it looks, and I'm not ready to cause you any trouble." "Trouble? You ruined my life. You ruined my life. I haven't seen my daughter in weeks. I'm living here all alone, having lost my husband. So you finally choose him after everything." I was stunned. How did I ever see any of this behavior as love? I need you to leave. Never contact me. Don't call me. Just, he was now standing mere inches from me. I stepped back and put my hand out in front of me. Emeka continued to sit, and his mistress shares. Are you willing to share me with another woman? I took a deep breath. Emeka, give up on me. Can't you see there's no future here? I'm sorry I led you on for too long, so I'm sorry I allowed you to keep dreaming about us being together. But I love my husband and I want to try to save my marriage, especially now that I realize I was wrong about so many things. Please, Emeka, let me go. I can't. I love you so much. Anger rose in my chest like a blazing sun. I pushed him back with all my strength, but he held my arms and pulled me toward him. I couldn't tell what his intention were, but I fought him with great force. I was no match for him. I felt myself being pulled into an embrace. I looked around for help, and it was at that moment that I saw TK emerge from between the parked cars in the lot. What? How and why was he here? I thought he had left. Get your filthy hands off my wife. He yanked Emeka off me, and his fist instantly connected with his jaw. Emeka staggered, then regained his balance and punched TK right back in the face. TK was taller, but Emeka was bigger and more muscular. Yet, TK was giving him a sound beating. The next thing I knew, both men were on the ground in the parking lot, grappling as they tried to overpower each other. They were rolling dangerously close to the sharp edge of the covert when I had a sickening thought. A blood-curdling scream escaped my throat, and a crowd quickly gathered. 2 security men ran toward them and broke them apart. TK was pulled off first, and the expression on his face was that of raw anger. Emeka lay there, his eyes closed. A sobering second passed, then 2. Still, he lay there. Was he? Someone from the crowd that had gathered around us stepped forward. Step aside, I'm a doctor, he said in a calm voice. He crouched next to Emeka and felt for a pulse. After a few heart-stopping seconds, he declared, he is alive. He must have hit his head and passed out. We need to rush him to the hospital and make sure he does not have a concussion. The small crowd of about 8 people began to murmur. They must have been residents of the 10-flat short-let estate. Some were taking photos, their phones held aloft. Please, I said to the doctor, call an ambulance. As I spoke, a well-dressed man emerged from the crowd. He introduced himself as the estate manager. We should go to the nearest police station and write a statement because we are not sure of the extent of his injury, he said to me. TK stepped forward and handed him a business card. Oh, the man said, his expression changing the second he saw the name on it. I'm sorry, sir. I think you should go right away. If there's any need to contact you, we'll be in touch. No ambulance arrived, and in the end, Emeka was lifted by 3 men into the manager's car, and the doctor jumped in with them. As that was happening, TK began to head to his car. I was shocked by how angry he was, even in the face of potential serious harm done to Emeka. He could be charged with a crime if Emeka ended up disabled or hurt in any way. My stomach was not as I headed to the manager's car to follow them to the hospital. The manager had just started the ignition when TK appeared by the passenger window. He tapped on the glass and I rolled it down. Where do you think we are going? I looked around to the others in the car and said in a whisper I hope only he and I could hear. I can't have his death or disability on my conscience. TK, I have to make sure he's okay. He might be unwell mentally, but stop talking. I can't believe you, Angela, he said and walked away. The people in the car sat there uncomfortable silence, but I was too worried about Emeka to process his reaction. So we headed to the hospital and TK left. The doctor had intervened, volunteered to take us to the hospital where he worked, which was not too far off and decided to manage decay himself. 2 hours after we arrived, the doctor emerged from the ward. Good news. It is nothing serious. He hit his head and blacked out. No signs of a heavy concussion. He is actually awake now, but he has a nasty bump on the back of his head, and I would like to keep him here through the night just to be safe. I was so relieved, and I had to sit down for seconds. If you don't mind me asking, how are you related to the patient? I looked sharply at the doctor. He cleared his throat. We need a next of kin for billing and follow-up, he clarified. He's an old friend. I won't be coming back here to see him, but you can bill me, considering that the incident was my fault. The doctor looked like he had more questions, but I was done. I headed home in a taxi, and after long hot shower and promptly fell asleep. I was knocked out all morning, but there was an incessant noise and vibration in my ear at some point that kept yanking me out of my blissful sleep. Eventually, the noise was too much, and I grabbed for my phone. Hello? Where are you, Angela? It was Linda, and she sounded manic. The apartment. Why? Please come to my house right away. What is going on? She practically started screaming. It is all over the blogs and social media, Angela. Wake up and come over here now. We are in trouble. My eyes flew open and I sprang up from the bed. Linda had hung up and my phone was in my shaking hand. What did she mean by blogs? I opened Lagos Vile and saw it all in Technicolor. Lagos big boy Tokunbo Ayo Kensington, he brought with wife's lover. The post was brutal. It described the fight in licentious and lurid details. They said that TK beat my lover into a coma and that I took off with Emeka, abandoning my husband. And there were pictures of TK looking disabled, of Emeka passed out on the ground, and one of me looking confused, deranged and crying. It was all there in shameful, hurtful detail. I sank onto the ground, my phone in my hands. There were missed calls from everyone. My aunt, my brother, and that would be the Duchess, even Banker had sent text with a new number. There were no word from TK himself. I didn't leave the house. Linda at Funshaw showed up later in the evening to console me, but even they could not bring themselves to lie to me. It was obvious my marriage was done. Days passed by in a blur of pain and intense embarrassment. The scandal raged for a while, with people in the comments creating stories out of thin air about my life. It even got covered on popular morning shows on the radio and TV. When my aunt called, I didn't know what to say to her. She was disappointed but sympathetic. I promised your mother that I would take care of you no matter what. I won't abandon you, but you have to take care of yourself too. She told me that she was trying to talk to my in-laws, but there were no headway. My brother offered me a one-way ticket to the States. He thought that I needed to get away for a while until the dust settled. I have to stay here. My daughter is there. He too promised to stick by me. Hold your head up. Hi, Angela. There's nothing new under the sun. All scandals eventually run out of steam. A week later, I stepped out of my apartment for a walk to clear my head. To my surprise, I saw my car, which I had driving to TK's office more than 10 days ago, in the parking lot. I had no idea how long it had been there. I asked the security who handed me the keys. He said the driver brought it in the night before. What did it mean? Why would he bring my car back to me even when he was not answering my phone calls? The next morning, I was making breakfast when I had a knock on my door. I thought it was either Linda or Funshaw, but so I didn't even check the peephole before I opened it. Mommy, the feeling of relief which rushed over my body was hard to describe. I had not seen her in 2 months. My daughter leaped from my father's arm into mine. She was crying, asking me where I had been and why I went away without her. I cried too, hugging her and apologizing. TK stood by and watched our reunion with very little expression of his face. She stopped eating 2 days ago. She has been crying herself to sleep every night for weeks, asking for her mother. Rosemary was standing behind him, her head bowed. I had a lot to say, but not before an audience or in front of my daughter. He continued to speak as I bounced Donny on my hips. The situation with the tabloid is being managed by the PR team. In the meantime, I have worked out an interim custody arrangement. You can have Donny 3 days out of the way. Rosemary can come and go with her to create a sense of stability. She has missed school too. With everything blowing over, it should be safe for her to return. At that, Rosemary walking with some bags full of things for Donny. As she moved them in, Donny clambered down from her him and ran around the small rooms in the apartment. He made to leave, but I hung on to his sleeve. Tiki, please wait, let's talk. He turned to look at me with a cold, glacial stare. Do you know why I didn't leave after I dropped you off that night? I was having a change of heart because 2 years ago you gave me a chance after you found a secret I had been hiding. I thought you deserved the same grace that you gave me. But what did I see when I came after you? And what did you do after I fought that fool off you? How much betrayal am I supposed to tolerate, Angela? Tell me. I was speechless. We were so close to a reconciliation. I had to say something before the door closed in my face. I love you, TK. You know that I do. Don't do this. But he was clearly done talking. As he walked away, I felt my heart break into two. The pain was so intense that it was almost physical. The last time I felt pain this crippling was the day that I lost my mother. 2 months passed. It became too expensive to remain at the shortlet, so I moved into a small apartment in VI. Funshaw found it for me, but told me not to let TK know about it, since the flat was affiliated with Benga, his childhood friend's real estate business. I wouldn't have had the chance to anyway, since I hadn't seen him since the day he dropped Oladunni off himself. Paris arrangement is sent for her every 3 days and sent her back after 4 days. Rosemary and Akpan oversaw the ferrying of our daughter between her worrying parents. Now that we had been reunited, Donny seems much happier, despite the organized chaos of her life. She was still too young to ask deep questions, and so I lived like that, in limbo, waiting for a final blow. Rosemary brought a letter in a sealed A4 envelope with her on one visitation. When I opened it, I found the filing for legal separation. Now that the end had come, I realized how ill-prepared I was for it, even when I expected it. I told no one, not even Linda, because I was sure she would be more heartbroken than I was. I was driving to the supermarket a few days later when the first dizzy spell hit me. It was by the grace of God that I didn't crash into the car ahead of me. After that, the headaches began. When I collapsed in the kitchen one day in Linda's presence, she insisted on taking me to the hospital. You need to stay alive to fight this battle, Angela. Don't let stress take your life too soon, she said. We headed to one of the brand new hospitals in Lekki, where I registered as a new patient. Because of the recent scandals in my life, the last thing I needed was my private information being accessed by the wrong person. I chose somewhere new open for discretion. After a series of tests, I was waiting for the doctor to return with the verdict. I tried not to think of the worst case scenario after all my mother had died of cancer. Moments later, he walked in with a broad smile. Congratulations, Miss Angela. What? You are pregnant. I will say that you are about 6 to 8 weeks along. A moment passed as realization down. The night banker's mom dead. We didn't use any protection and I stopped using my pee. I was so stressed I didn't even notice that my period had stopped. I plastered a huge smile on my face. Thank you, doctor. I was relieved that he had not noticed my shock and unease. After his spy about prenatal care and his prescription, I headed out to meet Linda, who was in the waiting room with a worried expression. What was the diagnosis? Stress, I lied. I had to buy some time because even I could not believe that I was in such a mess. Legally separated and pregnant, with no job or permanent home, when I only had 3 out of the week with my first child. How would this work? In the car on the drive home, I ran through my options. I could either, one, keep the news of the pregnancy to myself, get a lawyer to represent me through the eventual divorce proceedings, and go somewhere to start my life over. Or, two, tell TK about the pregnancy just for his information, go through with the divorce, relocate, and start over. The only thing that was not an option was using the baby as a bargaining chip to remain TK's wife, especially with Oladun's pregnancy was the initial determining factor in decision to marry. This time, I want him to choose me for me, not only for the sake of our unborn child. My mind continued to churn when I got home. I went to the pharmacy for the drug the doctor prescribed, and when I got back, alone as Donnie slept, I looked at the terms of the separation, and it was brutal. TK had accused me of infidelity and unreasonable behavior. There was a long list of evidence to support his claim. The text, pictures, the tickets I had booked to America, everything. Not only that, but the lawyer also representing him was the family son that charged millions per hour. A week's work was more than my entire life worth at that time. Could I win a custody battle? I was under 2 months pregnant. Wouldn't my and the baby health be jeopardized by legal war? I realized that there was only one option: to get all this done quickly and move on. I needed a job, a bigger house to raise my children, and a timeline for when my life was going to start over. I called the Duchess. I always knew you were bold. She spouted immediately she answered the call. But I didn't know you were to be brazen. But if you can be an adulteress after all we have done for you. I didn't call you to fight. I called you to settle. I would have called Tokumbo, but he does not answer my calls. Please, speak to your lawyer to set up an arbitration hearing. I don't want to go to court. For the first time, I think I had stormed my mother-in-law into silence. When she spoke, she was on the defensive. Why? Why should I do what you want? Because the family cannot deal with more scandals. Let us just settle quietly and move on. I should let you know that even if you agree to do this, you get not from this family. You are going to return to the old you come from. Your life is over, Angela Olua. I took a deep breath. That is fine. I just want my daughter. Whatever you may think of me and what happened, it doesn't warrant a mother being cut out of her life. The next morning, I woke up feeling lighter, freer. My life post TK was beginning to take a shape and form. I still love him, and if he wanted to try again, I would return to his side in the heartbeat. But I could not wait in purgatory forever. I needed to face my life squarely, whatever it was going to be going forward. After I dropped off Donnie, I headed to my car. One of the security guards at the school jogged up to me, and for a moment, I thought I forgot something. Excuse me, Donnie's mom, he said. A lady asked me to give you this letter. She said she was in a hurry and couldn't wait. It was holding a white envelope. What lady? What could the letter be? Did she give you a name? She said to you that she was Emeka's friend. Emeka's friend? I was startled and stepped back. Ronke? I almost told him to fling the letter in the nearest dustbin, but I thought better of it. As far as I knew, Emeka had left the hospital. He had declined my offer to pay his hospital bills, and he sent me a check with the amount I had deposited the way he was admitted. There was nothing more to say. So what was this letter? Curiosity got the best of me. So I took the envelope and thanked the guy. When I got home, I took a seat on the sofa, made myself some soothing chamomile tea with honey, and started to read it. Anjola, I'm so sorry to send this to you suddenly, but I feel like I have no choice. I went to your house to talk to you, but the guard told me that you no longer live there, and that the best place to find you was at your daughter's school. Reading that your marriage was on the rocks and seeing this picture in the tablet had been weighing to my conscience. So I thought it was only fair that you find out the truth. Emeka and I met through a friend on event last year. We were friends, but I had a huge crush on him. No move to date me officially, even as he took me out for date, took me shopping and bought me clothes. But one day he asked for a favor. He said he had recently run into an ex-girlfriend who had broken his heart and wanted to get her back. He needed me to pose a fiance because if she saw how our well-being, she would be begging, she would come begging and would pay her back in her own coin. Now that I'm writing this, it sounds so stupid, but he seems like a genuine nice guy, and I really like him. I thought if we did this together and he got over his ex, he and I would officially start dating. Running into you at the supermarket that day was a coincidence. We followed you there, and that was when the cracks in Emeka's personality began to show. I thought he would be happy to behave, to have made you jealous that day, but he only become more obsessed. He stayed over to my place and just to watch your movements. He researched your husband and his family constantly. His whole world revolved around you. The only reason I came to your house that day was because he asked me to. He said he was very close to getting you to leave your husband. Then he was going to dump you via the next way you did years ago. I was happy to oblige. He even gave me a spirit of exactly what to say. I went along with it because I thought after this, he was sure to let you go. But I was wrong. When I saw the image between the two of you and learned about your past, it dawned on me that he has been using me all along. He was using me as a pawn to destroy your marriage. Not so he could hurt you like he claimed, but so that he could have you to himself. I pretended I was still on board. I began snooping around for information and that I could use in blackmailing him in retaliation for how he treated me. And that was when I stumbled on the truth. I left that without a word to him, and I haven't seen him since. I decided to write this letter to clear my conscience and to let you know that there's more to Emeka than you know. He has a last card that I could use to hurt you in the future. It is up to you what you do with this information. Once again, I'm very sorry for the role I played in ruining your marriage. I was deceived like you were. Ronke. My tea had grown cold. I must have sat there for 30 minutes straight, staring and unblinking. What could this mean? Could Ronke's assertion be true or part of another plot to hurt me? But if the prize was Emeka, surely she had already won. What more could she want? There was not a hint of blackmail or demand in the letter. Will I trust the words of a self-confessed liar? After I brought my daughter home from school, I was still debating with myself about what to do. Later that evening, Akpan came for her. It was the end of another 3 days stint together. Once she and Rosemary were gone, I made a decision. Within an hour, I was in Ikoyi, parked in the lot where Emeka worked. I didn't even know if he was there, if he had recovered, or if he even still had a job after the scandal. I waited there until 7 p.m. When he emerged, I haven't seen him in almost 3 months. He looked leaner, more somber, and had a patchy bed. When he got close to his car, I honked once. He looked up, startled. When he saw me, the shock on his face was palpable. He looked around him to fear. Maybe he thought Sticky was going to come out of the shadow to attract him again. I stepped out of the car and leaned against it. "Hello, Emeka," I said. My tone was hard and unfriendly. "Anjola," he said wearily as he walked toward me. He stood a few steps away and crossed his arm. "I got an interesting letter today from Ronke. You know, the woman you recruited to play your fiance." He looked like he had been dozed in ice-cold water before he quickly regained his composure. "All that is over now. I just want to move on." "Drop the act, Emeka. I know that there is a bigger reason behind the obsession with me. If you don't tell me the truth, I will make your life hell for trying to disturb me. Let sleeping dogs like Anjola I promise I won't be a nuisance to you or your family anymore. If you want me to talk to you, to your husband, I will. Even though I'm pretty sure my next customer with him will probably cost my life considering how much last meeting went. If you don't tell me the truth, what ticket did to you will be minor compared to what I'm capable of. By trying to ruin me, you hurt my child, and I will be blamed and I will be damned if I let you get away with it. He bowed his head for a moment. Then he looked up at me. Just remember that you asked for this. Whatever happened next is out of my hands. He said and paused dramatically. The truth is not about your husband, but the other man in your life. The other man in my life? What craziness was Emeka spewing? Had the fall robbed him of his cognitive abilities? Emeka, speak now and speak clearly before I lose my temper. Your father is alive, Anjola. The secret I've been keeping from you is the identity of your biological father. 2. A capable husband. What is the point of being who I am if I can't have the person who was worth fighting for? Stephanie Lennox. I don't remember you. Chapter 2. Chapter 11. Revelations. August 2015. A few years ago, when I was still living in America, one of my friends organized a Naija team party. It had Nigerian food, music, and as many Nigerians as we could find in the East Coast area. It was just when we needed to ease the nostalgia a little bit. At some point, I got talking to a girl who I found really interesting. A smile reminded me of yours. That was really the attraction. We became friends when we realized we had similar interests and lived only about 30 minutes apart. She had a fiancé who was in Paris at the time, so our friendship was platonic, like a filler. A few months later, she was ready to get married and hosted a pre-wedding dinner that I was invited to, where I met her father. He and I really hit it off, and we spent a good portion of the party talking about the Nigerian oil and gas industry, a field that he was an icon in. After our honeymoon, she called me with a message from her father. He wanted to see me for a meeting. To my surprise, he offered me a job on the spot. I was given a job to run his license office in Texas. I was in Maryland at the time, but it was an offer worth relocating for, especially into arriving in my inbox one day. He and I had been working together for 2 years at that point. It was a financial statement for a trust that he had opened in some of his children's name. It needed updating because one of his students had just expanded his family, and he wanted to include the new child in the trust. The names on the statement were very surprising to me because, like I told you, I had met Atinoke, one of his daughter, and his other child, a son. But the names on this trust were not only different, but familiar. They were yours and yours. And for the children on that statement had a different surname. I tried to get him to tell me what happened between him and your mother and why he had been in the shadow all your life. He didn't want to go into details about that aspect of his past, but he said it was too painful. But he had recently decided not to initiate contact with you, having discovered the family you were about to marry into. It turned out that there is a long distance thread between your father's family and the Ayo Kensingtons. With this information, I made it a point of duty to confront you, or long glass with everything, especially the plain. Long glass with everything, especially the plain. I made it a point of duty to comfort you at long glass with everything, especially the pain I had about being dumped so cruelly, and to try and persuade you to be with me. Then you jumped the bombshell about being pregnant, and I realized you had never meant to break up with me all those years ago. I was deflated and left you alone, never summoning up the courage to tell you about your father. The next time those trust documents came through my desk, I found out that you had been disinherited. Fueled by the rejection and morbid curiosity, I started to read about your husband's family. I needed to know what could have made your father disinherit his own daughter. Turned out that your husband's parents have done some questionable things to preserve their money and power. Your husband hasn't been any better himself, from cases of fraud in his investment firm to a failed marriage and a very questionable lifestyle. My mind was made up. I cast myself as the hero who was going to save you from the cloth of that terrible family and the man you had married. I admit that it was foolish of me to have thought this way, but at the time, it felt like a righteous mission. Last year, my boss, your father, asked me to come and head the operation department of Proga Oil here in Nigeria. I saw it as a second chance for us and to help you reunite with your father. When we met again and you began to confide in me, I realized that you are not very happy in your marriage. You were insecure and constantly scheming. You were no longer the Angela I knew, and the change was not for the better. I became more convinced that I had to rescue you. However, things didn't go the way I had planned. I didn't emphasize that what the love I still felt for you would do to me. How far I would go just to rescue you. I was not keeping this information from you for any sinister reason. It was just a subject that needed to be delicately handled. But now, you know that my boss, Chief A.J. Badmus, business mogul and owner of Paga Oil, one of the largest indigenous oil and gas companies, is your father. You also know that the only way that he will want to be in your life is if you disavow your in-laws. Angela, you have to make a final choice. Do you want your husband back, or do you want a relationship with your father? My head was spinning as I sped off toward Ogudu. I kept replaying the story that Emeka told me in a loop, over and over. I was in a trance as he spoke, in complete shock. I could not wait another second to find out the truth, to verify what I had been told. And there was only one person alive who could do that. A person who had seen it all but had kept up the lies for decades. My auntie Titi. When I was a child, up until I was 10 and had become wise, my unfailing birthday request was to see my father, to have him at my party, to go to his house. Even a simple phone call would have been enough. But I got nothing. I made my request smaller and more reasonable over time, and yet none were granted. Mommy, why can't he come? Doesn't he love us? I will ask my mother. Can't we just go into his house? Maybe he will send me birthday card this year, Mommy. She told me the truth when I was 11 and Afolabi was 18. She said he died before I was born. She claimed that he was a nobleman from a rotten family, and that he had been her one true love, which was why she never remarried after he passed on. I never wanted to tell you the truth. I'm sorry for giving you false hope all your life, but now you know the truth. As I stepped down the highway, tears formed in my eyes. Why did my mother lie? What was she hiding? Was Auntie Titi really never going to tell me the truth, or she too passed away and took the secret to her grave? It was nearly 10 p.m. when I pulled into her compound. Auntie Titi was surprised to see me at her house. She took one look at me and her expression softened. What happened? Is it your husband? What about your daughter? I started to cry. Auntie Titi, is it true? Is my father alive? She looked like she had seen a ghost, and my heart broke into pieces. She stepped back to let me into the house. Come in. Her husband was in the living room when we walked in. She led me past him with barely a word, and we went into their bedroom. Sit down, she said. Why did you both lie to me? For 30 good years, Auntie. She sat next to me, her eyes gleaming with tears. Do you know why what is happening with you and your husband is especially painful for me? Because your mother went through so much, sacrificed so much for love. It taught me to see you suffer like this. All she and I ever wanted was for you and your brother to be happy. I'm sorry it came at such a great cost to you. Your grandparents, God bless their soul. We are very hardworking and dedicated people. Your grandfather was a civil servant. Your mother owned a small restaurant in Ibadan where we live. She was an amazing cook, and your mother cooked after her in that regard. As you know, they had only 2 girls for Mom and me. We were what a lot of people would probably refer to now as poor. but we never saw it that way. Our parents were hardworking, and they gave the best of everything they could afford. We were loved by our parents and raised in the church with high moral standard. Your mom finished secondary school and she got admission to the University of Lagos to study law. Our parents were so proud. Their first daughter was going to be a lawyer. I remember the day she left the campus. Our dad followed her back all the way to Lagos in a bus, made sure she settled in, and then came back the same day. Those were the kind of sacrifices our parents made for us. I remember our mom working tirelessly to meet up with the demands of paying for my tuition in the private secondary school and sending your mom money and provision in school. Your mom finished their first season with sterling grades, and we were very proud. That holiday period, she got a job here in Lagos and she could ease the burden on her parents. Her job was a receptionist at a very large manufacturing company owned by the Badmus family. At the time, your mom was about 19 and your dad, AJ, was already in his early 30s and was working in family business. You know your mom was a very beautiful woman. She caught his eyes and he began to relentlessly pursue her. He was handsome, rich, and had a way with women. He had a reputation for being a playboy. So your mom avoided him like plague. He didn't give up, even after the summer was over and she was back on campus. He would her constantly with expensive gifts and was always trying to impress her. I remember she would smuggle some of those gifts from home and hide them to her parents. And hide them so our parents won't see them. Occasionally, she would even give some of them to me and ask me to promise not to let our parents find out. Eventually, your mother began to fall for his charms. They began a romance that was doomed from the onset. AJ was married. His wife was in America while he was managing family business in Nigeria. He had told her that his marriage was a mistake, an arrangement between families, rather than a true love match. A few months into the relationship, she got pregnant. It was a horrible time. Her parents were so disappointed because they felt they had raised their child better than that. But their disappointment was nothing compared to what his parents felt and did. His parents were on the other hand, were a nightmare. His mother was convinced she was a gold digger that was trying to scrape her way into the family for money and fame, and was determined to frustrate her. However, your father remained firmly by her side. He got her an apartment off campus, got her a car and a driver, the best medical care. She lacked nothing, and it was obvious he loved her. Her classmates were writing their second semester exam when she gave birth to Afolabi. The agreement she had with your father was to have the baby, win him back to school while he worked on sorting out his divorce so they could have a properly family. But your father didn't keep his agenda of the bargain. One day, she got a visit from his wife who had flown in from America to address the situation. To your mother's attend to the situation. To your mother's shock, she was pregnant. Apparently, his marriage was not in trouble, and according to her, it never had been. Your mom was devastated to learn that she was nothing more than a mistress. She moved back to Ibadan and started trying to pick up the piece of her life. By then, our parents' financial situation had worsened, so she was not able to go back to school as planned because she refused to accept any form of help from your father. She struggled, and eventually she was able to gather enough money to set up a restaurant. Because she was a great cook and serving, being more educated, she did very well. She started single-handedly supporting the whole family and paying my school fees. That is why she could do no wrong to me, Angela. Your mother paid my entire way through the university, even though she was never able to complete her own education. It was only after your grandfather, who hated AJ with all his heart, passed away that your father began to regain access to your mother. He had been clamoring for years to see Afolabi, and with her father gone, your mother resolved weaken. Your father not only spent time with your brother, but he spent money on us too. With that, your mother expanded into catering services, and when that was successful, she planned to launch a smaller restaurant in Lagos and establish a cooking school in Ibadan. Time passed with your father's intermittent visits. Old, buried feelings resurfaced. When Afolabi was about 6 years old, your mother got pregnant again. On the day of your naming ceremony, your paternal grandmother and your father's wife sinned. And your father's wife came to the house and caused a terrible sin. After that, your father explained to your mother that even though he loved her, he could not leave his wife for her. He made your mother an offer he promised to take care of her and her children all through their lives, but he would remain married to his wife. It means that your mother was doomed to be his mistress for life. By then, things had escalated dangerously. The Badmus family were frustrating her. His wife was constantly threatening her, and there was an attempt to kidnap Afolabi. The drama was just too much for her to handle. It was affecting her business because they were blocking her attempts at getting clients, and AJ was not fighting for her the way he should. I remember on one occasion going to see him in his office and telling him to relocate my sister and her children out of the country so they could live in peace. He said to make no difference even if she was at the other end of the world. It was as though he had thrown in the towel and she was in the battlefield alone. She eventually took matters into her hand and went to negotiate with his family. The deal she made to have some peace was that she would give AJ up, but AJ was to have no contact with her or her children ever again. She didn't want you and your brother growing up thinking of her as the other woman, or the mistress of a wealthy man, and she didn't want you to be exposed to his family who had proven to be callous and ruthless. The Badmus family refused to give you and Afolabi their last name, which was all she had asked for. Your surname, Adekoya, is actually our father's middle name. Your mother changed her name so many people would think she had been legally married. Your father stayed away, not because he did not love you or your brother, but because he had to abide by your mother's wishes. As she truly believed it, it was best for both of you that you were protected from it all. She didn't want both of you to grow up as the Badmus outcast and reject. After your mother was diagnosed with cancer, I made sure he was in the know. Your mother made me promise not to let him know why she was ill. It was her pride and desire to protect you from the Badmus family problems. He told me to come to him for anything you and your brother might need. He paid for your tuition when you went to the UK for your masters, Angela. I lied to you that Afolabi and I scrapped money together, but it was not true. Your father paid your tuition. That was the first and only time I went to him for help because I knew how badly you wanted that degree. I found a way to return Afolabi's money to you, too, but I didn't want him to know either. Learning about my mother's past made her death even more tragic. She worked so hard and got little reward while she was alive. I was angry with my father for his powerlessness and neglect, but no longer shocked because it had somewhat happened to me. I knew how this matter could be and how much TK had to fight to marry me in the first place. Then I remembered the shocking things Emeka had said to me. Auntie Titi, do you know anything about a feud between the Badmus family and the Ayo Kensington family? She shook her head thoughtfully. I have no idea. But now that you know who your father is, you owe it to Tokunbo to tell him. I have been so worried about you. I supported your marriage to Tokunbo because I saw what the absence of your father in your life did to you. I didn't want that for Oladuni, but I'm afraid I was wrong. The exact same thing is happening to you. Tokunbo's mother, his family, his past, everything happening to you now has just been like deja vu to me. I sometimes feel your mom would have done things differently if she had a chance. You still have an opportunity to live your life to the fullest. We work late into the night. After midnight, she prepared my old room for me and I slept in her house. The next morning, we had breakfast together and by 11, I left for Lekki. I was 10 minutes away from home when my phone rang. It was TK. My heart leaped into my throat. He hadn't called me in months. I found a place to park because my hand was trembling. I answered just before it cut off. Anjola, we need to talk, he said, his voice calm and unhurried. I paused before I spoke. I need to talk to you too. Chapter 12. Aftershocks. We agreed to meet at my apartment in VI. He had never been there. The last time I had seen him months ago, I lived somewhere else and wasn't yet aware that I was pregnant with our second child. He was already there when I drove in, waiting by his car. He was casually dressed in a white Giorgio Armani t-shirt, paired with black trousers and black Todd drivers. In my eyes, he looked slightly older. There was more gray hairs in his beard and small fine lines around his eyes. When he lost weight, his thinness was more pronounced. You could see it in the brittleness of his skin and the texture. And yet, he looked so handsome to me, like a dignified statesman. Good morning, I said when I reached him. Morning, he said tersely, looking around. You are up early. He added the last bit as a statement, not a question. Yes, I was at my aunt's place. He stared at me as if he could read lies written on my skin. I see. Can we go in? What I need to say is important. My heart skipped a beat. Sure. Inside, he declined my offer of breakfast or even tea. Instead, he took his time looking at the small two-bed flat as if I was a realtor and he was a client. I sat down on the chair opposite him and he finally began to talk. My mother says you want to settle out of court. Is that true? Yes. Why? Because I'm tired of fighting. Fighting for the custody or the marriage? I paused. Was this a trick question? He filed for divorce and he forgotten everything. Why? I was getting confused, but I tried to maintain my cool. Because I've decided that peace of mind is more valuable than whatever I had to gain from fighting. Or is it because you want to take my daughter away to raise with Emeka? I sighed. After all that has happened, I can't believe you would think that is a possibility. I'm just tired, TK. I mess up, I admit. But I won't be paying for my mistakes for the rest of my life. I want to move on. In more pain than you. I now have to contend with you wanting to what? Move on? I sat there in shock. What was he saying? What was I supposed to say? TK, I already said I was sorry. I was too moved to speak. Of all the directions I thought that this meeting was going to take, I never imagined this. I tried to process my feeling in real time. But all my brain's activities had frozen in place. He eyed me. Unless you don't want to, I leaned forward in my chair. No, it's not that. I just didn't expect this. Your separation papers are on that table over there. I'm having trouble believing what I'm hearing. Well, believe it. What do you say? I was about to say a resounding yes when I remember what I wanted to talk to him about in the first place. Actually, before that, I have something to tell you too. He sat back in his chair. What is it? I didn't want to blot it all out, so I told him the story from the beginning, even the part he already knew, of how I had always believed that my dad was a director in the civil service, that I thought he had died before I was born. I told him about Ronke and Emeka scheme and showed him a letter. Then I dropped the bulb on him. My real father is Chief A.J. Badmus. There was never a civil service director from Ogun State whose name was Adekoyan. That was my grandfather's middle name. The first 30 years of my life was based on a lie my mother cooked up to protect Afolabi and me. TK sat there in shock. It had taken over an hour to tell him the truth from end to end. He placed his head in his hand. You can't be serious, Angela. Chief Badmus of all people, are you sure? I know that. All the current evidence show it is most likely true. Short of DNA proof, which I may not be able to get since there is a bad blood between the families. TK looked up at me and started to laugh. I was confused. What now? Does it change anything? Do you still want me back? Of course I do. But if he is your father, then this is just another complication in our way. My mother was jubilant when you told her you wanted to settle. She was ready to give you nothing and close the chapter. Imagine going back to her with not only a reconciliation, but this news. He got to his feet and began to pace. I could only imagine how badly he wanted to smoke, but for some reason he didn't. I needed to comfort him in some way. TK, it is their food, not ours. Why should we inherit it? Besides, whether they like it or not, the two families are now connected because of Oladuni. For the sake of our future generations, they will now have to sort out their differences. He stopped pacing and looked at me. If only it was that easy. At this point, I had had enough of this mysterious quarrel. But what is this food for goodness sake? I have no idea. I just know we are forbidden to have anything to do with the Badmus or anyone affiliated with them. I've never really cared, so I haven't tried to find out. So where do we go from here? He paused, his pacing again, and wondered with a serious look on his face. How about we go to the bedroom so I can show you how much I've missed you? I was so shocked but so torn on at the same time as he strode toward me. TK, stop it. We have serious issue to talk about. Angela, do you know how long it has been since I made love to you? I asked my bro, how long? He let out a long suffering sigh. Too long. He leaned lower and started kissing me on my neck, murmuring as he did so. I have been having flashbacks about that steamy evening in my office. You seduced me. You are lucky I was drunk and had little power to resist. I didn't intend for that to happen. I protest weakly. Yeah, right. You only wore a red dress because it was all you had in your wardrobe at the time. Exactly. I whispered as he lifted me up from the sofa and carried me into my bedroom. Hours later, we were still naked and sweating from making love. As I lay there in his arm, I couldn't help myself. I sighed. I still can't believe this is real. A part of me thinks you are still going to change your mind. He glanced down at me with sleepy, satisfied eyes. Angela, listen carefully to what I'm about to say, because I might not repeat it in the future. The truth is, I've become a better man since I met you. You tell me the truth whether I ask you for it or not. You stand up to me when I'm being a hard-headed fool. Yet, when I need you, you always have my back. I find myself always wanting to be the man you need, never wanting to let you down. When I make you smile, I feel like Superman. You change me. I was an arrogant, selfish womanizer, and you changed me into this person who wears his heart on his sleeve. I was so hurt when I thought you were seeing another man because I love you so much. I know now that I should have been more expressive, and I should have let you in enough for you to know how much I'm willing to make this work. But this is new for me, and I guess I was scared to be vulnerable with you. All that is going to change now, I promise. The time we spent apart helped me put things in perspective. I now realize what is truly important, and I won't trade this marriage that we have worked so hard to build for the whole world. Just promise me that there will be no more secret. Don't hide anything from me, and I promise to be open with you as well. I want forever with you, and Jane. I couldn't believe that TK was saying all those things to me. In all our years of marriage, he never opened up to me like this. Tears were streaming down my face. I knew that I should tell him that I was pregnant again, but it didn't feel like the right time. I want forever with you too. Good, get some sleep. We need to get your things out of this rat hole you have been living in tout suit. He laughed cheekily as he tried to wrap his arms around me. I threw my pillow at him. Rat hole? You sound just like your mother, I laughed. Speaking of my mother, please let me be the one to break the news about who your father is to my parents. I have my reason. Okay, but you have to do it soon. I won't like for them to find out any other way. By evening, I was all moved out of the apartment and back with my family in my home. Funshaw came over with Linda to help me move and for me to hand over the key, and they were both so happy for me. Linda actually wept and told me she had been fasting and praying so much for me she lost 3 kilos. Back at home, I called my aunt with the good news, and she prayed on the phone for 15 minutes straight, not just for me, but for the souls of my mother and my daughter's future. Finally, I made the one phone call that I have been dreading, the one to my brother in America. After my conversation with Auntie Titi, she promised to call him and tell him the truth. When we spoke, she confirmed that she had told me the truth too. I had to follow up, not just to tell me about the development in my life, but to see how it felt now that our father's real identity has been revealed. I'm happy for you, sis. He said plainly when I told him the news of mine and TK reunion. He didn't ask for more details, and I knew that he would have had the other bit of news not being on his mind. How do you feel about the news of our father? I gently asked. We don't have a father, Angela. A sperm donor, perhaps. A father, absolutely not. I was shocked. My brother was an even-tempered person. All of our lives, he had to be mature and level-headed. He didn't curse and use crude language, even when he was upset. Folabi, I know this is hard for you. You have no idea how it is for me, Angela. I remember him. I was 8 years old when he stopped coming, right after you were born. I remember him coming to the house with toys and gifts for me. And Mommy will ask me to thank my uncle. Who does that? I had no idea who he was all this while because I barely remembered him. But after Auntie Titi told me what happened, I realized it was the one she was referring to. Mommy made mistakes, but she gave us the best life she could. Remember her for that and forgive her. Please, what are you talking about, sis? I don't have a problem with Mommy. She was clearly the one who was used and manipulated by that evil man. Afolabi, please. That man is our father. He is not my father. Your naming ceremony is one of my most traumatic memories, Angela. Someone grabbed her by the front of her buba until it ripped. She was humiliated and I was too young to do anything. Nor did I understand what was going on. Weeks later, I was picked up from school by 2 strange men and bundled into the back of a smelly truck because they felt that she had not yet learned her lesson. They kept me for a whole day in the trunk until I was released. Whatever love you felt you lacked from a father growing up, I can promise you that man is not the one to give it to you. He is a coward, morally and in all ways. I have no father for all the 38 years of my life, and I don't need one. Understood? He didn't wait for a response and called the call. I had no idea he had been scared so badly by our parents' relationship. It became clear to me that there was no way I could re-establish contact with our father. Everything was stark against it. My marriage and my relationship with my brother were too precious to jeopardize. Later that night, TK came home from seeing his parents. I asked him how it went, and he sighed, pulling me into his arms. Let's give it time, he says sagely. A few days later, the Duchess summons me to the villa via text. I had been expecting a message from her, so I was not surprised, but I was also unprepared. She was alone in her private quarter when I arrived. You are one bundle of trouble, Angela Olua. Since you came into this family, it has been one issue or the other. First of all, you claw your way into marrying my son. Then you embarrass my entire family, dragging our precious name through the mud, the tabloids, and making us an object of ridicule and scandal. That was not enough. You had to charm your way back into my son's heart, and then you sent him to do the dirty work of revealing that your father is a man that I hate more than anything on this earth. What does that tell you? It tells me that life happens, and love conquers all. She cackled quietly and rubbed her dry palm together. On the contrary, it tells me that you are not supposed to be a part of this family. You never fitted in, and you never will. If you truly love Adetokunbo, you will walk away now. The truth is, I understand you. Being a mother myself, you want to protect your child from pain, but this is not the way to anybody that you bring another child to this world for my son. I'm sorry to inform you that the ship has sailed. I am pregnant, and even though Tokunbo doesn't know about it yet, I intend to tell him soon. I had seen the Duchess angry, but not like that. She was livid. Her hands were shaking as she stood up from her chair, and her eyes were bloodshot red. I hurriedly stood up from my chair and took a few steps back. She was one to slap and hit when angered, and I had an unborn child, not to mention my dignity to protect. Prepare to raise two children on your own, just like your mother did, because I will ensure you go back to the street where you. Her face contorted in pain, and the sentence stopped as if the word were swayed off mid-entrance. The Duchess pressed her hand against her chest and began gasping for breath. Her confusion lasted microseconds before I realized what I was witnessing. Oh no. When I snapped open my eyes again, I found myself in the lobby of a hospital. It was the Ayo Kensington one I had been too many times, most notably when I nearly lost Oladuni. But how did I get here? My eyes were drawn to the exit doors as they switched open. I saw TK running in towards me, and within seconds, he had wrapped me in a bear hug. Thank you so much, Angela. If you were not there, we would have lost her, he muttered against my neck. But why was he thanking me? Wasn't it all my fault? Was it not my words that stabbed her in the heart and made her collapse? Then my memories returned. The Duchess had collapsed in front of me. I rushed her to her side, and I had unbuttoned her blouse like I had seen on TV. I recalled that tight clothing had to be loosened in the case of a heart attack. I had felt her chest for a heartbeat. She was still alive but unconscious. I remember trying to lift her up so that I could fit her into the in-house elevator that plied the 5-story mansion. She was heavier than I thought, and I did not want to hurt myself in the process. Then I remembered that I had Mrs. Bade's number. I frantically called her to meet me at the elevator and bring help. Moments later, she arrived with 2 workers from the ground, and we carried her together to my car, which was parked in the driveway. I personally drove her to the hospital. On our way out, I drove past our driver and shouted to him to call TK and the rest of the family to meet us in the hospital. The shock had robbed me of the memory temporarily. As they flooded back, so did all tears. I'm so sorry, Angie, TK said soothingly, holding me as I wept. Shortly after, TK's dad and Tomike and Tomiwa rushing. They all, like TK, seemed grateful that I was there at all. I didn't have the heart to tell them that we were arguing when it happened. With our family gathered, the doctor finally came to address everyone. As suspected, she has suffered a pre-heart attack. It was not too serious and did not require surgical intervention. He suspected that she was not taking her blood pressure medication regularly, which she should have been doing, considering her age. He also advised me to call the hospital immediately for an ambulance in the future and not try to move the patient, as the family had a dedicated ambulance service for all family members as part of the retainer fees paid to the hospital. Hours later, we headed home, and I was still shaken up. TK ran me a hot bath and some tea to calm my nerves. I crawled under my duvet, promptly falling asleep in my husband's arm. The next morning, I was able to process my feelings better. I realized the brevity of life, the easy way life can be lost, had rattled me. I also realized that I would have to see my father, whom Emeka had hinted was not in the best of health, before he too died. At the very least, he owed us, my brother and I, either an apology or a side of the story. At the hospital later that day, when we went to visit, the Duchess looked small and fragile. Despite our rivalry, my heart went out to her. She couldn't talk much, but she seemed genuinely happy to see everyone, especially Oladuni and her cousin, who constantly asked intrusive childlike questions like why their grandma had tubes in her nose. Afterward, I knew I had to tell TK what was on my mind. We were in the living room as Duni napped, watching TV. Angie, are you okay? You have been awfully quiet since yesterday. TK asked. I'm scared. Of what? I'm scared that I could lose you or Oladuni or my brother. I mean, 1 minute your mother and I were having a conversation, and the next thing she collapsed just like that. He put his arm around my shoulders and drew me close. Don't be scared. We are not going anywhere. Angela, and neither are you. The thing is, I want to meet my dad, just once in my life. What if I miss the opportunity to ever see him while we sort out all the issues between our families, or while I wait for Afolabi to come around? He hesitated and seems to be carefully weighing his word. Babe, I understand how you feel. I really do. But I honestly don't think it's a good idea. Why? Has it occurred to you that he might not want to meet you? He has known where you are all this time, but he has never made an attempt to reconnect with you or your brother. You will never have known who he was, and Amy cannot be forced to reveal the truth to you. I was perplexed. On one hand, TK was right. Obviously, on the other hand, the idea that my own father might not care about me after I had spent my own life pining after him hurt like hell. Tokumbo, how can you say something like that? Maybe there were circumstances preventing him from reaching out to me. Or are you suggesting he has a problem with me as a person? Is there anything that Oladuni or the child in my womb would do that could make you not want a relationship with them? TK was looking at me in stern silence. What child in your womb? I didn't respond, and his face went from shock to tender curiosity. Are you pregnant? About 3 months.
It happened that night in your office. Why didn't you tell me? Because I didn't want you to think that it was a plot to win you back. I wanted you to choose me because you love me, and not because I am pregnant. You married me because I was pregnant. I didn't want you to take me back for the same reason. Oh my God, Angela, are we back here? What will it take for you to believe that I love you? It's not just that, Tokumbo. There is this prenup I signed. Not only can I not work, but you would also have taken my child from me in the event of a divorce. I eventually signed my life over to you. If you had gone through with the divorce, where would I be? Would our unborn child even know me as its mother? And not only that, But I have come to realize there is some truth to what your mother says. I just don't fit into your world. I never have and probably never will. It doesn't matter how many expensive clothes I wear or trips I take out. Our origins are just different. We have different ethnics and values. People born with generational wealth behave differently from the rest of us. I was raised with a different belief system, and I sometimes wonder if I want Duni and our other children to grow up the same way. In what way? With misplaced values? Money is great, trust me. I have been poor and now wealthy by proxy. Wealth is better, but happiness is paramount. They should never grow up to value money more than human beings. But that's up to us, isn't it? We can raise our children however we fit. We have been doing a good job so far. Don't give up on us now. I guess he raised an eyebrow. Anything else? I don't think I can continue to live with that prenup hanging over my head. Angela, he groaned. One battle at a time. Hmm. I looked at him quizzically. TK, apart from the prenup, do you really have do you really have a problem with me working? It's just I have never imagined myself with a working wife. Ayo Keshington's wife don't need to work. My mother inherited a fortune and she invested it in various businesses. If you have projects you want to invest in, that's fine. But as for having a full career that takes you out every day, that's off the table. Oladune and her brother or sister and this marriage are what you should channel your energy towards. I sat up and faced him squarely. TK, you don't understand. When you left me, I had no money, nowhere to live. I ended up squatting in your friend's apartment, and I'm sure you know it. Without you, I am nothing. Well, that has changed. Now, you are the daughter of a billionaire. Correction, I am the illegitimate child of a billionaire who, according to you, may not want anything to do with me. He folded his arms and shook his head. Angela, what is this? We are in a good place. You don't want to find some sort of drama to ruin it. You might be in a good place, but my head is messed up, TK. I love you, but I don't want a life that revolves around you. If this is about your father, please, by all means, go and see him and drop this. I simmered down and said gently, TK, I love you and I want this marriage to work, but you have to meet me halfway because that's the only way it will. Fair enough, but what's halfway to you? I want to be allowed to pursue an active career of my choice. However, I will ensure it is not too demanding so I can balance it with running our home and raising our kids. I want a place on the board of your company as a non-executive director. If you are in for the long haul, like you say you are, then you should have no problem with me wanting to secure my future. I want a relationship with my father and your family. Is going I want a relationship with my father and your family is going to have a deal with it. I refuse to choose between pursuing a relationship with my father and my husband. I want both, and it is up to you to decide how to make that work. He waited to make sure I was done and let out a long sigh and a whistle. You know, for the first time, I'm seeing why my mother was so terrified of you. You mean business, huh? I laughed. I'm serious though, Tokumbo. Oh, that I know. If that's the case, I have some terms of my own, and it's about Bella. I want us to formally agree to be her parents and have her live with us. Chapter 13, Twisted Tales. Bella has lived with us for a week, going from a family of 3 to 4, and soon 5 has been interesting. Once TK knew that I was pregnant, he became even more loving. is home every day by 8 p.m. Where he used to rush to Juni's room to check on her, he now has three women to cater to: his pregnant wife, his young daughter, and a toddler, and he has been impressive every step of the way. The day after our conversation, he sent me a message directly to a mem. That Akman was on his way with Bella. I was nervous. I had no idea what kind of stepmother I could be. All I had ever heard of them was that they were wicked and jealous. I didn't have a younger sister and was way older than Auntie Titi's daughter, so she had always treated me as an aunt. I asked Rosemary, "It's what I am wearing, okay?" She giggled shyly. "Yes, ma. I hope she will not think I am overdressed." "No, ma. You look very nice." I know I was being ridiculous, but I had changed outfit 3 times since the text from TK came in. First, I tried on jeans and a t-shirt because I wanted to look young and approachable and a little American. Then I thought it was pretentious because I was more of a flowing gowns girl than a jeans and t-shirt one. So I switched to an Ankara outfit to look slightly older, like a mother figure, but still stylish. But I then changed my mind because it seemed too stiff and serious. By this point, I had Linda and Funsho on conference call. Together, we brainstormed and selected a casual, free-flowing spaghetti strapped purple chiffon dress. I still wasn't sure, which was why I was bothering Rosemary with questions she could not answer. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang, and my stepdaughter arrived. I went downstairs to personally welcome her. I had had lunch catered with a welcome cake, just a small 10-inch one, nothing too crazy. When I opened the door, she was standing there, and 6 boxes behind her, and a small smile on her face. My first impression of her was that she was stunningly beautiful. She must have looked like her mother. Her skin, aside from her youth, glowed with health. She had a small beauty mark by the edge of her slim, pointed nose and warm brown eyes. She weave, Her weave was a soft colored brown, on top of which she had Fendi sunglasses as a sort of barrette. "Hello," I said with an arm outstretched. "I am Angela." "I'm Bella," she said, taking my hand and doing a small curtsy. Her accent was American, which was expected. "Welcome to your home," I said with a broad smile. Her boxes were moved in. I showed her around the house and handed her a set of keys for one of the cars in the lot for her to use as she wanted. Over lunch, we got to know each other a little bit more. She talked about her course at university, finance, and her service year, which had just begun. I told her about my daily life and Duni. I found her warm, polite, and intelligent. She had dimples just like her father, and she made it easier for me to connect with her. The first week passed on soft focus. I was blissfully happy to have my life not just back to where it was, but improved. The future seemed bright and full of possibility. I had discussed with my friends at the spa about the two big deals ahead of us: the issue of my father and the introduction of Bella to the Ayokesin things. "I think you should take your time," Linda advised. "You just restarted your marriage after it nearly collapsed. Give it time." For once, Funsha agreed. "Linda is right. We were so worried for you. To see you this happy and fulfilled is enough for us. As for your dad, your husband is right. He knows where you are. He must have been aware of the recent scandal. Yet, Emeka is still his employee, and he didn't reach out either." Bam! Linda concurred. "Leave him. When he is ready, he will show himself. As for your stepdaughter, it is not up to you what your in-laws' reaction will be. Just keep being your kind and friendly self." Later that night, when TK returned from work, he and Bella reviewed the project she was managing at the telco. where she was serving. I hovered around as I made dinner, and Duni, who was besotted with her sister and so refused to sleep at her usual time, played on the table. Watching my growing family warmed my heart. A few days later, Tomike called to inform me that the Duchess wanted to see me. For the first time, the conversation was normal. Ah, but aren't we all meeting tomorrow? The next day was another Sunday dinner at the villa, and this was special because it was Bella's big debut. I think she has a reason for requesting this meeting. Just come. It won't take all day. That afternoon, Bella headed out to a birthday lunch with her work colleagues. TK was out golfing, and Duni had playgroup with some friends from the neighborhood, so I could easily sneak away to the villa without incident. When I arrived, I was ushered into her private quarters. The memories of her heart attack came rushing in as soon as I stepped in. Even though 2 weeks had gone by since then, the Duchess, who was seated on a sofa, still looked pale and fragile. Good afternoon, ma'am, I said, giving a slight curtsy. Good afternoon, Angela. Please have a seat, she responded. As she motioned to a chair, already I knew this meeting was indeed special, since I could not recall the last time she had actually greeted me back. I asked as I sat down, how are you feeling today, ma'am? Much better, thank you. You look well, she continued once I was seated. This pregnancy looks good on you. Was that a compliment? Thank you, ma'am, I hesitantly replied. Moments of silence passed before she finally started to speak. Angela, I want to first of all address our last meeting and what happened afterwards. I want to thank you for your efforts. You saved my life when I have done nothing but make yours hell since we met. You might not have you might not have pedigree, but you have character and my grudging respect. It is because of that I feel ready to say what I am about to disclose to you. I trust you will take it all in good faith. My emotions were all over the place. I felt like I was in a dream. Did this Duchess just say she respects me? Did she compliment my character? I wanted to pinch myself or ask her to say it all again, but this time on record so that I could play it all back in private. Ma, no matter what has happened between us, you are my husband's mother and a beloved grandmother. I did what I was supposed to do, I said. She smiled. You're a rare breed, Angela. I'm beginning to see why Adetokunbo fought for your marriage, despite how hopeless it seemed. That is why I thought I should be the one to tell you why you should continue to live your life as though you are not a bad mouse. The world seemed to stop for a microsecond. Here we go. I don't understand. Look, I understand the need for an identity and a lineage, but you have all of that now that you are an Ayo Keshington. Your roots are now part of this family tree. I suggest you try and be satisfied with that. I took a few deep breaths before I spoke. 2 weeks ago, I was not good enough to be part of this family because I had no lineage and pedigree. Now that I have the pedigree, it is not the right kind. I appreciate your acceptance. It means much more than you can imagine, but I might never be enough to deny my own heritage. I'm sorry, but I have to disagree with you on that. A gravely voice behind me intoned. I turned around to see TK and his father, who had just spoken, walking into the sitting room. I was shocked. In all my years of being a wife in this family, I must have heard TK's dad's voice only twice. TK focused his attention on me. Angela, what are you doing here? Tomike called me saying that your mom wanted to see me. What about you? I thought you were playing golf. He came to sit next to me. Dad called me an hour after I left home. He said he needed to see me urgently. What were these two cooking up? Why are they called us separately? The Duchess soon addressed the mystery. My son has stopped speaking to me ever since I told him I would cut him out of my way if he supported your decision to establish a relationship with your father, a publicly ac- or publicly acknowledge him as such. And Angela, that is a decision I stand by. Adenike, this is not why we are here. No one is cutting anyone off. We are here to have a civil conversation and set and reach a compromise like we agreed. I am sorry. There can be no compromise here. Enough. I am the head of this family and I will be making the final decisions today. TK and I were shocked. For a man of few words, his insistence and power blew the Duchess' bravado out of the water. TK turned to me. Angela, you don't have to listen to this. I've done some thinking and like I told my dad earlier, your happiness as my wife and that of our daughters is my priority. If you want a relationship with your father, you have my blessings and I will support you even at the risk of being disinherited. We can build our own legacy for our children. He held my hand and gave it a slight squeeze, bringing tears to my eyes. TK's father took a seat at the end of the room, away from his wife and facing the three of us like a solemn judge. Tokumbo, your unwavering loyalty to your wife is admirable, but unfortunately it is unrealistic given the context. Your undying love for each other cannot undo the past. Finally, some sense. The Duchess crowed. Adenike, if you cannot compose yourself, we will hold this discussion without your presence or input. Am I clear? The Duchess sank back into her chair with a scowl. Can you both quit this squabbling and be upfront with us? What did this man do to warrant all this drama? The atmosphere was so tense, I was convinced that I could hear TK's heartbeat from where he sat beside me. Or was it my heart? What happened? Were TK and I related? Was my father the leader of a criminal gang? As my imagination ran wide and I worried that I would explode any minute, TK's father removed his glasses, carefully cleaned the surface with muslin cloth, and placed them back on his nose. For the first time, I am struck by the resemblance between him and his son. Angela, before I begin, I apologize. What you are about to hear might rob you of affection for a father you have yet to meet. But I promise that it is the solemn truth. 2 decades ago, I tried to branch out on my own. I started a mortgage bank called PIN. Mortgage banks weren't very popular in this country at the time, and so it was revolutionary. PIN was not only a pioneer but a success despite the economy at the time. As you know, my family had other businesses and investments, an incredible interwoven network of assets and wealth that grew the family's inheritance and protected it, especially when I was taking a calculated risk with PIN. 3 years after we first launched, I met your father, Chief Badmus, at a mutual friend's home and we got talking. He told me about a vast piece of land his late father had left to him on the outskirts of town, which was soon to become prime property as Lagos State developed. The area he was referring to at the time is the island axis we have today. He wanted to develop a massive estate in the area, facilitating the purchase of the flats and duplexes exclusively through my mortgage bank. Of course, I was elated. It was a win-win situation for both of us. He would make a tidy profit from property sales, and PIN would gain clients for at least 25 years, the standard lifetime of a mortgage bank. To begin, though, we needed funds, and after crunching numbers, we needed millions of dollars. We agreed to pool our resources together and become co-owners. I sought several loans from big names banks based on my family's name and my business track record. Then I liquidated a lot of my assets once we had made contact with a foreign construction company, something the Badmosses easily secured because they had investments in the construction industry. Once we were at that point, I left a lot of the day-to-day running of the project in his care while I focused on my business and my mortgage bank. A few months later, I became uncomfortable. The project had not kicked off, even though we supposedly had all the funds we needed. Chief Badmus and his team had a new excuse every time we spoke. At that point, it was delays in obtaining permits from the state government. Since I had a direct link to the governor at the time, I stepped in, securing a meeting with the people responsible for issuing permits. To my utmost dismay, no such request had been filed. I didn't know what was wrong, and I didn't want AJ, your father, to know I was on to him, so I started my own investigation. What I discovered shook me to my core. The land we were primed to develop did belong to his father as a claim, but a bank he owed a lot of money has seized it as collateral. Through my sources, I found out that not only had he used the funds for our project to settle his numerous creditors, but he had also used our partnership agreement as bait to lure some other investors. In summary, he had used my company and reputation to scam some innocent people out of their hard-earned money. I knew I was in trouble, but I couldn't tell anyone, not even my wife, whose warnings about the deal I had ignored. I alerted my lawyers immediately and we moved to obtain hard evidence to build a case in court. What the private investigators found were mostly inadmissible in court, so we had to move fast and still tilling. Unfortunately, time had run out. Investors began to circle, sensing that something was amiss. The only way out at that point was to go to the source. I confronted AJ, but he pretended not to know what was going on. By the time my lawyers went to him for information to bail us out, he had absconded. Days later, I was arrested, and my partner had resurfaced in the US, supposedly for a business course in an Ivy League school. Tokumbo, your mother, was furious. Her first instinct was to keep the story out of the press. My bail amount was astronomical, and she was left to source it alone. You and your siblings were away at university and boarding school at the time, so you were spared the brunt of it. The next step was to try and clear my name. The governor at the time intervened, and all involved, after reviewing the details, were convinced that I had been deceived and defrauded. However, as the CEO of PIN, which spearheaded the project, it was my responsibility to ensure that every single investor was refunded. I couldn't do it on my own, so your mother had to take some of the heat. A huge portion of our inheritance disappeared overnight into creditors' pockets. I lost PIN and all its assets. Meanwhile, AJ Badmus used his family name and his street smarts to wriggle out of the situation. He did not return to the country until the matter was sorted. I had to start from scratch, and had I not married an equally wealthy woman, I would probably have become a pauper for the rest of my life. The amounts involved at the time would translate to billions of naira now. The incident both strengthened our marriage and transformed it into how it is today. Without your mother, I would probably be in jail right now or bankrupt. When AJ Badmus returned to the country, all his creditors had been settled, so he had a fresh start. He had ties with the government in power at the time, and so he was awarded an oil block, which led to the birth of Proga Oil. He became a billionaire again overnight, and everyone soon forgot his past. Till this day, he denies his involvement in the scam and insists that he was also a victim. Since it all worked in his favor, I don't know how that could possibly be true. To be honest, there were times I wanted cold revenge. I could have played dirty and dragged his name through the mud. but I had been set up to look like the mastermind of the scam, and I was the one with the criminal record. This is why AJ Badmus and his entire family have become and remain sworn enemies, because they stood by and did nothing while he tried to ruin me and drag my family's name through the mud. I was speechless. What kind of a monster was AJ Badmus? A man who deceived and manipulated a young woman into bearing two kids that he abandoned. A person who ruined people's lives for financial gain with no remorse. TK sat silently beside me. Neither of us could possibly think of a counter argument. My father didn't just lose his money and his reputation, the Duchess began, but AJ Badmus' actions cost him his political ambition. Over the years, your father had built a solid network among the political class. He was making headway to maybe becoming the governor of our state and president one day. His criminal records scraped all of that. It took years of lobbying and deal making to get that conviction annulled. The only role in politics your father was lucky to get was his ambassadorial position 10 years after the incident. That one encounter with your father changed the course of my life, Angela, the course of all of our lives. I groomed myself from day one to be where I am today. I went to the right schools, supported the right charities, built the right network, and this malicious act of your father dashed all of those dreams. I often wondered what would have happened to this family had I not had a fortune or network of my own. That is why I felt that you were never good enough for my son. You need wealth to preserve wealth. Adetokunbo, some things are generational. I hope you can now see why I was so hard on you for the investment decision that almost sent you to jail like your father. Your paternal grandfather also went bankrupt too, which was one of the factors that necessitated a business merger between both families after we got married. This was why I wanted you to end up with a strong woman. And when I say strong, I don't just mean a woman who can talk back to me, but a woman who can give you the kind of support you need, mentally and financially. I mean, the only job Angela has ever had is being your PA. How is she supposed to? Enough, mother. This is not about Angela. Adenike, after all these years, you still don't get it. What a man needs in a woman are loyalty and unwavering support, not money. When I said this marriage was transformed, do you know what I meant at all? You berated me for years about being just a rich kid. I branched out on my own and started paying, which you disparaged as just a hobby. I rushed into that deal partly to please you. When that didn't work out, you switched to bemoaning my truncated political career because you had wanted to be first lady. You never for once stopped to think about what your constant talking down was doing to me. I know you only married me because of the family I come from and because you saw me as a ticket to rations. I know I am a disappointment to you, but I vowed never to leave you because of what you went through for me, regardless of why you actually did it. TK's dad's words hovered in the air like a huge sword spun around the room. There was a much pain. There was so much pain, hurt and regret in his voice, and I finally understood him. The Duchess stood up with some difficulty and walked over to her husband. I am sorry to have made you feel that way. I love you, and I have always loved you. If I had to marry all over again, you are the one I would choose, despite what I now know. Please forgive me for the way I have been to you. I had never heard the Duchess speak in such a soft, tender way to anyone. I almost felt sorry for her, but TK's dad remained cold and impassive. You don't need to put on a performance for the benefit of our audience. Our marriage is an empty shell and a sham, and you know it. But today, I draw the line with your interference to our children's lives. The minute he said those words, the Duchess retracted her fingers from his arm, as if he had turned to ice. I don't want my sons ending up like me. You have done your work on Tomike well. She's turning out to be like you, unhappy and unsatisfied. You treated her marriages and subsequent divorces like a game of chess, and I am the only one to blame. Our kids have two parents, Adebayo. Should I blame you for Tokumbo's humanizing ways, since this has become a tell-all meeting? How about we also inform them of the mistress you have kept for years? TK leapt to his feet. Enough of this madness. Anjola, let's go home. This atmosphere has become toxic. His father also stood up. I'm sorry, son. I did not mean for things to get out of hand. I just want you and Angela to know that the decision to have AJ Badmus in your lives is yours. I do not trust the man and I don't think you should. That is all. TK held my hand and practically guided me to his car because I was in a state of astonishment. He asked Akpan, who had driven me to the villa, to take my car home. We drove in near silence, and when I looked around, I found that we are at his golf club. When we were seated in the club restaurant with some drinks and food to eat, TK finally asked, Angie, what's on your mind? I sighed. Is it possible to hate someone you haven't even met? I don't think you hate him. Maybe hate is a strong word, but what he did to my mother, to my brother, to my parents, and their marriage is hateful. And what about what he has done to you? Me? He hasn't done anything to me, TK. I don't even know the man. Babe, you are in denial. I think you are more hot about his silence, despite knowing where you are, than you are letting on. You should just own up to the pain so that we can deal with it. But I don't feel any pain. TK, it's fine if he doesn't want a relationship with me. I have lived without him for 30 years. I can do it for another 60 years. I lied. Don't you mean 31 years? It took me a minute to remember. My birthday was a week away. With all that had been going on, I practically forgot. Any birthday wishes this year? I shook my head, but deep down inside, like every birthday since I was a child, my silent wish is that my father will come and find me. He will tell me how sorry he was for abandoning me and tell me that he loves me. Even though I believe that I have gone past it, a part of me is still that 10-year-old girl who craves her father's acceptance. The next day, TK and I reluctantly headed to the villa with Bella for Sunday dinner. We wanted to cancel, considering the awkwardness of the grand confession the day before, but that would lead to more awkward conversations with Bella, who had been looking forward to getting the meeting over with, and the rest of the family to explain our absence. When we arrived, the Duchess, TK's dad, Tomiwa and his family, as well as Tomike, were already present. I had forgotten how emotionally draining these Sunday dinners could be. The nearly 3 months of separation from TK meant that I had missed out on the tradition. Awkward introductions were made, and as we sat down for dinner, TK's father broke the ice with a welcoming smile. He politely asked, So Bella, how do you like living in Nigeria? Great. I think I am adjusting really well. It's not New York, but it's nice to be around my people, she smiled. Back as she answered, I found myself feeling proud of her. So do you have a boyfriend? Tomike teased, and TK almost swallowed his fork. He spluttered, Tomike, what sort of question is that? TK and I were seated opposite each other with Bella beside her father and flanked by Tomike. Tomiwa sat beside me with Adobe to my left. Actually, that Bella shyly interjected. I sort of met someone while I was at the NYSC camp. TK tried to rearrange his features into a picture of indifference. And who is this one? I kicked TK's shin under the table. He shot me a stern look and raised an impatient eyebrow. I'm listening, young lady. Bella giggled, clearly enjoying his discomfort. His name is Daniel. And what does he do? A court member that he's serving at a bank. Give me his last name. I will have him checked out. I didn't like where the conversation was ended, so I playfully interjected with an eye roll. That's enough sleuthing for now. These are very important questions, Angela. Tomike jumped in. Bella, dear, trust me, you are easy prey. Been there, done that. I had two divorce papers to show for it. Sometimes they just want to be with you because of your last name. The Duchess must have mentioned to Tomike that she had recently approved for Bella to change her last name from her mother's, which she had used all her life, to Ayo Keshington. I agree with Angela. TK's dad said, This is not appropriate. This is not appropriate dinner conversation. Tokumbo, do your dad talk later. Tomike, please save your marriage advice. No one asked for it. Adobe and I exchanged a knowing glance. This morning, when I was considering canceling our dinner appearance, she and I had spoken. One of the things we talked about was how much we liked the new version of Mr. Ayo Keshington. Power was clearly changing hands in the Ayo Keshington family, and we were very glad about it. But then an awkward silence settled in. For how long will I be a para in this family because I am twice divorced? Do you think I don't notice, or are you also heartless that you enjoy making me feel worthless and unworthy of love? Tomiwa looked up at his sister, who was opposite him. You are not worthless, sis. Don't worry, the right man will come. I stared at my plate to avoid showing my true feelings. Tomiwa was always agreeable, regardless of the issue. He would probably never express his true thoughts, even if he was at gunpoint. TK's dad backpedaled. Of course, you are not unlovable, and no one is blaming you. The Duchess abruptly interrupted. I guess it is my fault, right? I seem to recall being accused of turning Tomike into an unsatisfied, unhappy. Stop it, Adenike. Why? Do you not want your daughter to know how sorry you feel about her situation? Mom, please, not today. It is Bella's first Sunday dinner. The Duchess cut TK off with a flick of her wrist. Will you be quiet? Each and every one of you at this table has made me a monster, a masquerade to be afraid of. I am the bad mother who witch hunt her daughter-in-laws, the bad mother who overindulges her daughter and directly causes her divorces, the bad mother who forces her sons to obey her and chases love away from them by offering to pay their girlfriends off. Fine, I agree that I'm a horrible person and the worst mother in the world, but I bet you never once considered my own side of things. I'm a woman who has stayed in a marriage knowing full well that my husband had a mistress for over a decade, and why? I am now worth twice what your father was. So why stay when I can leave? Because of the social well-being of the same children whose lives I'm supposedly trying to ruin. I am the one who has bailed each of you out of all your financial crises. The same mother who has done things I never thought I was capable of to keep this family relevant. You think I don't know that people call me the Duchess, and you think I don't know why? You may consider me the worst human being on earth, but which one of you here has not needed my help for one thing or another? I look at all of you and I wonder what would happen to this family when I am gone. None of you here have the guts to run this dynasty like I have done. None of you. With that, she scraped her chair back and stood up. I have lost my appetite, she announced before glancing at Bella. Welcome to the family. Then she swam out. Her exit was followed by pandemonium. Tomike was weeping about her father's supposed belief that she was a failure.
Tomiwa confronted his father about the Duchess's accusations of him having a mistress, and Adobe and I were caught in the crossfire. By the time we left, no one was on good terms. Bella looked like she had been dropped in the middle of a telenovela. On the way home, I put her mind at ease. Families like this get bruised at a lot, but we very often heal in the end. A week later, I turned 31. TK planned a whole day of activities for me. First, a complete makeover at a studio in Lekki Phase 1, then shopping with Linda before a quiet dinner with him, Oladune and Bella. It was a perfect day as I had reiterated that I did not want anything extravagant that year. I was 4 months pregnant and we were newly reunited after all. I wanted to take things easy. Linda, of course, shooed away my consigned and made me buy an extravagant new dress for dinner. It had stretchy fabrics and neatly accommodated by growing bump. We parted ways at the shop and Akpan took me home to get ready. By 7 p.m., our family of 4 and a half loaded ourselves into the Mercedes Jeep and headed to the Indian restaurant that TK had chosen for dinner. TK, are you sure they are open? The entire place was dark and silent. I thought perhaps he had booked the whole venue for just us, but even still, they could have turned on some lights at least. TK held my hand and guided me in. I wanted to create a soft mood for dinner. The candles are too dim to be seen from outside, he explained. As soon as we crossed the threshold, bright lights flooded my eyes and the sound of popping and fizzles filled the air. Surprise! Once the air and sounds settled, I opened my eyes and was stunned to see the restaurant full of my nearest and dearest. Linda and Desmond and Funsha and Benga, my aunt and uncle Banke, who had moved back to Nigeria since our divorce went through, our brother and his family, TK staff from the office who had been my colleagues at some point, and the biggest surprise of all, Folabi, Lily and their daughter, Lisbeth. As realization dawned, my hormones and emotions went off a cliff, and I burst into tears. It took hugs and reassurances to get me to calm down again. The gathering was magical and felt like a warm embrace. It was the first true get-together since we married that reflected our relationship, our close network, and didn't have business people. I was so happy that even when Tomike and the Duchess made the show, stopping entrance with enough blink of rival, a Christmas tree, I could see the bright side and laugh it off. As the party wore on, Afolabi and I found a quiet place to catch up on all that had happened in the interim. I filled him in on what my father-in-law told me about our father, and that seemed to strengthen his resolve never to meet him. And for once, I agreed with him. It wasn't worth the risk. My brother and I sat together and watched our daughters play with smiles on our faces when TK decided to make a speech. He clamped a fork on his champagne glass to get our attention. I would like to start my comments with a heartfelt thank you to everyone gathered here to mark this special occasion. 31 isn't usually considered a milestone age, but Angela and I have had an eventful, epochal year. We nearly lost our way, our bond, and our family, but what was tested had yielded great fruit. Instead of losing our way, we have reconnected. Instead of a broken family, we have expanded. And instead of pain and confusion, we have renewed excitement for the future. A few weeks ago, Angela and I had a heart-to-heart about our marriage and how to make it more equitable. As a sign of commitment to our marriage going forward, I'm happy to announce that I'm making my wife a non-executive director of Octave. By 10 p.m., the party was entering the winding down stage with desserts being served. The little kids were getting sleepy, and it was soon time to head home.
I was chatting with Linda when a waiter came over and whispered to me, "Ma, there's a guest outside that wants to see you." A guest? Who could it be? Everyone that mattered to me was already in the room. Did TK plan another surprise? I wasn't aware of. I whispered back. Did the person give a name? No, ma, he just said to tell you that he's sorry for being late and missing your other birthdays. The minute the waiter said those words, the music seemed to stop, replaced by a tiny ringing noise in my ear. There was only one person that would send such a message, and I knew that TK would not have invited him. But I had a decision to make. I could ignore my instincts and go, or I could tell the waiter to call the security to escort him out. Maybe I should, or maybe I should call my husband and brother for support so that we could tell him to get lost together like a coalition. I turned to Linda. "I'll be right back." It was only when the back door to the restaurant opened to the garden behind it that I got scared. What if this was a trap and I just walked into it? What else could he have been so covered with his visit of his intentions were pure? Still, I consoled myself with the thought that even if my father was the devil himself, he could not have chosen the occasion of my birthday to do me irreparable harm. He was standing beside a shrub with yellow flowers. I had seen pictures of him over the years in magazines and newspapers, but had never committed what he looked like to memory. But the minute I set my eyes on him, I knew he was my father. Afolabi and my mother were light complexioned. I was always darker skin, but the man standing before me, he was looking, slender and sinewy, just like me. I had never had trouble losing weight and maintaining my figure, which was both athletic and curvy, like my mother was. When he smiled, I confirmed it. His teeth, bright and white against his skin, were exactly like mine. Standing there looking at me, a strange feeling came over me like two puzzle pieces clicking together. My whole life I had walked around incomplete, looking at him, knowing he was real, and that I had a father was overwhelming. Anjola Oluwa, it is a pleasure to meet you at long last. Those words snapped me out of my reverie. At long last? But he knew where I was for 30 years. Did anyone bind his limbs to stop him from finding me? At long last, I repeated aghast. He bowed his head. "I know how that sounds, but I had, please spare me." What good reason can a father possibly have for staying out of his daughter's life? How can growing up without a father figure be for the good of any child? He was about to respond when we both heard the door behind us and the sound of approaching feet. I turned around to see TK and Afolabi standing behind me. Angela, my husband, said, "What is going on here? When you speak of the devil, he often appears." Afolabi mustard beside me. Chief Badmore said nothing as he looked at both Afolabi and I, but a sad smile played on his lips. TK stood on the other side of me and held my hand. "Don't worry, we're just leaving," I said to him. "I take it you are my son-in-law," Chief Badmore said. I had to grip TK's hand to stop him from charging forward. "Excuse me, I don't recall you being there when I asked Auntie Titi and Uncle Debo for her hand in marriage. In what world are you my father-in-law? I understand your need for valor, but it is misplaced. I mean my children no harm, and I hope you support my efforts no matter how late to heal the rift with my family." Afolabi stepped forward. "We may share blood and DNA, but we are not, nor will we ever be family. I don't know how you found out about this party or why you are here, but you were neither invited nor welcome. Please respect our decision to be left alone, just as you exercise the right to abandon your so-called family for 30 years. Chief Badmus winced and bowed his head again. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. There is At that moment, the door burst open again. All four of us looked at the entrance in surprise. It was Bella. Bella, what is going on? She looked around with a look of terror on her face. Her forehead was beaded with sweat. Duni, is she here? My mind reeled. Why would she be here? She was just inside with her cousins looking sleepy. TK rushed forward. What do you mean? Bella became hysterical. We can't find her anywhere. She wailed. She was just there. We were packing up to leave. She started hyperventilating at the impact of what she was saying hit us all at the same time. I saw TK and Afolabi rushing back into the restaurant. Bella fell to her knees and I swooned. The last thing I remember as I fell was being caught by the unfamiliar arms of my father. Chapter 14. A Lost Daughter. I woke up at the back of an ambulance. There was a drip in my arm and a worried paramedic looking at me. The events of the night came rushing back in terrifying detail, and I started to scream for my husband, for my daughter. The medical personnel tried to calm me down, asking me to consider the baby I was carrying. I sat up on the stretcher and wept. Moments later, TK came in. Where is she? I yelled. Where is our daughter? He looked like the weight of the world was on his shoulders. I don't know, babe. The police are here. They locked everyone down and are carrying out interrogation. It doesn't seem like a ransom kidnapping. To be on the safe side, we will need your cooperation to compile a list with people of interest so that we can open an investigation into them. Persons of interest, TK asked. Let's hope it's money, he responds. Mr. Ayoke Shinton, let me be honest with you. We see a lot of incidents like this amongst wealthy families like yours, and sometimes it's not about money. I started to tremble. If it's not about money, then what could it be? The lead police officer's voice was solemn. Revenge, or maybe the person behind this wants something they know he won't be willing to give up. The Duchess walked into the empty restaurant. She looked like an angry goddess. Her hair was a mess and her fine clothes disheveled. Seeing her so upset brought it home for me. Someone had really taken my daughter. I started weeping again. The Duchess glanced at me, then glared at the inspector. I have just spoken to the Inspector General, and he has promised to personally see to it that my grandchild is recovered safe and sound. I want to assure you that if she is not home by sunset tomorrow, I will make your life a living hell. Her rage for the first time since we met reassured me. I believed in her anger and her ability to move mountains. We may not have been the best of friends, but I trusted her. At that moment, Chief Badmus walked in. Following closely behind him was my father-in-law. It felt like I was having a bad dream or living in an alternate reality. TK's dad spoke first. I've just spoken confidentially to AJ, he said with a steel-edged voice. Everyone that was here tonight is a suspect, including every member of this family, and no one is allowed to leave the state without permission. He has agreed to hand over his passport as proof of compliance. The inspector spoke to his CSP to make arrangements with Chief Badmus for his passport. Furthermore, he addressed the room. I advise you manage this information. Kidnappers get agitated by media coverage and publicity. They can panic and become irrational. For Oladuni's safety, we need to keep this quiet. By the time we finally get home, it was 3 a.m. My body was shattered, but my mind refused to go into sleep mode. Where was my child? Bella and Rosemary were like pale ghosts. I found them sitting in Duni's room, looking lost. When I went in, the first thing in the morning, we sent a message to her school telling them she was ill and wouldn't be in school for a few days. It was hard to describe how I felt. There was a hole in my heart, and it made it hard to breathe. I had to force myself to eat to keep my unborn child alive. Later that morning, we went to see my obstetrician to check on the baby. He He was alerted to a recent stress I was under with my daughter, so he thoroughly checked all my vitals. Do you want to know what your baby's gender? He asked. I thought about it and Tiki and I discussed it. Would it be a betrayal of our daughter and what was happening to her to be checking the gender of her sibling? When we find her, we'll check, okay? Tiki reassured me and I agreed. We stepped into our house by 2 p.m. The minute we shut the door behind us, my phone rang. The number was private, and I looked at TK in shock. All our phones had been bugged, and the mobile networks alerted to the situation at hand by our lawyers and the police. TK grabbed the phone and put it on speaker. Who is this? We heard a faint crackle of electricity and a quiet tune, as if the speaker was inside a sealed room. The voice was distorted with an electronic device, but it clearly belonged to a man. I have your daughter, I declared. My heart jumped into my throat. What do you want? CK asked. To see you suffer and lose everything like I did. I gasped with pain and covered my mouth. How much do you want? You don't have enough money to ever pay me off. How can we get our daughter back? After you and that wife of yours have suffered to my satisfaction. The line went dead. TK and I looked at each other in stunned silence. I collapsed to the ground, screaming. Bella, Rosemary, and Lily, who had stayed behind after what happened at the party, rushed into the foyer. Let me make you some tea, okay? Lily suited me. I don't want tea. I screamed in torment. I want my child. Someone give me my child. TK walked over and knelt next to me. Angela, you need to get some sleep. Trust me, we will get our daughter back. I will head to the police station now to see if they have some news. Okay, trust me. I won't let anything bad happen to our children. Not Duni and not the one you carry. After a warm bath and some tea, I eventually fell into a fevered sleep. I kept dreaming of someone. I kept dreaming of someone taking Aduni from me, pulling her limbs as I struggled to hold on to her. I heard her calling my name several times, and it woke me from my sleep. I bolted upright and saw that I had only been asleep for an hour. I lay there in my bed and wept for my child. 2 days had passed since our daughter was taken. Every morning, the obstetric nurse checked my vitals, and the Duchess, Lily, Linda, and Funshaw took turns keeping me company and watching over me. They made sure that I ate, slept, and bathed. I worried constantly about Oladuni. Was she being fed? Was she sleeping well? I imagined her calling out for me or TK or her nanny and wondering why we have all abandoned her. I remembered her hysterical crying the day we reunited after her father and I were briefly separated, and it broke my heart in two. Since she was taken, the police had busied themselves interviewing everyone at the party and in our circle. The kidnappers had not made further contact since that first call. It affirmed the police suspicion that the motive was emotional, not financial. In a ransom case, a demand would have been made, and it would have been a case of making arrangements for an exchange. Instead, we were on pins and needles in purgatory, waiting for mercy for the kind of people who would steal an innocent child from his parents. The police inspector called me into the study for a chat. When I got there, he was alone with TK. Good morning, Mrs. Ayo Kensington. I'm sorry, but I have to ask you a sensitive question. I bristled in my chair. Before he went on, the guilt on TK's face and the atmosphere told me where he was going. Is this about Emeka? He looked at me in surprise. Yes, it is. What can you tell us about him? He and your father have the highest risk factor on our person of interest list. Your brother told us that there was a kidnapping attempt on his life when he was a child, over 30 years old. We are following that up now with your father. Emeka is the other high risk person, so please tell us about your history with him. I gave him an abridged version of the saga with Emeka, leaving out only the graphic stuff. I also told him that he worked for my father, as far as I knew, and that a friend of his told me that he had moved on and was now dating someone else. I gave him the letter from Runke to further bolster their case and eliminate her as a suspect. Do you believe that he has any reason to want to get even with your husband or even you, based on what I have told you? No. But please don't let that hamper your investigation. The inspector seemed to pause in order to choose his words. We see him as a dangerous individual based on his previous obsessive behavior. But there is an even stronger reason why he is of interest. I perked up. And what might that be? Your father. I frowned because they worked together. Yes and no. Isn't it strange that your father knew where you were? I believe you have been estranged for decades. How would he have known where you are? I looked over at TK. That was a good point. Emeka was known for stalking people, and he was the only link between my father and me. Could he have told him where we were? But even if he did, it wasn't evidence of a conspiracy to kidnap Duni. But why would he kidnap his own grandchild? The inspector ignored my question. How would you describe your father? I only met the guy 2 days ago. I don't know him well enough to describe him. I was tired of talking in circles, of getting more and more questions I couldn't answer instead of the one thing I wanted to know, my daughter's whereabouts. The inspector shot his fire and gave TK a consolatory glance. That will be all for now. Mrs. Keshington, thank you for your cooperation. After he left, TK and I spent hours talking over the case about Emeka and whether he was crazy enough to take our daughter. TK promised to get someone to carry out surveillance of his movements for the next few days as we worked with the police alongside. The next morning, I stepped out of the shower to find my phone ringing. I was alone as TK was at the police station. Linda had gone home to check on her family, and Funshaw was at work. The Duchess had practically moved into our house, but she was out. The number was once again private. I knew instantly who the caller was. Hello? I had not spoken to the kidnapper alone before, but I couldn't take any chances. What if I didn't pick up and they harmed her out of spite? Ah, Angela, I have been hoping to speak to you specifically. The horrible, distorted voice cackled. Was he watching me? How did he know I was all alone? Is my daughter okay? Please, can I talk to her? A terrible moment of silence passed. Then I heard the sweetest sound, the voice of my child. Hello? My throat constricted so tightly that I could barely breathe. I choked back a sob. She was alive. She sounded well. Maybe not over the moon happy, but not distressed. Hello, Dunu, my darling. This is Mommy. Are you okay? Mommy, she yelped happily. I am watching Olaf. That was a character from Frozen, her favorite cartoon. Tears streamed down my face. Mommy misses you, darling, I whispered. As you can hear, your daughter is fine. The distorted voice came back on the line. She's been taken care of. I won't hurt her. This is between you and me. The line went dead. My hands were trembling. When I immediately called Tiki and told him what happened, he was already on his way home, but he turned around to head back to the police station so that he could be there when they assessed the recording of the call. I got dressed in a hurry and rushed out the house. Grabbing my keys to head to the station to liaise with the police, I opened the front door to the house and found my father standing there. I gasped in shock. After everything I had heard from the police and the fact that he had again randomly turned up where he was not supposed to have access scared me. I retreated and made to open the door to run away from him, screaming for the security that had been beefed up around the house. Don't shout, Angela. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you get your Oladuni back. I looked around me in panic. Where were the mopo, the house guards? How did this man keep showing up uninvited and unobstructed? Was he a ghost? He was paying off people in my life to spy on me? Why should I trust you? I asked with a shaky voice, jabbing my car key in his direction. You appeared and my daughter disappeared. A little too obvious, don't you think? He was solemn as the next word exited his mouth. I did not arrange for Ladoni to be kidnapped. I stared at him in stunned silence as realization hit me. But you know who did? Yes, I recalled in disgust. I can't believe this. Please, Angela, the truth is related to why I showed up in your life after all this time. I have to explain to you so you understand. I was able to persuade your guards to let me talk to you for 5 minutes. They are surrounding us now with their guns trained at me. Any wrong move and it is over for me. I stepped forward to look around the compound. Standing in perimeter of the grounds, I saw the guards and security that I was looking for. The head security, Festus, gave me an approving nod, convinced me, walked over to the gazebo, and sat down to talk. You have 5 minutes, I said, crossing my arms. He took a deep breath and began. By the time I met your mother, my wife, and I had been a childless marriage for 5 years. When your mother conceived Afolabi, I saw it as a ticket to live a loveless marriage. After all, there were no children to hold us together. When she heard the news, my wife got so upset. She threatened to harm your mother to placate her. I pretended that I would abandon your mother in order to convince her. We became intimate for the first time in a long while. Weeks before Afolabi was born, I was still in Nigeria trying to execute a plan to successfully divorce my wife and be with your mother when she suddenly showed up pregnant. I was shocked. That pregnancy resulted in my first son, Jayeola. He was a few months younger than your brother, but because he bore my name and I was married to his mother, he became my heir. With that, it became impossible to leave my wife for your mother. The more I tried, the more trouble she and my mother caused. In the 7 years that my mother and I were separated, my wife and I had 2 more children. My daughters, Atinuke and Bidemi. I made one last attempt to leave my wife to be with your mother, and that resulted in you being born. But it was not to be. When they tried to kidnap Afolabi, because his being a boy was a threat to Jayola, I put back completely, as did your mother. That brings us to 2 years ago. During a routine check, I discovered that my liver was failing. Earlier this year, the drug regimen I was on to control it stopped working, and it led to serious illness. I was so severely ill that I needed a blood transfusion. My children were tested, and only Jayeola was not a match. I thought nothing of it since family members did not have to all match blood groups, but the trusted friend and doctor who was treating me at the time told me that in confidence that the blood work indicated that Jayeola was unlikely to be my biological son. With my permission, he carried out a DNA test, and the results confirmed what he had already suspected. His mother, my wife, died 5 years before. I have no way of knowing who his father actually is and why she was unfaithful, but I suspected that she was desperate to save our marriage and did the unthinkable. Further tests proved that my daughters are mine, and my friend told me that it was not uncommon for infertility to naturally resolve itself. Jayola was an executive director being groomed to become chief CEO officer upon my retirement. When I made the discovery, I had no choice but to re-engineer my will to make Afolabi the true heir. Giving my property to Jayola was just not possible, but I was trying to work out a settlement with Jayola would not be left out, where Jayola would not be left out in the cold. I had raised him as mine, and he had earned whatever I could give him. But as soon as I initiated the process of changing my will with my lawyer, Security officials managing my assets reported unusual fraudulent activity. The appropriate government agency became involved and froze the accounts. A trace was done, and the monies were found in an offshore account in the name of a woman that Jayola had been seeing. I made a deal with the operatives to save my son. The accomplice was given a sentence that was lighter than she would have ordinarily gotten, but unfortunately, it meant that my son knew that I was on to him and he disappeared. I had told no one, not even his sisters, about my discovery or the crimes he had committed. As far as they know, we are having a minor spat that will blow over soon. 2 weeks ago, he began sending me threatening messages. He was aware of the history between your mother and he knows about Afolabi and even the attempt his mother made to kidnap him. His recent threats were unhinged, and he seemed ready to do anything to secure his future and place in my life. The reason I was at the party was because I had gone to your house to speak to you once I told the security I was your father. I was told where you were. It's why they let me in today too. Since they had seen me before, I need to protect my legacy by handing it over to your brother, the rightful heir, while I battle my prognosis. And I came to warn you about my other son. Unfortunately, I was too late. I sat back and took in all that Chief Badmus had to say. I still had so many questions and doubts, but my daughter's safety was paramount. Do you have proof that he took Oladuni? Yes, he sent a message 2 days ago. He will return your daughter if I hand over half of my estate. My heart sank into my stomach. Everything I knew about this man told me that he was willing to do anything for money. Surely he wasn't going to give away half his wealth for a granddaughter he had never even seen. What are we going to do? I muttered more to myself than him. Chief Badmus leaned forward and rubbed my hand. Of course, I'm going to give him what he asked for. But before that, I need Afolabi on board. I have a plan. A plan? Yes, but we all need to work together. Your husband, your brother, and the police. We can't tell anyone except these people I mentioned. I heavily suspect that your inner circle is compromised. Otherwise, they couldn't have made it to the party and taken your daughter. My heart started to race. He was right. Duni had been among friends and family. Someone must have been an accomplice, but who? When I spoke to her, she sounded safe and secure. Surely, she must be around something or someone familiar. As Chief Badmus and I spoke, TK called, asking where I was. I filled him in on what was happening. Immediately asked us both to head to the station. 2 hours later, we had our plan. The police had given us only 1 day to execute because they had decided to make the case public within 24 hours. A bounty of 25 million naira was going to be offered to the kidnapper, a plan that had been put into motion by the Duchess and the IG. I am scared, TK, I said once we were alone at home. He dropped down on his knees and tucked his head on my tummy, wrapping his arms around me. Anjola, I swore to protect this family with everything that I have. There is no way I would have agreed to this plan if I didn't believe it would bring Duni back home. Trust me, soon we will be a family again. He kissed my bum, got up and threw his arms around me. I love you. I won't let you down. His words dripped into my ears and found their way into my heart, uplifting my spirit. Chapter 15. The plan. At the crack of dawn, we outlined the features of our honey trap plan for Jayola. At the center was what he wanted, his half of the Badmus estate. The outer aspect of the plan required Afolabi to be on board to sign off on the transfer of assets because of Chief Badmus's health status. In order to secure what was left, a healthy heir was needed. As a sign of commitment, Chief Badmus contacted Jayola via text and agreed to wire an obscene amount of USD to the foreign account of his choice,
Pending the acknowledgement, TK's lawyer helped us draft an agreement that accompanied the handing over of assets. Once the deal was done, essentially, Jayola was not to be prosecuted or even charged for kidnapping or blackmail. Once all that was confirmed, he would let our daughter go. The deadline for all this was 7 p.m. that day. Around 5 p.m., I started to fake cramps. Clutching my tummy, the house was full of members from both sides of the family because we didn't know who the accomplice was. We had to be stilt in execution. The cue to feign stomach cramps was initiated by Jayeola's receipt of the funds and the readiness of the prepared documents which Chibadmos and Afolabi were going to hand over to him in person in exchange for Oladuni. To lose the tail of the police and deceive their accomplice, we used the hospital as a detour and a fall. As we were getting into the car, Rosemary, who looked like she had lost half her weight with stress, ran up to me with an envelope. "Please, ma, Bella asked me to give this to you." TK grabbed the letter and shoved it in the glove compartment. We were in a race against time. I had to follow the plans to the microsecond. Immediately we arrived at the hospital, TK, Afolabi and I went into the emergency room with the policemen while the policemen remained in the waiting area. As soon as we were out of sight, Afolabi went out through another exit where Chief Badmus had a car waiting. The plan was officially in motion. While the doctor examined me, TK played his role to the hilt. He thundered and roared, asking the staff to prepare a private suite for immediate admission. The commotion was enough to distract the doctor from noticing that I was otherwise okay, as was the baby. I held TK's arms at some point to whisper to him, "I think it is time." His eyes filled with confusion. Time? To find out whether our daughter is going to have a baby sister or brother. A small surprised smile cracked his features open. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I want to give her great news when I see her. I know she will be home soon, safe and sound." TK went to speak to the doctor, and moments later I was wheeled into the ultrasound room. TK and I held hands as the doctor's hands moved around the edge of my pregnant belly, and the black and white image of our child popped about on the granular screen. "Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Ayokeshington. Looks like you'll be having a son." My husband and I looked at each other. I had a smile on my face, but to my surprise, TK burst into tears. It was the first time I had seen him weep in a long time. We held each other for a while, basking in the bittersweet moment. "What time is it?" I asked. "We should have heard something by now." TK looked at the Rolex watch on his right wrist. "An hour has passed. Should we call them?" I shook my head. "Let's wait." We couldn't leave the hospital until they came back, otherwise the cover would be blown. TK went to the reception to make arrangements for an overnight stay to buy time. When he came back upstairs, it was 8:30. I started to panic and my BP slightly rose, alarming the nurses. Just as I couldn't take the pressure any longer, my phone rang. It was Afolabi. "We have her," he said with a strained voice, but there was a complication. I started to scream, and it took a few minutes to calm down and listen to what he was saying. "Duni is perfectly fine, if a little rattled. We had a second plan we never told you about." Afolabi explained to me on speakerphone. When we got to her papa, where she was being held, among the many documents that needed to be signed in order to complete the transfer, we had ferreted in a typed confession. In it, we included all the information about the paternity issue, the kidnap plot, everything. We thought we could get him to sign it without realizing. And once we had Duni, and he thought he was scot-free, we would give it to the police, and he would be apprehended. We never planned to let him get away with what he had done. Unfortunately, he figured it out before we could remove the confession from the files. A struggle ensued, and Chief Badmus was accidentally shot. "Oh my God, is he okay?" "I don't know yet, Angela. I have Duni with me. I called the police and ambulance immediately. Jayola escaped."
Chief Badmus is being airlifted out of the country as we speak for medical assistance. Where are you now? TK asked. I'm headed to your house. We might as well meet there. The police unit with you should be alerted soon about the recent developments. TK and I hurried out of the hospital with our convoy. I was on pins and needles the entire journey home. Was my father dead? Where was Jayola? Did he have any other tricks up his sleeves? Were we safe? And my daughter witnessed the shootout. The minute the gate opened, I saw Chief Badmoss's car. I opened the passenger door and started to run. TK's calls for caution fell on deaf ears. I ran into the house to find the whole family in tears and embracing. Lily was hugging her husband, their daughter, Elizabeth, holding her father's leg. The Duchess and Tomike were gathered together with Afolabi, who was weeping. My eyes scanned the room through a film of tears until I heard a small cry. Mommy, Daddy. My daughter was in Rosemary's arms, alive, unhurt, and back home where she belonged. Her father and I ran to her, engulfing her in an embrace, after which we checked every hair on her head, every inch of skin to make sure she was fine. Where were you? I cried. Mommy and Daddy missed you so much. She wrapped her hands around our necks. I was okay, Mommy. I went on a little holiday with Bella. The entire room stilled. A cold chill descended on my skin. Duni's sweetheart, her father said soothingly. Did you say Bella? She nodded her head vigorously. Bella and her friends were very nice to me. We watched Olaf and ate ice cream. I staggered backwards and sank into a chair, the room spinning before my eyes. Angela, this letter is addressed to you because I feel that as Duni's mother, you have been hurt the most by my actions. I know that my father will also be reading this, and I include him in my apologies. I want you to know first of all that I am deeply sorry. I grew up without a real family of my own, believing that my father was dead. My mother was loving, but she was very distant, always busy and somewhat lonely. I was devastated when she died. Partly I felt like I had never gotten her love as I wanted. Sometimes I wanted to get from my father, who had suddenly showed up, but as I soon discovered my emotional needs were more complex than I initially believed. When I met Daniel, the guy in NYSC I mentioned at the villa, it was nice to have someone to be with. He made me feel beautiful and special. As I fell in love, I poured my heart out to him. My pain, remorse, bitterness, and even jealousy, yes, jealousy, of you, Angela, who my father clearly loved more than anything, of Duni, who had what I always craved. But that's not why I got involved in all this. I was deceived. Daniel, it turned out, was Jayola's stooge, a plant to gain access into the family. I realized on the day of the party when I had asked him to come as a guest. I had only invited him because I wanted to introduce him to Dad officially, but he had other plans. As we were packing up to leave, I noticed that he was gone. Moments later, Rosemary came to tell me that Oladuni too was missing. I panicked and came outside to look for her. Once I realized what must have happened, I called him immediately. To my great surprise, he was back at the party like nothing happened. The police shut down the room, and I tried to get him to reveal where Duni was. He told me she had fallen asleep and that in a few hours he would send me a location to get her back. I was too scared to say anything at the time, so I played along. Once we all went back home, I snuck out. Rosemary was the only one I told. I lied that I was going to see Daniel because I was terrified. I headed to the address he gave me, and that was where I saw Jayola. There he explained his motives to me. Daniel had only wooed me to gain information from me. He even played me a recording of some nasty things I had said out of spite and jealousy. In exchange for not implicating me in their plot, He insisted that I visit the holding place with Duni to watch over her as he tried to extort his father. No one noticed me being away as we were all looking for Duni, so every day I went there to play with her. We watched TV and played games. Thankfully, she loves me a lot, and I told her she would be going home soon. I got a text last night. Daniel told me that Jayola had won. He was going to give Duni back once the transfer of assets happened. He was only giving me a heads up because Jayola was going to use the evidence he had against me as proof that the entire thing was my idea. I knew then that I had to run. I couldn't face any of you, and I wouldn't face Duni when she realized what was really happening. I wrote this letter to you as a last resort. I am off to America to restart my life. I am sorry for everything. Truly, please forgive me and forget about me, Bella. If anyone had told me after the events of 4 months ago that Tike and I would be in New York in front of a warm fire as winter raged outside and our daughter played around us, I would not have believed it. We were in Afolabi's house, and Lily was the consummate host. They had retired to bed, and Tike and I were still in the living room with Duni, talking. Since the incident, she slept in our room. If we wanted private time as a couple, we scheduled it for daytime or snuck out of the room to the guest room. That night, 3 days after our brother was due to arrive, I sat on the sofa as Tike massaged my swollen foot. What did you and the Duchess talk about earlier? I asked Tike. He smiled. It was still weird that we all openly called her that now. He hasn't changed his mind, he said, referring to his father. 2 months after the kidnap, his father legally filed for separation. We were all shocked, but he said that the recent events made him realize that life was too short and he needed to be happy. Months later, he had not changed his mind, and Bella, after the confession letter, we called an emergency family meeting. Duchess called the Minister of Aviation and gave both Jaireola's name and Bella to them and the police. Within 24 hours, they were both apprehended. Bella was in Ethiopia making her way back to America. Jaireola was on his way to Cayman Islands. As a family, we debated about what to do. The police were preparing to file the case and make arrests when the Duchess intervened. Now, every one of you listen to me. This is what is going to happen, and I will not repeat myself. Ade Tokumbo and Anjola tell the police that there was a mix-up. Bella was upset about a fight she had with Anjola, which made her run away, and now she's back home. The confession letter must be burnt immediately and should never be spoken of in this family again. Anyone who speaks of that letter to anyone outside this family will answer to me. Bella will come and stay with me at the villa for a while. I need to keep an eye on her. Afolabi, I understand that you don't want to take over the reins of your father's company and that you have some resentment about the past and what Jayola has done. Remember, though, that he has 2 sisters who are innocent and your father is critically ill. This is not the time for revenge, but for healing. If everything that had happened here is made public, what do you think will happen? Look, our family has every reason to use this chance to destroy Chief Badmus and his family. How will the company survive the publicity of the embezzlement and fraud that Jayola has carried out in the company? If all the clients your father has built over the years are lost, what will happen to his other children and legacy? Will you really be satisfied when he is dead and destroyed? Can you live with that on your conscience? I advise you to drop the charges against Jayola. I will make all the records of the case go away. You will give Jayola and his family a reasonable amount of money to make his family and to take his family and relocate to any far away country of his choice. He will sign a contract that if he ever tries to cause any trouble in the future, his criminal case will be reopened and he will be arrested. And that was exactly what we did. Bella had been living with the Duchess, attending therapy and working in the telco
where she had been retained until she decided what she wanted to do with her life. She sounds happier, TK said, rubbing some coconut oil on my feet. I think the depression and guilt are finally lifting, especially now that she knows that your father is going to be fine. My father, it still felt weird to hear those words. My father was abroad for months after he was shot by the son he had raised. At some point, he needed a liver transplant, and Afolabi was his only match. That was 2 months ago, and he had finally come out of his coma. In a surprise move, his first act after he regained consciousness was to return an equivalent amount of what he calls the Ayokeshin things in the pink scandal. Tiki and I joked that it was bittersweet because once his father got his money back, he divorced his mother. So, babe, when we get back to Lagos, you are resuming at Octane, right? He was clearly teasing because after the pregnancy and year that I had, I was going to rest for at least 5 years. I know I have complained about wanting an active career, but I'm not sure I want one in your company, TK. We are talking about a business of your own or 9 to 5 elsewhere. At the moment, I like being your wife and mother of your children just fine. Are you sure, Anjola? I just want you to be the happiest woman in the world. You make me the happiest woman in the world, and as soon as I figure out exactly what I want to do with the rest of my life, I will let you know. But for now, can you just ask your son to please come out so I can stop waddling like a duck? He wriggles his eyebrow at me and moves closer on the sofa. He was placing gentle butterfly kisses on my face when I felt the sharp, painful tug and a warm gush of liquid splayed from me. TK, his eyes widened in surprise, then he smiled. Let's go and meet our son. Epilogue 2018. It has been so long since I have written in this journal, but today is a special occasion. My dear son, Olakiton Ayokeshintin, turned 2 yesterday. To be honest, I still pinch myself to make sure that I'm not dreaming. We had a party at the villa. If you can believe it, his birthday happened to fall close to the usual family dinner, and the Duchess, now a divorcee, sweetly suggested that we hold the party at her place. There's more space, she said, like Tiki and I live in a bungalow. But of course, we obliged her, and it was our pleasure. She went overboard with everything, but she has been such a good grandma. For real this time. She babysits for us and even does the school run. I know, crazy. Last year, TK and I took a trip to Thailand for a second honeymoon, and she happily watched our children the entire time. So much has changed since I last wrote in here. I am now a mother of two. First of all, my daughter is the sweetest older sister, and my son, who looks just like me, is handful. His energy levels up. Its energy levels keeps us all on our toes constantly. My husband and I have become so close, like best friends. He really is my soulmate, and it feels like everything we went through was carefully designed by destiny to bring us to this point of bliss. Our love vindicates the sacrifices made before us, those made by my mother, his parents, and we continue to go from strength to strength. The party at the villa was missing a few guests. First, as the Duchess is now divorced, TK's dad was not there. It was bittersweet because we know he's happier living abroad, but we know that he misses us as much as we miss him. He felt after 45 years that he had given enough to the Duchess, and while they remain cordial, I feel like she's still hot. Luckily, she has us and Bella. Yes, our daughter still lives with her in the villa, and they have become quite the pair. A 70-year-old grand dame and a 23-year-old diva in the making. She is happy there and we see her often. Tomiwa, Adobe and their children now live in Canada, and so we're absent too. She decided once I made my own moves to restart her career. After her master's, she got a great job in an international company, and Tomiwa is now a wait for it, a writer. Who knew that the reason he was so quiet was that he had crazy stories in his head? His first book, an ep- espionage story set in Lagos, was a success with a movie production deal signed and sealed. And now, to who was at the party? First, Tomike. After months of anger at her father, she has made peace with him, and she and just returned after a trip to see him with her fiance. He is a young man, a banker named Kelvin, whom we all love. He seems responsible and level headed. We all hope that for Tomike, the third time would be a charm. Afolabi was also at the party with a pregnant lady. She had suffered from secondary infertility for years after Lisbeth's birth, and she is also now expecting a son, a companion for Kiton, and I can't wait. After her father's successful transplant, he is due for retirement next December, and my brother has been officially announced as the heir to the family estate. For the first time in years, my brother and his family will be right here with me. Banker was there with her beautiful daughter. After the dissolution of her abusive marriage, she moved back home, and we have slowly been rebuilding our relationship. So much so that at the party, my other friends and support system, Linda and Funsho, who have since welcomed her, were sat together on the same table, laughing together as if they have known each other for years. As for me, I have a huge secret to share with you. After Adobe's courage to embark on her own career, a chord was struck in me, and I have finally realized what I want to do. I'm going to start a foundation that helps women and young girls discover their passion and get the support they need to start pursuing their dreams. They will get access to counseling, training, and their dreams, training and seed capital to start some form of business with much needed guidance and mentorship. I know it will be complicated and taxing, but TK has pledged his unwavering support. You have no idea how therapeutic, comforting, and needed this journal has been on my journey to finding my happy ever after. My story started with a mission to find the heart of TK's love for me, but I found so much more. A tight circle of friends, my father, a son, a stepdaughter, and most importantly, a vision. My future is so bright, and as I watched all the children and adults mingle at Kiton's birthday yesterday, it occurred to me to write in this journal for the last time. I have a part that writing this journal helped me find. It is now time to live out that life, and I have every confidence that with everyone I have around me, I can handle anything. XOXO Anjola Ayo Keshington. The end. The Lagos Love Journals. Ikoyi Princess by Layemi O. I. 1. Reintroduction. If there is one thing the Ayo Keshington family loves to do, it's throw a fabulous party. Aside from my grandmother, the Duchess herself, and one Sunday a month's dinner at the villa, trust me, we can find a pretty good reason to get dolled up in fine clothes and gather for an occasion with a capital O any day of the week. Today's party, however, is a little special and well deserved. My dad is 45. Okay, a quick recap. Up until 3 years ago, I was blissfully unaware that I even had a father. I mean, sure, there had to be some man out there in the world who fathered me, but as far as I knew, he had died not long before I was born. And since my mother never married, I had no male influence or dad figure in my life whatsoever. Don't get me wrong, it's not like my childhood was miserable or something. My mother and I lived a rather great life, materially anyway, in New York, and no one in their right mind would have looked at me and seen neglect. Then my mother fell ill, and the center of my world crumbled and fell apart. In the midst of the chaos, the pain, loss, and regret, my father showed up. Alive, obviously, but more than that, he was perfect. There he is now in the verdant garden that covers a third of space behind the Duchess's sprawling mansion, walking hand in hand with the love of his life, his wife, and my stepmom, Angela Ayo Keshington. They are inspecting the decor as it goes up in the space, which leads me to another family signature. Not only do we love to throw parties, but they are often themed. For Dad's 45th bash, we have decided to head over to 1960s England vis-a-vis author in Fleming's imagination and throw a Bond-themed party. Decorators are having their skills and resources put to the test, recreating scenes from Dr. No and Live and Let Die, which were set in Jamaica and match the garden backdrop. So far, so fabulous. Dad, I called out, waving. The lovebird looked in my direction at the same time and smiled. My stepmom, whom I called Miss A, for mom is still too raw to hand over to someone else, and since I am in Nigeria now, I can't call her Anjola, and she can't be Auntie A since she's still in her early 30s. It's stunning. You would never know she has two kids, one under the age of 5. She's tall, slender, cocoa-skinned, and literally has a smile like sunshine. You know how much of a babe Pamela Anderson was in Baywatch back in the day. That joy and sexiness. Miss A radiates the same energy. My dad is so smitten with her. It's not even funny. They are forever off together, whispering, holding hands, and giggling. Of course, it hasn't always been plain sailing between them. Hello, I exist. And when I came into their lives 3 years ago, things seriously went off the rails. But somehow we are an even stronger, less dysfunctional dynasty after the mess of a year. Bella, my dad said, his eyes dancing over my outfit. What's this you're wearing? I looked down at myself. One thing about having so many parties, so many of them themed, is that you can get a little carried away with the fun of it all. Believe it or not, I have 5 different outfits lined up for tonight's festivities. The one I have on now is inspired more by the 1950s than the 60s. Think Bridget Bardot, but in the jazz era. I'm wearing a shimmering silver flapper dress that skims my shins with super thin straps that show up my décolletage. But the showstopper is the back of the gown, which is completely bare. I completed the look with a feathered and jeweled headband that Coco Chanel would be proud of. I googled and did a little spin as my stepmom rolled her eyes. TK, you wanted a Bond theme, right? Why are you upset that Bella showed up as a Bond girl? I beamed. I love it when Mrs. A has my back, especially when my dad pulls this Fox strict act. He turned to his wife with a mouth scroll. Bond girl? Couldn't she have come as Miss Moneypenny? I scrunched my face. The older secretary, no thank you. My dad stepped forward and pinched my left cheek. Look at you trying to look all grown up by showing some skin. I'm grown though. He chuckled and held my hand up in mock surrender. Okay, my grown girl, dancer, daughter, if you will excuse me, we have to go get changed before the guests start to arrive. My first outfit of the night was partly inspired by the fact that I was hosting the cocktail portion of the party. It was my job to welcome the guests and settle them in before the main party began. so I was pretty appropriately dressed, considering. Hey, Mrs. A said, holding my hand and leaning over to whisper to me, did you get my gift? Last night, a courier delivered a package with the most beautifully bound leather book that had a luxurious cream interior, along with a charming silver Mont Blanc pen. It came with a note from Mrs. A, who had sent it. During the toughest years of my life, I rediscovered writing journaling. I discovered writing. Journaling about the hardships and triumphs I faced helped me become who I am today. I hope this book does the same for you, Mrs. A. I nodded, whispering a heartfelt thank you, and she smiled back, rubbing my arm as they left. I heard my dad ask what we were whispering about, and my stepmom waved him off with a casual women's talk. In case you are wondering why my stepmom is sending me packages when we live in the same Lagos, it might have a little something to do with the craziness that happened 3 years ago. Here's the thing. Losing my mother unmoored me. It felt like I had been flung out of Earth's orbit and had no place to land. We were close, but at the time she died, I was also 20 years old. The teenage years had been rough on us both, and we fought a lot. Like a lot, things were just calming down between us. A new phase of our relationship barely beginning when she got her cancer diagnosis. I really didn't think she would die, couldn't even fathom it. But a few weeks before she passed on, when it became clear to everyone except me that she would pass on, my father showed up. Remember when I said it was perfect? I meant it. Those days and weeks before and after she passed were incredibly dark for me. Not only did I have to wrap my mind around the fact that she had lied to me about my dad all my life, but she sprung him on me when I had no choice but to forgive her. Luckily, my dad, he did everything right. He was kind, considerate, warm. He had not exited for 20 years, but it took less than an hour in his company to feel as if I had known him my whole life. Do you know how confusing it is to feel elation and devastation of that magnitude at the same time? I didn't know it then. I really thought I was fine, but the whole thing deeply traumatized me, and it showed up in the most shocking and unexpected way. So here it is. By some twisted and convoluted fate, I ended up being caught in a kidnap plot involving my half-sister, Mrs. A's daughter, Duni. She was just 4 at the time, and she and I were super close. Of course, I never meant to hurt her. I was just so damaged and so mixed up emotionally. I allowed some guy I met at NYC camp met my head. It was awful. God, I actually tried to run away when the whole scheme collapsed, but the Duchess herself intervened and brought me back home. She insisted that I live with her, and no one outside our close family unit even knows that I was used as a tool to kidnap Duni. That's why I live here in Parkview, Ikoyi, while my dad, half siblings, and stepmom live in Lekki. It's been 2 years, and despite it coming up several times, I'm not ready to leave yet. Partly because of the lingering guilt, despite everyone's forgiveness and understanding, but also because I feel a little sorry for the Duchess. Her husband of 45 years moved out of the villa 2 years ago, right before Kiton, my half-brother, was born. Rumor is that he is shacking up with his mystery mistress in London. Of course, she's a mystery to everyone but the Duchess, the Grand Dame, the matriarch, who saved me in more ways than one. A few hours later, everyone had arrived and the party was in full swing. Mrs. A emerged in her white off-shoulder dress with a tie high slit, looking so scintillating that my little cocktail outfit now seemed a little tame. My dad's younger brother, the perfect son, Uncle Tomiwa, his wife Adobe, and their two kids who were visiting from Canada were having a blast. The couple was playing pool by the billiard table, and the kids were running amok in the garden, leading to a light display embedded in a fox waterfall. Auntie Tomike, the quintessential sassy Lagos 30-something, and her fiancé Kelvin were having an animated conversation in their seats at the dinner table. They have been engaged for over a year now, and like a true blue Ayokeshinton, I know she's itching for a big wedding bash with all the trimmings. Uncle Kev though seems happy just being engaged. By the bar area, across from the Live 60 band, was Miss A's older brother, the distinguished Uncle Afolabi. He moved back to Nigeria a while ago to take over his father's empire. His family is currently out of the country. His wife, Auntie Lily, is in England visiting her family with their kids. The anchor of the kidnap plot, well, his estranged, illegitimate son, more like Chief A.J. Badmus, Miss A's father, made an appearance. His grips grey agbada, accented by his bejeweled walking stick, which he has used since his shooting incident 2 years ago. Then there's the Duchess, resplendent in Prada, her long silver shift dress and massive headgear, making her stand out as the most exquisite-looking 60-something you ever did see. God, I love her. The only family member conspicuously absent was my grandfather, who, as usual, was out of the country with his who cannot be named. Anyway, 3 outfit changes and a cake cutting later, I was buzzed and happy. I spotted Auntie Linda, my stepsom's best friend, sitting in the reception area where we just finished dinner and headed over to say hi. She is a literal life of the party. Her skin is so buttery smooth and fair that your eyes are immediately drawn to her in any room. Bella, the beautiful, how are you? It's been too long since we last saw. One thing about Auntie Linda, she will compliment the hell out of you at any given opportunity. Thank you, Auntie. How are the boys? Did you come with them? Those ones, I left them at home, Biko. If they were here, would I be having this fun? She has 5 sons, a set of twins among them, all between ages 18 and 8. I have only been around all 5 of them at the same time once, and I totally get what she means. And what are you two gossiping about? My stepmom asked playfully as she came to sit beside us. Auntie Linda took a sip of her pink cocktail. Oh, nothing. Bella was just telling me about her boyfriend, who is an aspiring rapper. Miss A gaps, her eyes looking like they will pop out of her head. Please don't tell TK your boyfriend is an aspiring rapper. You know he's getting old. He may just have a heart attack. Clearly having fun, Auntie Linda continued. Angela, you and TK cannot determine who this beautiful young lady falls in love with. After all, she's 23 now and not a child anymore. Bella, am I right? I cleared my throat. Yes, you are, Auntie. In fact, we are currently talking about getting married before he goes on tour so I can join him. Miss A gripped my arm. Bella, please, I need to meet this boy as soon as possible. Marriage? Your father will not like this. Come on, get off it, Auntie Linda said, breaking her act. Can't you tell we are only pulling your legs? Miss A looked genuinely relieved. I couldn't help but wonder if she couldn't tell Auntie Linda was joking because of my checkered dating history. She probably doesn't trust me at all, I thought sadly. Don't worry, I said, leaning over and pressing my shoulder gently against hers. All I care about right now is work. cute outfit and taking care of the Duchess's boys. Not at all on my radar. Listen to me, young lady. Don't talk that nonsense again. Oh. What do you mean not on your radar? You are saying date well, not become a nun. Yeah? By the time I was your age, I was pregnant with my second son. In fact, let me tell you, my husband's younger brother is single, searching and very good looking. I will introduce him to you at Zubem's birthday party next weekend. Auntie Linda retorted. I opened my mouth to protest, but realized the futility and shut it again. It's too late now, but I should have invented an imaginary boyfriend to break up with a few months from now instead of forming Miss Independent. One thing that still fascinates me about Nigerian life is how, if you are single, everyone and their mother literally tries to marry you off every time they see you. If by chance you are already married, then they worry about your womb status or how you are raising your kids and on and on. No one, for example, has ever even asked me if I'm happy with my career. If they did, they would quickly discover that I'm on the edge of despair. Okay, Auntie Linda, but make sure he's handsome, okay? I teased. She fluttered her eyelashes. Haba, what do you take me for? I may be old and married, but my eyes are working fine. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Another week, another party. This time for an 8-year-old in Lekki and under considerable duress. Auntie Lida has sent me a reminder message every single morning up until that morning. So even if I wanted to get out of it, I couldn't have. What's the worst that could happen anyway? I go to the party, make Auntie Linda happy, meet the guy, and later find a way to let him down gently. Easy peasy. I stopped by a nail studio first. Afterwards, I headed to the mall for a gift for the birthday boy. Predictably, it was crowded. It was a Saturday afternoon after all. Finding a good parking spot became a Herculean task. I spent the next 30 minutes driving around, getting increasingly anxious that I was late for the party. Eventually, I saw a white Prado SUV pulling out of a space. I placed my foot on the pedal, twisted my steering wheel, and had moved maybe a meter when a black Mercedes SUV shot past me and stole my spot. The hell! I jumped out of my car and marched straight to the driver's side. The windows were tilted and something by Wizkid was blasting from speakers inside the car. I tapped my newly laid nails on the glass and waited for it to roll down. Once it went halfway, I flung my hands in the air in exasperation. Dude, why would you literally drive past a waiting car and steal a person's spot? Have you no manners? Do you know how long I have been waiting here? The man in the driver's seat looked straight at me and shrugged. Sorry, didn't
see you waiting. Really? How does that nonchalant apology help the situation? Hey, miss, do you mind stepping away from the door so I can get out of the car? Excuse me. Look, from your accent, I can tell you're not from around here. This is Lagos. There is more to a different speed than you might be used to. Better luck next time. He opened the door a fraction, forcing me to step back. I was stunned. That is your defense. He stepped out of the car and looked down at me. I say, look down because this guy was really tall and arrogant looking. Some might say handsome, but he was clearly poorly raised and a charlatan, so his features did not move me at all. I squared my shoulders and stepped up to him. I would just say, this since it seems no one has ever taught you. Don't judge people by their appearance. It shows poor breeding. You look at me and see an Americana, a JJC, or whatever. I look at you and I see a. I took another look at him, at his neatly trimmed afro and sideburns, this strong jawline, thick neck, and broad as hell chest. He raised an eyebrow, waiting for me to say something. I see a vagrant who is clearly just enjoying his parents' money, I concluded weakly. A moment passed, where he looked at me, amusement dancing in his eyes. He let out a hearty laugh and crossed his arms around his chest, drawing attention to the tight fit of the black t-shirt he had on and the expanse-looking gold bracelet on his right wrist. Obviously, I have offended you, but this, he swirled a finger around the space between us, is taking us nowhere. I took your spot. You have insulted me. Let's call it even, shall we? Have a nice life then. With that, he paused, passed me, and walked away. I stood there for a few more seconds as rage and shame and confusion swirled in my head before I headed back to my car in defeat. It took another 10 minutes of driving around to find a spot, then another 45 minutes to find the right gift and pay for it. By the time I got to the party, I had missed the cutting of the cake, and the birthday boy barely acknowledged me when I tried to give him a hug. He was too busy with his friends. Aha, Bella, my darling, finally. Until Linda was tottering over in open-toed high heel, red sandal, and a beautiful patterned satin blouse with a pussy ball neckline over blue jeans. I thought you were not going to come. Abba, auntie, I said in my most convincing Nigerian accent. I wouldn't do that. Good, I trust you. Oya, come, my brother-in-law Okechukwu is over here by the pool. He grabbed me by the wrist and basically dragged me through to other guests, the decorations and fixtures, the beach ball and the bubbles and coffee tea at the pool. She moved me forward, standing behind me and holding my shoulders. Okay, she said loudly. A man turned. He had an afro and sideburn and a gold bracelet. Are you freaking kidding me? This is the lovely lady I have been telling you about. Bella, meet Okechukwu. Chapter 2, Fiasco. We stood staring at each other for a few seconds. Or should I say, I stood there watching the coakiest half-green form of Okechukwu's face as he looked at me. I didn't need to be a mind reader to see what he was thinking. Something along the line of, lovely lady, yeah, right? I know she's fine, Biko, but you should say something until Linda chilled. He laughed. Oh, where is my manners? Then he winked. Nice to meet you, Bella. Auntie Linda came from behind me. beaming like a mother to her on her daughter's wedding day. She pulled me forward slightly, placing my hand in Okechukwu's, who shook it lightly. Yeah, I likewise, I muttered. Very good, Bella. You you will stay here with Okechukwu and his friend, okay? Get to know yourselves. What? No way. Auntie, I sort of promised Miss A that I would hang out with Kitan and Donny today. I haven't even seen. You can see your brother and sister later. Don't worry. I will explain to Angela. Say, she turned around and left. As I stood there awkwardly, I couldn't even look at him. I kept my eyes on my feet. But why am I the one who is embarrassed? Did he not offend me first? Was he not remorseless? Look, do you know Auntie Angela? If I had a million guesses, I would not have selected those 5 words to come out from his mouth. I'm sorry, what? Angela, my aunt was talking to you about her just now. How do you know her? This day was just getting weirder and weirder. Well, she's my stepmom. His eyes damn near popped out of his head. No way. I crossed my arms and squinted up at him. I'm afraid you will find that I am not in the habit of lying. There is no way a woman that hot can be the stepmom to someone as old as you. What? But he wasn't done. Your dad is so lucky to have a wife that sexy. Here is the thing. Life has taught me that I am not the best judge of character, okay? If I was better at reading people, the mess of a year would not have happened. Or, even if it did, I would not have been involved at all. I don't know anything about guys. The truth is, I have never had a proper boyfriend or relationship because I don't know what men want or what I want from men. But this guy, this Okechukwu or whatever, he is a walking, talking, singing criminal of red flags. That's disgusting. I turned around to leave. Too quickly, not carefully enough, my ankle twisted a little in my white platform shoe. And to steady myself so as not to sprain it, I lost my footing. I staggered backward, heard a crash and a yelp, and before I knew what was happening, I had fallen into the pool. Moment later, I had another splash and saw that Okechukwu had jumped into the pool with me. What's this? Chivalry, mockery. Does he think I can't swim? He swam powerfully over, placing a hand around my waist to guide me, but I shrugged him off and made my way to the steps. I clambered out and he followed suit. I looked around to see if my embarrassment had been caught by the entire party crowd, but luckily all the kids and parents were over at the other side of the compound engaging in dancing competition. The only witness aside Okechukwu and I were the degenerate friends. Are you okay? He said before he pulled his dripping wet t-shirt over his head, revealing the rock-hard abs that tapped into a narrow waist, around which his jeans, now wet, dropped, pulling my eyes downward too. What am I doing? What the hell is wrong with me? He held he held his t-shirt in one hand and looked at me. Nice view. A cold draft blew across my chest, and I flung my arms around myself. The white t-shirt with a drawing of a sunflower I had on was drenched. I felt my nipples harden beneath my pink lace bra, which was now fully visible. Are you some sort of white animal? Is everything sexual to you? He feigned a odd expression, placing a large palm of his broad, hairless chest. Ouch! I turned around to leave, but he grabbed me by the wrist. I get it. You are a humorless, goody two shoes who feels threatened by anyone noticing how odd her stepmom is. My bad. But you should at least dry up before you stalk away in anger. This guy. How could Auntie Linda set me up with someone like this? There is a pool house over there with fresh towel and some polo t-shirt if you want. I hide in, committing his arrogant, lanky, impossibly attractive frame to memory, knowing I wanted nothing to do with him and going forward. Have a nice life, I said before I headed for the pool house. It was the receptionist on my floor. Apparently, someone had just delivered a package for me. Not expecting anything, I almost asked her to receive it and toast it, but had a change of heart last minute. Work was boring away and I needed the distraction downstairs. There's a delivery guy waiting with a box of cupcakes. There is a note on the box which I only open to read once I am back to the elevator. We are so dangerous, we make your toothache. Rari. Inside the box are a dozen cupcakes with white cream, and they all had little sunflowers on them. There is only one person who could have done this. Rari, is that a nickname? More importantly, what to do this cupcake means. Is this another little joke or a peace offering? The only thing that is certain is that Auntie Linda is hell-bent on making this connection happen. I don't even have his number, but she is clearly told him a lot about me for him to know my office address. I made a meal, note a chat with my best friend Vanessa after work. She knows I am super clueless about men. She even witnessed my ill-fated dalliance with Daniel during NYNC and has had my back ever since. Be that as it may, the cupcakes brightened my day, and before close of business, there was only 6 of them left. I gathered my things and rang Vanessa as I headed down to the car park. She had just answered when I got the shock of my life. Okechukwu was right before me, leaning against the bonnet of my car, like we had a prayer agreement or something. Van, let me call you back, I said. He stood upright when he saw me, a smile big on his face. What's the... Hello to you too, Miss Bella. What are you doing? What do you mean? I mean, why are you here? And how did you find my car? Or where I work, and why are you sending me cupcakes with sunflowers on them? He laughed and held out his hand. Wow, okay, I will answer your questions, but you have to answer mine first. I eyed him suspiciously. I barely knew him, but I could sense that this was a trap and would lead somewhere good. I shrugged. I know I am going to regret this, but sure, go ahead. He threw his head back and laughed. It was such a boisterous sound, and it came from deep within him. How could someone be so happy and carefree? Has he never known pain or loss? Bella, why do you talk like this? Auntie Linda say you are 23, but you talk like you went to school in the 60s or something. I hate to admit it, but he is right. Growing up alone with my mom meant I ended up consuming a lot of what she liked. Old movies, TV series, music. She had a big influence on me and my tastes. It's probably why I am so bad at dating, since she hardly did. And I have no model for what a healthy, normal relationship looks like. Do you know that since we met, you haven't been taking pot shots at my age and appearance? Now he looked a little confused. When did I do that? I am too old to be Miss A's stepdaughter, and now Aunt Linda says you are 23. He groaned and rubbed a palm on his face. Those were not meant to be underhanded insults. I was just being matter of fact. You and Aunt Angela could be sister, not stepmom and daughter. I only know how old you are because Aunt Linda told me. Oh, I see. He smirked. You really have a terrible impression of me, don't you? You think? He asked and crossed his arms, once again distracting me with how well sculpted his body was. I decided to change the subject. You were going to ask me something. He snapped his fingers together. Ah, yes, I was going to say I will answer all your questions, but only if you have dinner with me. What? Why would I want to do that? Because Aunt Linda says so. Are you 12? Why would you take someone to dinner just because your auntie told you to? Because if I tell you the real reason, you are just going to call me names again. I was shocked. There was only one read for this situation. Okechukwu was looking for someone to chew up and spit out, but that woman wasn't going to be me. Can you step away from my car, please? I need to leave. Oh, come on. That was a joke. Really? Well, I have no intention of going on a date with someone who treats everything like a joke. A week passed. Every day, I got more and more restless. I was nervous every time I drove into and out of the parking lot at the work. When my phone rang or beeped, my heart leaped along with it in ridiculous hope. It was especially ridiculous because, other than being Aunt Linda's brother-in-law, I didn't know much about him. I was judging him based on what I saw and nothing more. To moderate my feelings, I decided to do some research. If I am being totally honest, the idea to search his social media came from Vanessa. It's dating 101. Bella, no one goes to date with a guy they haven't stalked online first. I never said I was to date him, Van. Sure, but just in case he asks you out again, you will be better prepared. The first thing I discovered was that he went by OK Rari on almost all his social media handles, and he was everywhere on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. He runs his own company and he has just returned to Lagos from holidaying in the Madrid. His best friend's name is Dapper Smith. He is a Man U fan and loves R&B, jazz, and Afrobeat. Every photo of him was perfect, and he looked even better in real life than online. He seemed sad. So what do you think? Vanessa asked after I recounted my findings to her. I don't know. It feels like a smoke screen. I know some stuff, but nothing that tells me about his character. Well, if he asks you out again, you have more to work with. I laughed. Vanessa, why do you seem so sure that he's going to ask me out again? Have you met Nigerian men? He is not going to give up that easily. The next day was a Sunday, and it happened to be our monthly dinner at the villa. My dad and stepmom arrived first with Duni and Kitan, followed by Auntie Tomike. Soon, everyone was still in town because of Dad's birthday arrived too. We were all dressed up as usual, and the kids, unlike in the past, ate with us in one of the grand hall in the house. The seats at the head of the table remained empty, as it had been ever since my granddad left 2 years ago. Angela, I invited your dad and brother over for dinner today, but they said they weren't available this evening. The Duchess said, yes, ma'am. They had a prayer walk engagement, Miss A explained. I smiled. The long-standing battle between the Badmus family and the Ayo Kensington was officially over. My phone beeped. It was a text from the unknown number. On my way to yours, put on some jeans and comfortable shoes. There was only one person arrogant enough to send a message like that out of the blue. After a week of no contract, yes, I can't deny that I am curious about him. My life for the past 2 years has been a flat, dull landscape. I have been neither unhappy nor happy. I have been living carefully but not truly alive. Despite appearances, Okechukwu has showed up like a massive hill on the horizon and is impossible to ignore. I tested back. Okay, Bella, would you like to be excused from the table? We have obviously lost your attention to your mobile phone as usual. The Duchess' withering voice cut across the clattering of fork against plates. I knew she was being sarcastic, but I jumped at the chance. Can I? Thank you so much, Grandma. I jumped out of my seat, rushed over to my dad and Miss A to give them a hug and kiss, said good night to everyone, and practically flew up the stairs to get changed. 30 minutes later, my phone rang. Are you coming? I'm sorry, who is this? He laughed. You know who this is? I am pretty sure I don't know any rude people who don't answer calls with a simple hello. Hello, Bella. Can you please meet me outside? I met him in the driveway leaning against a power bike. He had on a black leather jacket, black jeans, and a pair of dark glasses, like he was stopping by after shooting the cover of a men's fashion magazine. My throat was suddenly dry, my palm clammy. What is this? He watched me walk over to him with a lazy, sexy grin on his face. The closer I got to him, the more I felt the crazy urge ripping through my body to throw my hands around his neck